Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the evil that men do. Father God, I pray and ask that you help me to have mercy on others the same way I would want you to have mercy on me. Father God, I also ask that you help me to be quick to forgive and slow to get angry. Amen, amen, amen. These young dudes out here don't respect shit until you put the barrel in their ear and let the text spit. I just might catch a case on my next hit, remove their whole face on some special effect shit. So show respect, Drake, or I'ma have a flashback. Digging through the dresser like fuck it, where my mask at? The mash back with the banger and damage shit and say fuck everything I learned in anger management. Hop back on some east side managed shit and push a nigga's top back when I let the cannon spit. Start planning shit, premeditation. I'm in love with the streets again, rededication. Casket or cremation when I shoot you down. I was built for the smoke like a hookah lounge. I keep big shit that sound like a bazooka sound, and I shoot quicker than ain't gotta be a hoop around. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with the 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Gun on me, it ain't never for show, homie. I'm far from a bully, but I'm never a hoe. Get out of line, my Beretta will blow. Real talk, we can take the beef wherever we go. I bring it to your front door like I'm Uber Eats. I guarantee you listen up when this Ruger speaks. Plus I maneuver through these streets like a ghost, and I'm handy with the heat. I cook a nigga like a roast. On me, homie, this is not a boast. I will still come through, boy, and stop a nigga's post. Play him close, man, air will ease it. Quickly off the waistband, man, and air will squeeze it. Leave you niggas laid out dead or paraplegic. Niggas playing in these streets while I'm very strategic. I come to your house dressed like the gas man. Shoot you 9 times, leave you stretched by the trash can. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with the 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. I don't put shit on Facebook, I just holler in person. Put the pistol in your mouth while you're hollering and cursing. All that shit you kept rehearsing and put on your live, got your clap with the big 4-5. You bitch nigga, if you tell me to pull up, I'ma do that. That nigga who was whooping first nigga that I shoot at. Ski mask on my face, bystanders be like, who that? I ain't with the talking, bitch, boy, I thought you knew that. Leave his brains where my shoe at and bounce like I'm on a trampoline. Leave you laid out, nigga, like you camping on the scene. If you want something sweet, grab a peach or tangerine. Niggas won't smoke, well fuck it, I'ma let them handle steam. AR with the beam, you see the red dot? We tug on this trigger, nigga, it'll make your head pop. Blood pouring down to your shoes, call it Red Sox. Your brains hanging all over your shoulders like some dreadlocks. Expect the gang of dead off if they ever cross the line. The Lord said in the Bible, no revenge is mine. So I'm just trying to find a righteous path between the two. Before I lose control and do the shit I used to do. This being humble shit is new. I'm trying to turn the other cheek, but I ain't never been a bitch, so watch your mouth when you speak. Your mercy's what I seek, so I pray on bended knees. Don't let me get the K with the extended clip and squeeze. Lord, please. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with the 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps.
All right, y'all. All right, y'all. We back in the house. I got my voice back a little bit. Still trying to recover from a little bit of it, but yeah, man, I got my voice back a little bit, somewhat. Man, good to be back, man. Good to be back. Out talking to the people, man. Shout out to all of y'all, man, who have supported me, man, throughout this little process, man, I'm going through. Patrice. Let me dispense with the business. That was Brother Eric, man, 16 to Life. Good brother, man. Good brother. If you give a chance, going over to his webpage, 16 to Life, his YouTube page. He's blowing up, man. Blowing up like dynamite, man. So going over there, check him out, man. Got a lot of funny stories. Got some merch. Does music. He does a lot of different stuff. Very talented cat, man. Shout out to Brother Eric, man. Get you guys gonna get on over there and go see Brother Eric, man. Shout out to Brother Eric, man. Good dude. Good dude, man. Good dude. Okay, so let me pull Brother Eric down, man, and pull myself up. Ah, man. What's going on, y'all? What is going on, y'all? Got my little afro going, man, but that's okay, man. We family, so y'all can see my hair getting out, man. I ain't been going too many places, man, because I was sick, man. I was down, man, for the count. But you know what I mean? So I gotta step, I gotta go to the barbershop. I didn't want to get anybody sick in the barbershop. So I didn't even go in there, man. But I'll hit it this week sometime, man. And your brother be tight and right, man. You know what I mean? I missed a martial arts tournament down here at Muhammad's Mosque number 27 out here in LA. And I was just too sick, man. I didn't want to go down and get anybody sick down there. But man, shout out to the Brotherhood, man. They showed up, showed out. Man, shout out to them. Let's see who else is in the building. Let's see who's in the building, y'all. Let's see who's in the building, man. Brother Sim Simma is in the building, man. Shout out to Brother Sim, man. Brother Sim, another good dude, man. Brother Sim. Me and Brother Sim's relationship is really, really good, man. Because Brother Sim could come and say, Clarence, nah, man, you approach that right, man. You know what I mean? And then I'll be like, yeah, you're right, Sim. You know what I mean? He'll tell me when I did good, and he'll tell me when I did bad. So shout out to Brother Sim, man. Brother Sim Simma. Who else is in the building? Oh, my sister OG Patrice is in the building, man. Shout out to OG Patrice, man. That is my sister, man. Another sister that checked on me when I was down and out, man. Just make sure I was okay, man. And yeah, man. Thank you, Patrice. I appreciate you, sis. We miss you too, man. We miss you. You gotta tell me if you got a show today, Patrice, because I'm not gonna run too long. Well, I'm not gonna run too long anyway today. I think probably gonna do about 3 hours, and then we out of here, max, right? But shout out to Patrice, man. Another one of the sisters that checked on me. Who else in the building? Sister Annie's in the building. Shout out to Sister Annie. I'm so happy to see you too, sister, man. I'm so happy to talk to all of y'all, man. It's just it's been a blessing, man, to go through what I went through as far as the illness, man, and be able to walk away from it. Because every time I turned around, they was like, "You want a flu shot? You want a flu shot? Take a flu shot. Take a flu shot." I'm like, "Nah, I'm good." I'm good. But thank you anyway. And then when they see you survive it, they be like, you know what I mean? And they're like, "Well, why you don't get a flu shot?" I'm here. Why? Why do I need to get a flu shot? I'm here already, right? I got through it, right? Oh man, but shout out to everybody, man. They think they're helping you. They think they're helping you. Oh man. OG Patrice said, I've been missing y'all. Yeah, we've been missing you too, sis. We've been missing you too. But we gotta I need to figure out whether you're having a show or not today. Patrice said no show until next month. Still on hiatus. Okay, got you, sis. Okay. We just don't want to run into another brother that checked on me, man. I forgot to call him back. Brother, the Intellectual Soapbox. Shout out to the Intellectual Soapbox. Brother gave me a call, man, and I got so busy trying to get better, I forgot to call him back, man. I will give you that call, brother. 84. Appreciate you, man. Brother, just calling me, hey, brother. See, I don't want nothing. I ain't trying to, deny. I just want to see if you are right. Appreciate that, man. Intellectual Soapbox. Appreciate that, man. Brother Von Bryant, man. Another brother that checked on me. Hey, bro, just want to see how you doing. Are you okay? Everything okay? I got to give a shout out to Brother Bolo. Brother Bolo did the same thing, man. And me and Brother Bolo's relationship is really kind of crazy, right? We got this love-hate thing going on, man. But he called me and said, hey, bro, you okay? I said, yeah, I'm getting better. He said, all right, me and him are the same as far as like, we're not real long phone conversation people. We probably be on the phone maybe like a minute max, 2 minutes max, man. We just would be like, hey, you okay? Yeah, I'm okay. Your family okay? Yeah, my family's okay. Your family okay? Yeah, my family's okay. All right, peace, holla. That's it, man. We be done with it, man. But shout out to Von Bryant, man. Von Bryant's another brother, man. Very valuable brother, man. And he checked on me, man. Make sure I was okay. Appreciate you, Vaughn, man. Thank you, brother. Hope you and your family. I hope all of you guys, all of you guys and your families are okay, man. Doing much better, much better. Sister Eddie is another sister that checked on me. Made sure I was okay, man. Checked on me a couple of times, as a matter of fact. Shout out to that sister, man. Good sister, man. Good sister. Who else? Who else in the building? Who else in the building, y'all? Who else in the building? I think that's everybody that's in the building. That's everybody in the building. Okay. Oh, Rico Young checked on me as well. Rico, of course, I got a cussing out from Rico Young. Clans, you go too long. You can't be doing those 7-8 hour streams, Clans. I said, okay, Rico, we're trying to do some things different. Man. But yeah, man, Rico Young, shout out to Rico Young, man. He checked on me. Oh man, my man, Be Easy, that dude. Shout out to you, man. Glad to have you in the building, my brother. Appreciate you, man. Got to get with you, man. When this whole thing, we gave away the backpacks, so now we got to give away the. I was ill, brother. I was down, man. So I had to take that time to get better, man. So when you get older and you don't say, I don't reply to email. What are you talking about, brother? You email me? If you email me, brother, and I didn't reply, I apologize to you, man. I apologize to you. I will email you, make sure you get my email, because I haven't seen no emails from you, brother. But but if I didn't reply to you, please forgive me, my brother. Please forgive me. But yeah, man. Shout out to and I heard Be Easy got his own page now. So y'all going over there and check out Brother Be Easy, that dude, man. He got his own page. He's not only on Easily Rigged, but he's got his own page too. So yeah, man, go check the brother out, man. Good brother. Yeah, man, I've been spinning down and outs, but I mean, with an illness, I had a cold that just would not leave, man. You know what I mean? It was sticking to me, man. Still, y'all can still see it's a little bit of it left, right? But man, I was like, and so when you go to the doctor, man, they say, hey, get this flu shot, and you're like, nah, I ain't getting no flu shot. I don't need no flu shot, right? I would have been 54 years, never had a flu shot, I would have never nothing, right? So they'd be like, what? So when you come back and you're like, hey, man, I'm feeling a little under the weather, I need a note or whatever, right? So you go in there, they be like, see, we told you to get that flu shot. We told you to get that. I'll be like, oh, okay. Okay, all right. Just like, sometimes you just gotta let the other person win, you know what I mean? That's one of my always, philosophies is learn how to let the next man win, right? You want to be the one on top of the mountain? Go ahead, be the one on top of the mountain, right? I don't have no problem with that. You go ahead and be the one. You put that target on you. I'm just gonna sit back, let you be that man or woman or whatever, right? So they tell me all this stuff, and then here I am. You know what I mean? Here I am. So, man, telling y'all, God is on our side, brother. God is on our side, man. Because all I did was thank God for everything I had, my blessings, everything, man. And yeah, you're right. Be easy. More vitamin C, D, and E. Drink lemon lime. You know what I did? You know what one of the things that helped me through it was one of the things I do is I put we call that limes in what I drink. Everything I drink now, I have lime in there, man. And that citric acid, man, gets into your blood and cleans your blood out. And I noticed that it just went through there and started chopping through that thing, man. So it was all good. It was all good. Y'all, hold on one second, man. I'll be right back, y'all. Hold on one second. Let me find something. Man. Yeah. I gotta do something real quick. Dang, did I knock out all that stuff? I knocked out all that stuff, y'all. All right, I'll be right back, y'all. All right, y'all, brother. See, doing a whole bunch of different stuff out here today. All right, let's see. What's going on? What's good, everybody? All right, so let's get right to it, man. Let's get right to it, y'all, because I want to do 3 hours and be gone, be done with it. All right, let's see. Let us do this today. I know it's supposed to be the big show today. It's supposed to be the big show today where we do the Black History Minute and all that. We're gonna do the Black History Minute and that's it. We're gonna get on out of here. Let's see. Let me get my fairness right. Let's see what's going on here. Here we go, y'all. Here we go. It's gonna take me a minute to get back on track here. Take me a minute to get back on track. All right, let's see. The Black History Minute. Let me do this real quick. Because I know y'all need to know about y'all people, man, what y'all people have done, man. They've done some good stuff. Okay, January 22, today, Susan Rice was confirmed as U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations. On January 22, 2009, Susan Elizabeth Rice was confirmed by the United States Senate as the first African-American woman to serve in the capacity of U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations in the administration of President Barack Obama. She was later selected as U.S. National Secretary Advisor for President Obama. Rice worked in the administration of President Bill Clinton from 1995 to 1997 as a special assistant to the president and senior director for African Affairs at the National Security Council. Rice also worked from 1993 to 1995 on the National Security Council staff as Director for Internal Organizations and Peacekeeping. Rice was born November 17, 1964 in Washington, D.C. She graduated Phi Beta Kappa in 1986 from Stanford University with a BA degree in history. She received a Rhodes Scholar and enrolled at New College, Oxford, and obtained a PhD or MPHIL master's degree in 1988, a DPHIL PhD in history, 1990 in international relations. All right, so that is your sister Susan Rice. All right, we got one more again. Who else? Former President Barack Obama begins second term. The 44th President of the United States and the first African-American President of the United States, Barack Hussein Obama II, was sworn into his second term as President of the United States on January 21, 2013. President Obama was re-elected to a second presidential term on November 6, 2012. He defeated his Republican opponent Mitt Romney by 332 to 206 electoral votes. President Obama received 51.1% to Romney's 47.2% popular vote. He was born on August 4th, 1961 in Honolulu, Hawaii, to Stanley Ann Durham and Barack Obama Sr. President Obama received his BA degree from Columbia University and his law degree from Harvard University, where he served as president of the Harvard Law Review. He entered politics as a state senator representing the 13th District in Illinois, where he served 3 terms from 1997 to 2004. During that period, he ran unsuccessfully for the United States Congress in 2000. In 2004, President Obama ran and won in a political campaign for the United States Senate in Illinois. He announced in 2007 that he would campaign for the nation's highest office, the presidency of the United States. He was elected president of the United States on November 4th, 2008. He defeated his Republican opponent, John McCain, by 365 to 173. Shout out to John McCain, man. That was a good dude, too. Electoral votes. President Obama is married to the former Michelle Robinson, and they have 2 daughters, Sasha and Malia. Holy smokes, y'all. Holy smokes. That's a good thing, ain't it? Oh, y'all can't see that. Why y'all tell me y'all can't see this, man? Shout out to Daryl Long, by the way. Shout out to Daryl Long. Glad to have you in the building, my brother. Y'all can't see this, man. See, man, I don't. Sometimes I'll be out here, man. I don't know what I'm doing, man. I'm out here doing some stuff, man. All right, so that was your Black History Minute. Susan Rice and Barack Obama, dig that. Don't just take our word for it. Dig that. Go and check it out for yourself. For yourself. For yourself. All right, y'all. That's it, man. That's all we're gonna do. We're gonna get right into what we got to do here, man. We're gonna get right into the subject, man. Now the question is, hey, why are the number of rapes, ARPs, assaults, and violent sex crimes against women and kids increasing? Oh, Clarence, see, you don't know what you're talking about, Clarence. You don't know what you're talking about. So you're just talking out this clear blue sky, huh? You talking about no, I'm not talking about I'm not talking out the clear blue sky, right? Right. Okay, so I got an article here from U.S. News World Report. They have an article here where they did it. They outlined a study that they did at the University of Michigan ER room, where they're seeing a huge rise in cases of sex assault. Friday, October 21, 2022, victims of sex assault are seeking treatment in U.S. emergency rooms in growing numbers, with the University of Michigan researchers detecting a 15-fold increase between 2006 and 2019. Holy smokes, ARPS, another form of sex assault, occur every 68 seconds in the United States, and their numbers rose from 93,000 in 2006 to nearly 140,000 in 2019, according to data from the U.S. Federal Bureau of Investigation. I mean, these are some pretty decent sources, right? The increase in people seeking emergency medical care after sex violence, however, is greater than the growth of those turning to the police for help, the study's authors said. And while there are more sex assaults occurring, greater awareness of hospital coding charges and contributing to the spike, the researchers noted. Overall, destigmatization, whether that's due to the Me Too movement or other social political movements, have made people feel safer coming and seeking care, said lead researcher Emily Vaught at UM Medical student. It is not clear if people who go to the ER after sex assault are not going to the police, Vaught added, for perhaps they feel that they're the only place that they can go, she said. For the study, Vaught and her colleagues used data from millions of emergency departments visits that they found in 2006, more than 3,600 men and women aged 18 to 65 sought emergency care following sex assault. In 2019, that number jumped nearly 55,000. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. Okay, that's pretty much what I want to get into today, y'all. Want to get into today how and why these numbers are increasing like this. Why are these numbers increasing like this? Let's do it. Why? Let me make a little thing here. Why are the number of increasing? Right? I don't know what's going on, man. What's going on? Let's find out, man. That's the wrong one. There we go. All right, y'all. Let's do this. Let's talk about it. So why are the numbers of sex crimes increasing, right? Especially towards women and children. Women and children are the biggest chunk of of victims of SCX abuse and crimes, right? Why is this number growing? Why are men looking to violate women and children? Why? I don't want to just reduce it to black people. This is just men in general. Why are they doing that, right? What are some reasons why this stuff is happening? Well, I mean, first of all, you got to have people that understand that this stuff is happening. We got to acknowledge that it's going on, right? Because we got people out here that's what they do. Their whole life is surrounds victimizing other people. They may not be, they may not leave physical scars on them, but they definitely leave spiritual and mental scars on these people, right? When they victimize them like that, right? I mean, let's take for example. I want y'all to see, man, how some of these dudes think, man. Because but the question we want to remember, the question we want to realize is why is it increasing? Why is this thing increasing, right? Because I just started a program called POW, P-O-W, Protect Our Women and Children, right? This is what we're trying to do. This is another thing I'm doing, right? Where we talk to these young men and teach them how to appropriately deal with women in the workplace, at school, in social settings. You can't just do or say whatever you want to do nowadays, man. It's really affecting our community, right? But I want y'all to hear. This is a man that used to do that. I don't know if he's still. Hopefully, he ain't doing it no more. But he definitely got caught a few times doing it, and he's going to talk about how he did it, how he was moving at the time. All right, so let's listen to this dude.
Grooming. I would check out their family situation. I would check out their clothing to see how well they were, financially. I would check out their social interaction with other kids. When we were on the ballparks or on the gym floor, I would make sure which ones I wanted to molest. I would give them special attention, congratulate them, talk to them when I know that I would never be allowed to talk to anybody else. Aside from everybody, I would give them the attention that an official is not supposed to give anybody. And it made them feel like, wow, he's paying me attention. It is a direct form of grooming.
Were there certain characteristics that you looked for in children before molesting them?
In children, yes, but more, I also looked at their families. If I thought the father was a threat, I would not approach the child. If I thought that the child had friends that he would tell.
Okay. Okay. You heard what the man said. Oh man, you don't have to be, you could just pay your child support and you don't have to be there. No, you got to be on scene. You got to be on scene sometimes, man. You got to pop up every now and then, because guess what? Guys like this are looking for your children. They see that the father's not involved. You heard this man just say. I'm going to play it again for you, man. Let me play it again for you. I'm going to play it again for you.
If I thought the father was a threat, I would not approach the child.
Okay, y'all heard him say that yourself. If he thought that the father was a threat, he wouldn't even approach the child. This is why I'm always saying to black men, we got to get involved with our children. We got to get involved with our children, right? Our children, man. Because guys like this are out here, man. They're out here, right? They're your track coach. They're your ballet dancer coach. There's your basketball coach. They're your softball coach. They're your they're your algebra teacher. These dudes is out here, man. Yeah. Thank you, Patrice. Yeah, pay attention, man. Pay attention, because I'm telling you, man, and not so much, I mean, I know the women are just more alert to this kind of stuff. Typically, I'm not saying they're 100%. Nobody's 100%, but women are just more, typically more alerted to this kind of thing. Whereas men, we are just clueless, right? We think every man is like us. I ain't into nothing like that. So, every man is all good unless he's way outside of the boundary, right? So we don't even think that they're men that think like this. But you heard him. The first thing he said is he would see if the father was in the picture, right? And what kind of condition he was in. If he felt the father was a threat, how could the father be a threat to his own child? No, he's saying he thought that the father would be a threat to his intentions, right? Come on, let's finish up with this dude. Let's finish up and see what else he got to say.
If I thought that the child had friends that he would tell, I would not approach him. If I thought the child had friends that were in the same capacity he was, I would approach him. For the simple fact that if I could molest him, I could lure him into grooming him into believing that he would enjoy it. And therefore, I could manipulate him into having his other friends come and be molested by me as well.
So perhaps a child that doesn't really have a whole lot of friends, maybe not really a strong family, things like that.
Yes, no spiritual values.
Did you hear what he said? He said, having no spiritual values. I'm going to say it again. He said, having no spiritual values. Huh? This is a man that was, victimizing children, explaining how he was successful at doing it. What made him successful in doing this? Huh? But this is directly connected to the fathers being around. Okay, so you can't be in the same house with your children. It's not gonna work, right? For whatever reason, the relationship with the mother didn't work out. But you still gotta be on deck. You still gotta be on deck. You still gotta show up. Guys like this, they looking for children where the father's not around, and he just said they looking for children where there is no spiritual guidance. They could see that there's no spiritual guidance. They don't have a connection spiritually to no in particular ideology. Right? This is why I tell black men. People tell me all the time, man, it ain't the men, it's the women's fault. No. It's totally on the men. It's totally on the men to get involved, because so many of the aggressors are men that they need to see other men around. Come on, y'all. They need to see other men around. Anyway, let's finish up with this dude.
Weak in education, needs help in many ways. Education, needs help in many ways. Even from split parenting, has a mother who enjoy it. And therefore, I can manipulate him into having his other friends come and be molested by me as well.
So perhaps a child that doesn't really have a whole lot of friends, maybe not really a strong family, things like that.
Yes, no spiritual values. weak in education, you know.
Here's his last thing. Weak in education. Shout out to Sister Sophia. Glad to have you in the building, sister. See now you talking, Sister Annie, right? Now I don't know about anybody else, but I know me and Rico did this, man, because we got similar stories on this. Where the mothers we were both coaches, little league coaches, and these mothers would just drop these children off, man, and sometimes they would just leave them there. They would be like, oh, you know, like the practice would be from like 6 to 8, right? Man, I had times, Rico's had times, but these parents don't show up till 9:30. You don't know where this kid lives. He don't even know where he lives, right? I mean, he know where he lives, but he don't know how to get there, right? So you can't take him home, right? So what do? You got to just sit there and wait for the mother to come. Here she come after getting smashed out of her mind. I didn't know. I forgot you was even over here. Here I am with this boy all by myself, right? You know what I'm saying? If I was a dirty, dastardly dude like this guy, when he was doing what he was doing, who knows, right? But you can't do that no more. That's why my wife said, well, I'm going to take the baby to karate. You're going to sit right there with her. Don't leave. Don't leave. Can't do that no more. Back in the day, we used to do that, Sister Annie. We used to drop your kid off, right? Because dudes were solid, man. They were solid cats. Most cats were solid. But this is the problem. This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm talking about this. It's growing. This type of situation is growing. Excuse me. This situation is growing. And we got to deal with this stuff, man. We got to deal with this. Sister Sophia said, you also need for us women to say something. It's a shame how many females see their husbands or mates or coaches abuse children, turn blind. That is terrible. That is terrible. That is terrible, Sister Sophia. You're right. There's a lot of times that happens, man, but that is terrible. That's terrible. I just don't see how a woman could do that. But I've seen some situations where a woman can do it. I saw this one sister. Y'all know it was in the news, man. It was like maybe 10, 15 years ago, where this dude and his wife was going out and snatching girls up and having putting them in like having weird sex with them and then murking them. And it got so bad that they murked her sister, her biological sister. They murked this sister, man. They murked that little girl. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I don't understand how. And the woman didn't say nothing. And her defense was, I was so scared for my life. But yeah, but your sister? Okay, maybe the other people, but your sister, this is your blood sister. Ain't that much scary in the world, man. Sister Sophia said, Bunny DeBarge went to, oh man, the DeBarge situation was a horrible, that's about as horrible as a situation can get. What Bunny DeBarge and really what Bobby DeBarge went through. Ay. I mean, all of them really. But I mean, from what I hear, Bobby DeBarge got it the worst. He carried the heaviest load. I mean, man, that's terrible. But I want y'all to see this stuff is on the rise and what to look for. And I want you to see, you should see what your enemy is looking for. Is this your enemy? Is this your enemy? Is these pedo predators, are they your enemy? Yes, Clarence, they're my enemy. Well, you should know what your enemy is looking for, right? You should know what your enemy is out here looking for. Because your enemy, guess what? Your enemy is not going to have a uniform on that says, I am the enemy of Sister Sophia. I'm looking to do you all kind of wrong. It's not going to be all on their shirt. They're gonna have some nice clothes on, a tie. They're gonna come looking nice. I'm about to get you, Sister Annie. I'm out. They're not gonna have that on their clothes. They're not gonna have that on their forehead. Right? They're gonna look like a regular dude. Right? You probably see this dude walk right past him, wouldn't even think that he was out there, chomoing people, right? But they're out here. They're out here. That's why I keep pushing this program. And I keep pushing it to black men. Yes, black women, y'all need to have your eyes open too. Definitely, definitely. But black men, man, we don't understand, man. We don't understand. These dudes is out here. You gotta cover your family like a cloak, like you got to cover them, man. Like a warm blanket, you got to be cover them. Yet on the outside, you bulletproof. You got to make your family bulletproof by being in there, right? Women too. We got to make each other bulletproof. We can't let people like this come in and do what they want to do, right? But these people get in. How? How do they get in? They get in by what's the word I want to use? Manipulation, but what's the word I want to use? The word I want to use is they get in by disguising themselves. They disguise themselves as regular people, and they know how to say things in a way to put the people at ease, to make the people think they're a normal person. But all they're doing is waiting for their time to strike. This man said, what's the first thing he said? He said, I make sure that the father is not a threat. That's the first thing he said. That's the first thing they're looking for is you, black man and woman. Well, not the woman, really. They're looking for you, man. Black or white or whatever color you are. They're looking for you. They're looking for us. They're looking for us. That's why when they talk to them, they say, how's your, you know what I'm saying? When they're at school pushing that broom or pushing that mop or coaching or whatever, they say, hey, how how's your relationship with your dad? How you feel about, and you know what they're looking to hear? I don't talk to my dad. I don't talk to my dad. I don't talk to my dad in 2 months, 3 months. That's when they little ears pop up. They little molester ears pop up. Oh, really? Why not? We just don't get along. Oh, okay. Tell me about your situation with your mom. We don't get along either. I don't talk to her hardly anybody. The ears pop up again. Boop. Maybe this is one. Maybe this is one I can get over on. Right? And they seek to further isolate them. They seek to further isolate these people. Once they see they're on an island, they're like, yeah, I can deal with somebody that's on the island. They don't want nobody with no good interpersonal relationships with people. Why? Because as soon as they do something, they're going to tell. They don't want to be known. They want to be hidden. Right? Sister Sophia said, my baby girl's dad went through hell with his dad being Church of God in Christ, pastor, tapping, and impregnate. Oh, man, 16-year-old girl. Ouch. His mom thought the girl was dating him, not her husband. Sad, man. It's sad. But it's the reality of the world we live in, man. We can sit back and say, oh, this is sad. This is a bad thing. It shouldn't happen. It should. But now that puts us who's trying to be good. Sophia said, long story short, the family made him step down and shotgun marry the kid. Oh, man. Ouch. Well, different people got different ways how they gonna handle stuff. You know what I'm saying? Different people got, but holy smokes. But we got to realize that these people are out here. There's nothing we can do to make them go away. We can't make them go away. This world is too evil. It's too wicked. They're not going to go away. They can't go away. Right? So we now as men have to be on the defensive. As family people, we got to be on the defensive. Right? We got to meet somebody. We got to assume that we don't know about them. We used to could assume somebody was a good person just by the way they was dressed or how the way they was talking, right? Can't assume that no more. What you got to assume is, I don't know what this dude is about. You got to be open to the fact that this person could have a range of different things going on. You don't know. You never know. Right? I didn't see what's happening with Larry Reed, Patrice, but I did see your girl, Jaguar Wright. We just talked to her a couple weeks ago. We just talked to her. And look at what she's going through now with her and her husband and them people from Nature Boy and all of that. You never know. You never know what's going on, man. You never know. When I saw you talking to her, Patrice, I thought she was solid. I thought her situation was solid. That's crumbling like some crackers. Like crackers you put in soup. I mean, and I'm sorry to see it happen to the sister, man. I thought she was a pretty solid sister. But yikes. Yikes. You never know, y'all. You never know. But we got to, she said, yeah, I can't speak publicly about that. I have to speak to her privately. Yeah, man. You need to holler at your girl because they put it out there looking real kind of crazy. And I was like, what? We were just talking to this lady. She seemed real solid. What's going on? And Sister Sophia said, the females are just as bad messing with the little boys and teens. Yeah, I just saw one get arrested down there in Florida. Saw this Asian chick. She jumping on the she was trying to jump on this she's trying to jump on this girl down there. The girl finally got tired of her and told. Yeah, the demons out here. Demons are real. Demons are real, Sophia. The demons are real. But see, we grown up, right? The rest of us, we done been through. We got the bumps on our head from trusting these kind of people and having stuff happen, right? We got bumps on, but we now need to make sure that nobody else get no bumps on their head. That's what we got to do. But I'm gonna show y'all today, man. It's a bunch of different these dudes out here, man. Bunch of different things you do. Let me finish up with this cat right here.
Need help in many ways, even from split parenting. Has a mother who may be having problems with the family. Well, here comes superhero in to help out. Wow. Well, thank you.
Did you hear what he said? He said split parents, but he really means single moms. He gonna come in and jump in and be there for the single moms. Well, Clarence, that's what I told you, man. These women, they just, yeah, but if you was on scene, bro, it wouldn't go like that. It wouldn't go like that. Because the new boyfriend or the dude that's, the hangers-ons, whatever, just trying to, the ones that's just orbiters that's trying to, do nice things just to get in there. They wouldn't have the free hand to move like that if the father was involved. If what us as men was more involved with our children. But Clarence, of course, said I could only see him on the weekend. So go back to court and see if you can see him all the time. Clarence, you just don't understand. Oh, no? I'm gonna be on Hill Street in downtown LA with my son. I'm going over custody again in March. I've been going through this for years with this baby. Baby, 5 years old. I've been going through this thing for at least 3 years with them. I know what I'm talking about. But you got to be always present as a father. Always present. Always. We got to always be present. Even with our women. We got to. I know, man. See, in the manosphere, they gonna come pitchforking for me, right? Looking for me like Frankenstein, right? Clarence, you pandering with this ugly face. Which of these women gonna come? Who I need to pander to? Man, come on, man. I'm not trying to pander to nobody. I love our sisters, man. I love them for just being in the sisterhood, man. Yeah, I do. But I ain't trying to get nothing from them that doesn't belong to me. Their sexual energy doesn't belong to me. So I'm not trying to get that from them. I'm just trying to get their love and respect. Just like I'm trying to give them love and respect. You pandering, Glenn, you trying to be a pick-me man. I guess so. I guess I am. But I think we need to protect our women and children. We need to protect them. Clarence, they ain't gonna listen. See, they gotta submit. They gotta submit before I'm gonna protect them. They gotta submit. Okay. But if you want submission, shout out to Dr. Hood. Dr. Hood said, "You pandering, Clarence." Well, Doc, look, man, I'm trying. I love our sisterhood, man, and I'm trying to make sure they're gonna be okay, brother. That's what I'm doing. So if that's pandering, I'm pandering, Doc. I know you still love me anyway, Doc. So that's okay. I ain't worried about. I ain't worried about pandering. This is Sophia said, unfortunately, when people want to holler at the coach or NFL referee, excuse me, or athlete singer, they see it okay to let kids be passed around. Kids see mom get tossed out and see it as the norm. Yeah. Oh, I know you are, Dr. Hood, man. I know you. I've talked to you so many times, brother. I know how intelligent you are. I was just messing with you too. But yeah, man, it's sad, Sister Sophia. It's sad when we see that and we see that run around and we go, what? But I'm trying to emphasize something to the brothers. I'm trying to emphasize something to you, that these type of people are looking for your absence. They're looking for incompetence in the father. They're looking for your absence, your nonchalant attitude towards the safety of your children and your wife and your women. And once they can see publicly, why does it happen so much in the black community? Because they see publicly that you have this nonchalant attitude, even abrasive attitude toward the single mothers and the black children. Your enemy can walk right through your front door. They don't even have to go through your front door. They go right through your television. They go right through your computer. Walk right into your house and set up shop right there in your house. And meanwhile, while you out chilling with the fellas at the bar or at the club, your little girl is being groomed by a dude like this on the computer. Let me send you some clothes. Well, you can't send it to me. You can send it to my friend or send it to my friend's house or send it to, right? They're being groomed to get on that pole. See, our duty as fathers and grandfathers, I got a baby right now. I got a granddaughter right now. I don't care what her father do, but my job is to make sure she ain't getting on that pole. She ain't going to be sliding down that pole. If she slide down that pole, she'll be sliding down the pole she got in her house for a husband. She won't be sliding down that pole for a bunch of different dudes in a place that smells like, behind in sweat socks when they throwing a bunch of money on the bunch of money at her, right? If she gonna slide down the pole, she slide down the pole for her husband. She gonna wear them crazy high heels, she wear them crazy high heels for her husband, right? You say, if I knew the person on a personal level like I know Jag, I don't use people's situations for clicks and views. I speak on them personally and privately. That's how I get down. Yeah, we know, Patrice. I'm just saying, I think you need to holler at her. From some of the stuff I've seen recently. I think you need to give her a call. I mean, you're a solid sister, man, and I think she needs solid people in her circle right now. When some of the stuff I've seen her, I think she needs somebody solid like yourself to really touch base with her. I'm not gonna put her out there right now. I'm not gonna put all her stuff out there right now, but I know you know what I'm talking about. So, and I was right there when we were talking to her. I was like, what? When I saw this other stuff dropping, I was like, what's going on? You know what I mean? But I only brought her up to show the fact that you never know what's going on behind the scenes, man. You never know. It may look like everything's all good. It may look like that, but in reality, might not be as solid as it looks, right? So we got to tread lightly. In other words, we got to tread lightly. Don't take people at face value. Don't take them at face value. You know what I'm saying? Let them show you what they're about. Most people will show you what they're about, right? Most people, if you let them talk long enough, they'll show you what they're about, right? Anyway, let's finish with this dude, man, because we're almost done.
No problem. You ever need me to take him away for the night so you can have a night out? No problem. It works.
Did you hear what this dude said? He said that he could offer to babysit the kids. Hey, you go on out. Have a good time. Right? Have a good time. Go on out. Go on out, Patrice, go on out. I got the baby. I'll take care of him. I know somebody like Patrice will be like, man, please, right? Right? But there's a lot of sisters out here, man. They just not. They so desperate to have some semblance of their past life that they willing to do this kind of stuff, man. They're willing to trust their children with people, right? I remember one time, my wife had went back to work, right? My wife said, "Hey, she said, I got a job." I said, "Okay, cool," because my wife typically didn't work, but she had got a job doing something she liked to do, right? So I said, "Okay, all right, how we gonna do this though? Because you've been taking care of our son since he was born, right? My son's probably about 2 years old, right?" I wish him up. That's why I say, sis, man, you need to get back there to holler at your girl, man, because she needs somebody really, really solid in her life right now, man. She really does. She really does. But one time, man, my wife went back to work. When my oldest boy was probably about 2 years old, and I said, "Oh, okay." I was a little nervous, right, because I didn't want my sons going to daycare. I really didn't want them going to daycare because I had heard so many bad things happening in daycare. So, but she was like, no. Check this lady out. She's cool, this and that. And so she said, "I want you to meet her." I said, "Okay." I went and met this lady. Seemed like a real cool lady, right? Had a little daycare right around the corner from the house. I was like, "Okay, cool. This will work," right? So my son go over there, and first week was cool, right? Up until Friday. Friday, I went to go pick my son. I went to go check on my son. I got out of work early that day. Oh yeah, I got out of work early that day. So I went to go get my son. I said, "Man, maybe me and my, me and my boy, we'd go and hang out, you know what I'm saying? Eat a burger, go to the park or something, hang out. He was only 2 years old, something like that. So I said, I got up early, man. Let me go check, see what's up. I go to the daycare place. I'm knocking on the door. First of all, this chick comes out. I'm like, who are you? She's like, I'm the person that's doing this here. I said, what? I said, where's so-and-so, the lady that actually owns the daycare? Oh, she's not here right now. I'm here. I said, well, I need to see my son. Well, which one is he? I said, his name is Malik. He's the one over there, She goes, hold on. And, she was on the phone, by the way, but she came to the door. She's on the phone. What you want? I said, hey, I'm here to see my son. I just want to check on him, see how he was doing. Well, he's asleep now. I said, whoa. I said, well, let him wake him up and let me talk to him real quick. Because if my son was enjoying himself, I was going to leave him there. And, I was just going to go play some hoop or something, or do something with my time, right? Until it's time to pick him up. So she goes and gets my son. Now, mind you, this is summertime. My son is dressed, my wife had dressed him because it was cold in the morning, but, he's supposed to take his jacket off and his hat and all that stuff. Comes to the door, it was burning up in that house. He comes to the door with all that stuff still on. I'm like, what? Why you got all this on? He's like, I don't know. But I said, how you doing? And he had this look in his face like, help me. This chick is crazy. Help me. Right? But he didn't say that, right? He just had the look in his eye like, you know your children, right? And so she said, well, he got to go back to sleep. I said, no, he don't. He coming with me. Go get his bag. Go get his stuff. He coming with me. And so she went and got his stuff and came with me. I asked him, I said, hey, what was going on in there? He said, I don't know, man. She didn't give us nothing to eat, and she just been on the phone the whole time. Come to find out, what happened was the lady that ran the place actually had a job. She had got a job herself. So she got a job, and she was, instead of her working at the place that she had, she hired this other chick from I don't know if y'all know, if you don't live in California they got a program called the GAIN program, right? Where you can hire, you get tax benefits for hiring people that have either had problems with the law or had some type of issue. You could get that if you hire people like that, giving them a second chance, you get tax breaks for doing that, right? Tax credits for that. So anyway, that's what she had did. She hired this chick from the GAIN program and had her paying her like what, a couple dollars an hour, whatever they was paying. She was paying her $1. Meanwhile, that chick was like very unqualified to be watching 10 or 15 children, right? Anyway, I took my son. I said, I ain't never taking him back over there. My wife was like, what happened? I said, I ain't never taking him back over there. How they treated him. You gonna have to figure out what you gonna do, because this ain't gonna work. And my son never went back over there. But see, you don't know, right? See, the lady had us believing that she was gonna be the one that was taking care of our children. She was nice. She was cool. This other chick was like, I'm like, what the hell? Imagine if, let me see, who was ratchet? Imagine if Cardi B had a daycare center, right? Imagine Cardi B, old Cardi B had a daycare center. Like a 70-year-old Cardi B had a daycare center. You'd be like, what the hell? Mom said, my wife and I didn't leave our son with anyone, including family members. We always made sure one of us was there. Yeah, man, that's the best way to do it if you can. And sometimes, Vaughn, man, it's hard. You know what I'm saying? People, it's either one family and, they can't be, somebody has to go to work, right? But if you can take care of your own children, that's to me the best way to do it. That's the best way to do it. Sister Sophia said the Aries Spears and what's her name? I know you're talking about Tiffany Haddish. That used to date comment. Well, their skits with the babysitter come wake up call. Yeah, man. But see, people like that do stuff like that because they're so far removed, Sister Sophia. They're so far removed from stuff like that happening They ain't in the real world with the rest of us where stuff like that actually goes down, right? It's stuff like that goes down, but they're not here. Anyway, I want to show you a couple more clips, and then I'm gonna open it up. I'm gonna put the link out, man, because I really want y'all to see that, man, it's happening a lot, and why is it happening? Well, so that's the question we're gonna ask y'all. Why is this stuff increasing? It shouldn't be increasing, right? It shouldn't be. It should be where it's decreasing, right? So we got all this technology. It should be decreasing, right? But it's not. It's increasing, and unfortunately, it's getting to the point where you can't. Who can you trust? Who can you trust? Right? Yeah, that's what we eventually had to do, Vaughn. We had to eventually start working some alternative shifts so that one person could be there with the babies. Oh, she said, not true, Brother Clarence. Tiffany Haddish talked about her experience with it while in foster care. I hear you, Patrice, but what I'm saying is she probably had put it so far. See, most people that have been through something like that, they would never have done what she did, right? They would have never joked about something like that, right? But she put it so far back in her head to just move forward that she was so far removed mentally, spiritually from it that she was able to do something like that, right? Because most people that have been involved in a situation like that, they're very sensitive. They're like, I ain't doing that. No. Well, it's just a joke. No, that ain't no joke. I've been through that situation. No, that's not no joke, right? That's what the average person would say. But for whatever reason, she was able to, I'll do it. Yeah, it's no problem. I don't know. Anyway, this is a deputy. Well, let me see what Sister Sophia said. She said, when I have a job, my dad told hubby at time, Sophia still better have place clean and food on the table. You know why I didn't play? No, they don't play. I thought Dad was mean. I love him to death. Indeed, yeah. It's pretty clear cut how things are supposed to go in the nation. Definitely. Definitely. But right now, y'all, what we're gonna do is we're gonna watch. And I saw this dude get interviewed, man. It was an ugly situation, man. This is a cop down in San Diego, man. Just bought a new house. Wife just had got her job and finished school and got a new job. They was just getting off the ground, man. They was just getting off the ground. And this dude was doing all this time behind the scenes. This is what this dude was doing.
We begin with the San Diego Sheriff's deputy behind bars accused of sex crimes against children. Thank you for joining us. I'm Kimberly Hunt, and here's what we know. 27-year-old Jalen Fleer was arrested and charged on 15 charges. We know there are at least 3 alleged victims. The youngest is under 14 years old. ABC 10 News reporter Jennifer De La Cruz explains what led to the arrest.
The San Diego Sheriff's Department booking one of their own into jail. 27-year-old Jalen Devin Fleer was arrested by Chula Vista police Wednesday night. His jail log shows more than a dozen sex crime charges against 3 minors. Those charges include lewd and lascivious acts, one with a child under 14 and 2 charges with a child 14 and or 15, pandering, oral copulation with someone under 16, luring a minor for a sex offense, and harmful material sent to seduce a minor.
Okay, so all right, so what this dude was doing was he was sending pictures of his private areas to these underage girls, man. One of the girls that he did all this to was 9 years old. But most of them was around 13 or 14. But he was hooking up with this chick that was 9 years old. I wouldn't even call her a chick. This was a kid, a child, 9 years old. This is a grown man sending pictures of his penis to a 9-year-old girl. I mean, I had to take a breath, man, because I'm like, what? And I saw the dude get interviewed. I saw them interrogating this dude, right? He was like, oh no, he was trying to play it off. Oh no, it was Snapchat, and that was a long time ago, and they got it. They had him. He hooking up with people. He hooking up with these 13-year-old girls. And you know what he was doing? And here's the dumbest part he was doing. He was hooking up with them in his uniform. Sending pictures of him in his uniform. Shout out to Scam Likely, man. Glad to have you in the building, brother. I couldn't believe it. Yeah, you're right, Patrice. Ain't no chick 9 years old. None. That is a girl. That is a baby. That's like Sister Sophia said. That's a baby. That is a baby. Imagine if a police officer is sending pictures of himself naked to your 9-year-old daughter. This is absolutely outrageous, man. But see, this stuff is increasing. It's increasing. It's getting worse. It's worse and worse and worse. Oh man, I think he got like 60 years. I think he got like 60 years. Guy's gonna be an old man by the time they release him. But just he won't be ready for nothing but Geritol and those Epsom salt baths. See, you ain't old enough to. You ain't old enough to know about the Epsom salt bath, huh? There's an Epsom salt bath. You put the Epsom salt in the water. Y'all too young to know about that. All right, brother. Let's finish up with the San Diego sheriff deputy that got caught dealing with these minors, man. I don't think so, Sister Eddie. I don't think it'll be in the general population. They can't. That's why I'm always, when I'm out here talking, because I got to go talk to LA County Probation tomorrow, right? Because I'm trying to put a program together where we can educate these young men on what not to do and what's going to happen. And so a lot of times when I talk to these people, you know what the biggest issue is, Sister Eddie? The cost of the program that I'm trying to teach. It's about $500 a student, right? Well, when I was teaching it for the city, they was paying like $1,200 a student, right? I'm teaching more for $500, right, per student, right? So I go into talk to some of these facilities, and and I'm telling them, hey man, this cost can we can save a lot of people from being victimized, and the cost is low. How much does it cost in the state of California to house an inmate for 1 year? About $63,000, right? $63,000 it costs one inmate, right? $63,000. I'm charging $500, and hopefully that guy won't never end up in jail because he knows I've been through a lot of this stuff already. Some people just gonna do what they're gonna do, but we can affect it. We can make some of these numbers go down, right? But their biggest issue is the price, right? And I said, okay, $63,000 for one inmate to be in prison, right? Be housed and fed in prison. But that's in the general population. A person in we call it in a special unit, that person costs more. The costs go up to deal with that person, right? The cost to deal with that person goes up, probably about $73,000 or $80,000 a year, right? And I got the solution for you, but anyway, I got to go to LA Probation tomorrow and discuss this situation with them tomorrow. But that's the big issue with them is the price. But I mean, anyway, let's finish up with Jalen Fleer, former San Diego County Sheriff's deputy that was sending pictures of his you-know-what went to little girls from 14 years old all the way down to 9 years old. Let's push it.
West Police released a statement Thursday afternoon saying Fleer had been arrested without incident. They say the investigation started back in April when they received 2 anonymous tips. From that, they were able to confirm there were 3 victims involved. Fleer worked as a correctional deputy at the Central Jail downtown. The investigation shows the alleged crimes were not tied to his job as a sheriff's deputy. A quick Google search shows Fleer graduated from Santana High School in Santee back in 2011. He played varsity baseball and football, according to MaxPreps.com. ABC 10 News can confirm Fleer's Facebook page was deleted in May of this year. The Sheriff's Department released a statement Thursday afternoon, reading in part, "The department takes allegations of illegal activity by its employees very seriously. We hold all our deputies to the highest standards and will hold deputies who violate the law accountable." The department says Fleer was placed on leave once the investigation started and from that point on did not have contact with the public. The 15 felony charges are under review with the district attorney's office, so if he is convicted, there was no maximum prison sentence set just yet. Fleer is being held on no bail. His first court appearance is scheduled for July 31st. Jennifer Dela Cruz, ABC 10 News.
All right, y'all. That's Jalen Fleer, right? That's Jalen Fleer, white guy.
I've been getting paid $1,000 a month, if not more, just from this app on my phone.
Okay. Jalen Fleer. Okay, now so this is the thing, like you said, Patrice, it's sick, twisted, evil, and demonic, right? But why is it increasing? Why is it increasing? Why is this stuff increasing? Right? We got all this technology. We got all this stuff. Why is it that this stuff is increasing? Now, one of the reasons why I'm going to say it is, you know what? Let me put it out there. Anybody want to help me answer this question? One of the things that I'm going to say it is the wickedness. This world is wicked. This world is wicked. What you mean, Clarence? Wicked? That's a cliche, right? That's a cliche, Clarence. What does that mean? That's just something people say. No, brothers and sisters, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not just saying something just to say it. This world is wicked from the top, or what we consider the top down, which would be the rich down to the poor, right? The rich constantly manipulating the poor, the less fortunate and the poor to do what they do, to manipulate them, to constantly keep the less fortunate and off balance, less fortunate and poor off balance. Because if the less fortunate team up with the poor, they could overthrow the rich, and the rich know that. Just like on a plantation, you don't want to see the house niggas friendly with the field niggas. You don't want the field niggas and the house niggas get friendly with each other, because then they can come against you as the master. So you always want that animosity between the two. Therefore, they got so much animosity between each other. They're not even thinking about the moves you making as the master, because they got so much hatred for each other, right? Keep that strife going. That's how wicked this world is. And the people who are at the top who can make the decisions, shout out to you, Risa, glad to have you in the building. The people that can make the decisions to what goes in front of us as images, they can decide what images to put in front of us and what images to hold back from you, right? Right? They tell you, George Washington was a founding father. How dare you say anything about George Washington? He was a founding father. George Washington was a slave owner. He was a deceiver, a master deceiver. Yes, he was given the presidency, but he was a master deceiver. But you know what? The only thing they say, shout out to the Harris tribe. I saw you yesterday, man, on what do you call that, Pseudo Saturday? I saw you, brother. Now, good job, man. You doing good jobs. I'm doing good things out there. You and your wife, man. Shout out to y'all, man. If you haven't already subscribed to Harris Tribe Media Group, man, get your butt over there and subscribe to them right away. But when I say this world is wicked, what I mean, wicked? I mean, these people, I'll talk about George Washington. George Washington, only thing they say about him is how he was the first president, and all you hear is good things about him, even though he had this other stuff going on, right? But here now you got Martin King. You got Martin Luther King. And what they tell you about Martin Luther King, he was a womanizer. He was in it for the money. He was a poor leader. They tell you all this stuff about him, right? But try to tell white people about George Washington, about how he was this and that, and he was a slave owner. He was a dastardly human being, right? A liar, right? Man, white folks will close ranks on you so bad. What you mean you talking about George Washington? They'll close ranks on you so bad, so quick. Whoop! You won't be able to talk none of that stuff. But let you start talking about Martin, but they'll throw the first thing they throw out there, and not only them. Now they got us doing it. Martin Luther King was running around with all these different women. Maybe he was. Maybe he was. Does that take away from the good that the man was doing? Right? We got to separate. All of us have a side of us that's not that good that we have to control consciously. All of us do. We all have a side of ourselves that we have to control. Patrice said, why are we talking about Harvey Weinstein? We're going to get, okay, let's get into it. But here's the thing, y'all. Why? Why is this stuff increasing? Why is these type of behavior, why are these type of men being able to be out here and do this stuff, and they doing it more often? Even though we got people that are getting caught, like Weinstein and what's the other dude that murked himself, Jeffrey Epstein. We got people, man, that's out here. But why is it increasing? And I'm talking about the wickedness of the world that we live in. It's just wicked. And is that a cliche, Clarence? No, it's not. The people at the top, the people that control the media, the images and the information that you get, the people that can control that have a way of systematically making sure that you get a certain perspective. This is what I talk about George Washington. You get a certain perspective, right? You can't go running around. People will say, when you say George Washington, especially white folks, our white friends will say, hey, he was a great man, right? It's like the Dave Chappelle joke, right? Him and the white guy go back in the time machine, and the white guy will go, wow, Dave, look, that's George Washington. Wow, he's a great man. And then Dave Chappelle said, look out, that's George Washington. He's going to make you a slave, and you run. It depends. It's just the perspective that they give you, right? OG Patrice said, the Bible talks about why this is happening. Yeah, I hear you. But what I'm trying to do, Patrice, is put it in practical, put it in practicality. Because a lot of people don't read the Bible. So I gotta make it even more practical, right? shout out to Sister Sophia. What's going on with you, sis?
What's up, brother?
What's going on? Oh, man. So honored to have all these beautiful sisters up here. What's going
Yes,
on,
sir.
Patrice?
Hey,
Happy
Patrice.
hey, Sophia. How's everybody doing?
So far, so good, sis. So
Can't
far, so good.
complain.
That's
But,
good. Happy Sunday, everyone. Salute to the chat. Happy Sunday, everybody. I hope everybody had a great weekend.
Good idea.
And a happy new year, too, to all those that I have not spoken to, have not heard the sound of my voice, I have not seen since last year.
Man, well, you got to come back. You got to come back and have you bring your show back. But,
Oh, yeah, I'll be back next month.
Okay, cool. Okay, now
And
I
I'm
wanna-
so happy to hear your voice, Clarence. You sound wonderful.
Yes,
Thank you,
bro.
sis.
Good to
Thank
have you back, bro. Missed you.
Y'all. Glad to-
Missed
glad to have
everybody.
y'all. Yeah, glad to have y'all, man. Glad to be back because it was a tough road for the last couple of weeks, man. It was a tough road, but I'm back. You know what I mean? I'm one of them hard-headed horses. Them death angels come for me. Sister Sophia, they come for me. I just beat them down and push them out. Get out.
There you go. Rebuke them. Rebuke them.
Oh,
If I hey, NA.
Wait a minute. Have y'all ever seen such a beautiful panel? Let me pull it back up here. Y'all see this? Oh my gosh. Glad to have you, Sister Annie. How you doing?
We have missed you, Brother Clarence, so much. Oh my goodness. But you know what? And I'm sorry, I don't want to cut whoever. I'm so glad that you took the time that you needed. You give so much to us effortlessly. And I know, like, I can hear you sometimes when you're going through the streams, and I see where, like, you know that it's time for you to get off, and you still hang on to be able to finish the conversation out. So I thank you so much for all the time that you give to us and how you have helped all of us grow. And I told Patrice, I didn't know how addicted I was. I was having withdrawals.
That is so wonderful. I love you, NA, because I saw what you said. Like I said, a ounce of prevention is better than a pound of cure.
Mm-hmm.
There's so many busybodies. I got that word from the Bible. Mm-hmm. And when people are busybody, you can mean exactly, you can be as sweet as honey, and people will find a way to twist, maneuver, and do all that thing. So, you know what I'm saying? The only way that you know what I'm saying, like I told Clarence, rise up and stay chosen. He's the only one that I'll say that to. Rise up and rise on. I've been using that since last year. We're gonna do it. That's what we were bred for, to do it. But to be chosen is an honor. And a lot of people, whether they Black, white, Asian, Latino, Italian, whatever they want to be, they can't be you, Brother Clarence. We love you.
I appreciate you. And I feel that. Thank you so much, Sister Sophia. Appreciate you so much. You inspired me so much. You just don't realize it. Just don't know it, man. I can't put it into words how you inspired me. Just from the first time I actually heard you talking so much to when I saw you on Knowledge and Relationships, at that point, really just inspired me, and it's been inspiring me ever since. So I appreciate you, sis. I appreciate you. I appreciate all of y'all. But yeah, definitely, Sister Sophia, appreciate you so much.
And
man.
no disrespect for anybody. Is one thing that my dad taught me, and my dad was he was best friends with the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, and my dad used certain words to where I wouldn't get triggered. And, you know, I can't use those words today, but my dad bred me. I remember, you know, saying when I used that with a little child, and a Black sister told me, so now we effing horses. And I stepped back. Baby, I'ma always let you go forward. I was nurtured and bred to know when to be quiet, and to let you, if it's anything that I say, we have we have forgotten how to be our brother's keeper. So now we want to be our brother. Oh, he got a pick in his head. I want one too. Oh, she got a Benz. I want one too. Oh, they got this and that. And like I said, it's a thing about control. That's why these people, they don't want a woman. They don't want, what I'm saying? First you had a wife. Now you got 8, 9, 10 baby mamas. It's about control. It's about you. It's about nothing. Nobody else matters. And that's where, what I'm saying, the words that OG Patrice was choosing. What I'm saying? Once you allow certain things to enter you, I promise you, you won't, pull them back. And the Bible say, what I'm saying, where, what I'm saying, you'll sweep around your door and, what I'm saying, 7 will come back. Try 6,000. That's what I learned, not 7, 6,000. Because Satan is so plentiful. You don't even have to have demons around. People insist on throwing certain signs, being certain way, not loving their brothers and their mama. I have a sister now who has a baby by Coco Daddy. I couldn't even have a baby, what I'm saying, by somebody. First of all, I put the cart before the horse because we weren't married. I wasn't married to Ebony Dad, but not Coco Daddy. And the thing of it is that if you want him, I want him too. And see, these little kids they not bred to love themselves and to be a part of this. We'll turn around and show them how to twerk and get earrings into them. And whether it's Nation of Islam or, Church of God of Christ or whatever it is, you're not showing them God. You're not showing them, Allah. You're not showing them what you need to show them. But it's so many videos, I promise you, on YouTube that's showing, A's and T's. They want to listen to the music with the, with the extra bass and everything. Understand once it gets you, whether it's mentally or physically, or whether it's audio, or whether you got a Ouija board or tarot cards or palm reading, it don't take much because you want what you shouldn't look for. Love each other and respect each other. But it's easier to shoot and to hurt and to take and to tag. Nobody up here in your, Brother Clarence, in your chat, in your panel, have never said, I don't like OG Patrice because she sing better than me. She done been with, I'll Be Sure or this and that. I don't like, Vaughn because, he can sing better than me and he's successful. I got to stay with my baby mama. It's nothing but positivity. And you attract that. But there are a lot of people who don't. Look at all those people who went to the no offense if you're a fan, the Travis Scott concert. Yeah, Harvey Weinstein, we gonna see you, but I don't want to get in no, Whoopi Goldberg trouble and pull up certain type of people. But I'm looking at my own because I'm Nigerian and Egyptian. I'm Black. We'll get to you, but I'm Black. I got to take care of me and mine. No offense, I love you too. I love everybody. But me and mine, I don't want you to be hurt like the poor Black man that got beat to death by 5 Memphis police officers. We want to be more than what we are. Don't hate Von Bryant. Try to be Von Bryant. Don't hate the Mr. and Mrs. with the Harris Tribe media. Be like them. Ain't nobody hating on nobody. Be like them. Quit tagging houses. Quit gang banging. Quit shooting. We understand. We understand you got a 6-year-old baby picking up, Glocks and stuff like that. No, y'all, we more than that. On the slave ships, we loved and embraced each other and helped each other. Now, if we see somebody hungry or you see a homeless person with a cook, it's sad. I saw it on a YouTube video. A person turned around, kicked the Black man. He up here moving, trying to sleep and rest. They took all of his money from him. And that's becoming a thing of popularity. To show hate, to spread that type of dysfunction and everything. We love you. Let us love you. Because when the time comes and people are like, I want Jesus, I want Jesus, I want Jesus. Let me help you before he comes. Let me help you, because when he comes, it's going to be too late to do what you need to do. Let us help you. We on our knees. And it's not just the older ones, it's young ones too. They just want to show you that the young ones shooting and hurting each other. They doing it too. They doing it too, but it's for the media to say, no, don't show that. Show Sister Sophia coming with a bunny on her head and sliding with some. She can't even go to get a pedicure. She got them things where it looked like she got Kroger bags tied on her feet, and she going to the grocery store in the airport with bags tied on her feet and Kroger bonnets on her head and stuff. That's what we want to see. Keep them down. They want to be down. Keep them down. They want to, you know what I'm saying, pull up this and that. Do it. And let that become the popularity.
And you
It's
know, it
too
brings
many of us. It's too many of us for us to fall down the way that we are.
Go ahead, Sister Annie. I think she was talking. Sister Annie? Thought you was.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just saying, to bring it, something that Phoenix said, to bring it back to the topic, like with media. So that's why it's so good that you, Brother Clarence, is a media source, at least to me also, is that you are bringing this particular matter up. Because, you know, the topics where people are talking about, you know, the fatherhood and child support and not being there, how important it is that that fathers are there. Because this is what, you know, people that don't have good intent for your children are looking for. So you're able to combine these two things, like to your point, Phoenix, but just to bring to how they related and how they impact children. Parents, you can't keep looking at surface level and just realize that you need to think about the child first, you know? So, but sorry, I just wanted to tie in what she just said to what the topic was, but those are good points, Phoenix.
Thank you, all of y'all. Now, what I want to do now, y'all, is I want to get Vaughn into the conversation because I got a question for all of y'all. Don't none of y'all go away. I want Vaughn to get into the conversation, say opening remarks real quick, and then I'm going to ask y'all a question.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Listen, Brother Clarence, you know, I'm excited that we're back on the air again. I'm glad to see that you are, you know, in good health, you know, and my prayers continually were with you during that time, because I know what it is to be sick now. And thank God when he, you know, gives us grace, you know, and his healing grace, you know, and his healing power, and he touches our bodies and makes us well. So I'm excited about that. Glad to be on the panel today with my God, look at all these beautiful sisters up here.
Oh my God.
I'm just like, wow, it's like a sea of beautiful sisters, you know, Sister Sophia, OG Patrice, and man, you know, I'm just glad to be up here, man. And
that's what it was. You just want to be up here with them, man. You just want to get up here.
Well, you know, I had to.
All of them out at the same time, man. I know.
Exactly. You know, I would have been remiss if I didn't get up here and be a part of this panel, because, you know. But yeah, man, the topic is one that unfortunately we do definitely have to address these issues. And I mean, man, you know, the numbers are growing, you know, and they're growing in a way to where it's pushed under the rug. You know, if we were to be honest, you see, the number is probably higher than what the statistics say, you see, because a lot of it's not even counted. You know what I'm saying? So the devil is just very shrewd and prevalent, you know, and the more perverse that we grow as a nation, you see what I'm saying? The more these encounters and numbers are going to rise. So, man, listen, we're going to have to really stay prayerful, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to have to go to God with this one. You see what I'm saying? Because, man, this devil is man, he's rampant, you know. And unfortunately, it is the babies that are suffering as well, you know. And so, yeah, I'll just leave that out there. But yeah, Brother Clarence, glad to be back, man. Glad that you're
Thank you.
back.
Glad to be back, man. Glad to be back. Glad to be among the, people who, pretty much feel the same way on most everything. And, and we can have some serious conversation without, being offensive to each other, and just realize that all of our motivation is to make things better. And so I don't have to worry about, offending anybody or saying anything, or, we can just have a decent adult conversation, and with people I truly care about, I like, you know what I mean? So sometimes you're on a panel with people, man, it's not necessarily like that, right? Just try to have conversation with them. But when you have people that you have respect for, you have love and respect for them, and you generally feel like, hey, man, these people are very, very intelligent, very smart people. So, you know what I mean? I'm among a good crowd here. So, but I appreciate all of y'all. All right, so let me do this. Let me do this, y'all. I got another video for us. So, let's do this, y'all. We're gonna watch a little video, and then I'm gonna ask you guys a question. We'll watch about 5 minutes of this video. Okay. All right. Let's see.
Lowell Metro Police Department Public Integrity Unit.
This interview is being conducted at the Public Integrity Unit office.
Are you giving this interview of your own free will?
Yes. Well, we were pulled over and got out of the car and we were separated.
I had some possession of hypodermic needle charges.
I told him that I was on parole and I couldn't afford a charge.
And he said, well, give me your number so I can work with you.
He's like, I'll call you later tonight and we'll discuss your charges.
You're going to have to come down here and fill out paperwork.
I filled out the paperwork. He took pictures of me, like made me turn around.
Within probably 10 minutes of the text conversation that went to just different sexual comments.
We'll have sex in my truck and I'll make these charges go away.
He sent me a picture.
What was that picture of?
His genitalia.
His penis?
Yeah. How many times do you think you had warrants and he let you go without locking you up?
He's never let me go without giving him head.
Why did you continue texting with him when he's texting all this?
Because I had court coming up. He's a narcotic police. He could say, I witnessed her buying drugs, and that's going to violate my parole.
He tried to have that leverage over me.
I knew he had that over my head.
He's a cop. He has a gun. He has total authority over me. What am I going to do?
We're giving away our $60 tactical backpack for no charge. You only have to pay the shipping. No hidden.
Oh, wow. Wait a minute. They trying to outdo us with the backpack. What's going on there?
Okay, let me get y'all heads up. Quick heads up. This is Vice did a report on the Louisville Police Department, and what they were doing was they were catching sex workers and telling the sex workers they was throwing away their tickets, their citations, if they would play ball, so to speak, right? So that's what this is about. And we're going to see, because, the reason why I'm bringing this stuff up is because you can see it's not just dirty, low down dudes. It's dudes in all walks of life that's doing stuff like this, even in the police department. Okay.
I seen the Snapchat username, which is BT Bailey 58. So I kind of thought about it for a minute and I was like, there's no way. What would this detective want to add me on Snapchat for, In
2016, Tommy Robinson was caught up in a drug bust. A year after the arrest, she says she started getting messages from one of the arresting officers, Brian Bailey.
He would sometimes ask me if I knew anybody that he could bust for drugs. Progressively, he started sending inappropriate pictures of his penis, or ask for pictures of me, like he'd be like, oh, send me a picture of your ass or your boobs. And I'm like, what? No.
How many pics of his penis would you say he sent you?
I would say close to 100.
Close to 100?
Yeah. I mean, I would.
Holy smokes. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. All right. I have a question for everyone. We can see that there's no defining line, meaning that there's no way you can see right away that somebody's a monster like this, right? What are some type of things that we can see or that would help us see that if somebody has these demons on them where they have to do this stuff, right? Because when you're demon possessed, you have to comply, right? The only way you get the demon lets you get little pieces with you when you comply with what they suggest to you. What are some things that we could see? Because now we're talking about there's some people that we know that are like this, right? We can see they're kind of crazy. You can listen to them talk. You can see, but there's some people that's hidden. They know how to hide. So I'm gonna start with you, Sophia. What are some ways that you would be able to discern whether somebody is like this or not?
My go-to is attitude. I'm really not into looks or money or anything like that. Your attitude can show if you're a money hungry person, if you're all about rank and stature, if you're all about humanity or not. And that's my go-to. And the reason why I say that is because there are plenty of fine, handsome, articulate demons. They're little children who are, you give them possessions of certain things. So whether it's young or old, it doesn't have anything to do with, people used to say, respect your elders. I've seen elderly people cuss so nasty and ugly to where I would, say, I remember when Coco was little, I told her, I said, go take that young lady to, to the break room. We was at a store. I said, take the baby to the break room, go get her Coca-Cola. And I told, I turned around, I told that lady, I said, I go in my trunk and catch a case. I will beat you with that big purse I got in my trunk if you ever talk to a little young. And all of us were sisters, and the baby was shaking. So it doesn't matter if you're young or old or pretty, or if you think you're ugly, you're ugly. Your attitude will speak for you. It will shine for you.
All right. Thank you, sis. Appreciate you. I'm gonna go over here to Patrice. Patrice, you still there?
I'm here, sir.
Patrice, what for you would what kind of things would you be looking for to see if a dude is kind of this word I want to use possessed, just not with good intentions?
With my experience being in entertainment for so long, when I was, practicing in organized religion, or just when I was just a female out when I was younger, in a club or whatever, when I used to go out, men like that, whether they just your regular everyday men, or whether they police officers, people of authority, or whether they could be another person of authority, like an executive or a judge or a lawyer, just any officer of the court. It's unfortunate that, you know, women are really exploited in
And children.
and children, yes, in entertainment, any form of arts and entertainment. Women are exploited even though they are some form of sex worker, whether it be you know, a lady of the night or uh, a escort. They are still exploited by men, unfortunately, or even in Fortune 500 companies, all the way up to the executive boardrooms. Women have been exploited, and like I said, and even children as well. You look for signs of conversation of how they talk to you when they, if you meeting them, if you having a conversation with them or an interview, how they talking to you. If they stop a woman that on the street that they think is selling her body or has sold her body, and they start talking and asking for their personal information and saying things like, well, you know, I'll help you with this, but you gotta do that. It's a tit for tat. It's a quick pro quo. It's a do this for me, I'll do that for you type of scenario where they literally know they have authority over you and they're threatening you to, you know, to not, you know, to put these charges on you if you don't do this for them. So again, it's that you do this for me, I'll do that for you. And unfortunately, any form of bribery, you know, with people that especially have authority over you, you have to listen for that type of language, that body language, what they're saying to you verbally, because they know these young ladies are already vulnerable. They know they're already exploiting themselves. So they have no problem with exploiting them either. Even further. So they will use them to their advantage. Oh, you don't want this charge? Then you better give me this blowjob. You don't want this charge? Well, you better hook me and my friends up, or you know, you better hook me up with somebody. It happens every day, you know, and now it's happening more than ever with the trafficking of children. You know, with the trafficking specifically of young boys and girls and women. You know, being trafficked all over the world, including the United States now more than ever. See, people don't think about if I take an underage child that I met online and I have her to cross state line, they don't think that that's trafficking, but it is. If she lives in Texas and you live in Illinois and you are talking to her and she may tell you she's of age. She may tell you she's legal. She may be lying about her age. But when you're talking to this person and you get this person to meet you and cross state line and you get over there and you find out that that child is underage and you do nothing about it, you have just participated in trafficking of a minor. And it's so much of that is going on the dark web and social media. You know, social media can be a good thing, but it's also used for a lot of evil that's going on. I mean, look at just what's going on in these YouTube streets, you know, with a lot of things being exposed and people being exposed and things that are coming out about people. People will use and exploit and take advantage of any and everybody that they can, period. So you have to be careful and look for the signs. If they come and trying to be too friendly with you and wanting to know too much about you and your personal business and your people around you and asking questions that they shouldn't ask and they just meeting you. And if they are of someone of authority and they're saying things to you like, well, if you do this for me, I'll make this disappear. You have to be careful of people like that.
Definitely. All right, sis, appreciate you for that. Let me go straight over to Sister Annie and ask you the same question. Sis, what could we see, or what would you be able to notice, or would you look for in someone, let's say, that you just met or met by someone and they were, you know, I don't know. I don't want to say what they were doing. Just if you meet someone, like, for example, I met somebody this morning, right? I knew this guy was drug addict and stuff like this. And so he wanted to shake my hand. He put his hand out for me to shake it. But instead I gave him the fist pump, because I don't know what he's been doing with them hands. Right? He can see he's a drug addict, right? I don't know what he's been doing with them hands, but
I do that anyway to anybody.
I'll fist pump you, but my point is, I could see that he was on drugs. But sometimes we walk up on people, they got a nice suit on, and we shake hands with them, but we don't know what they're doing, right? I you know, what I've been trying to do lately is bow. Give them the Bushido bow, the Japanese bow, right? They don't touch each other, right? They just bow to each other, right? I'm trying to get it. I can't get the other person to do it, but so I just usually give them the elbow. But Sister Annie, what do you look for when you're thinking, you know, this guy may be a monster? What do I need to see to confirm or deny that?
I'm gonna probably not really focus on me, but I'm gonna focus on because I appreciate that we're talking about kids. So I'll tell you what I pay attention to strongly when it comes to when I'm around any child and I'm watching people around that child. I look at their eyes a lot and I pay attention to their hands. I don't like someone that's too touchy. I'll be honest, parents, I would just say this, you know, because I think that before we would just always say, oh, go give this person a kiss and, you know, stop doing that. No, they don't have to let everybody kiss on them.
Mm.
Everybody doesn't get access to just touch a child. And it could be something that a child is sensing or maybe felt uncomfortable about that they haven't yet expressed, that they don't know maybe how to say it or they're scared to say it, but they just know they don't want to have to deal with that touch again.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so I got to pay attention and trust a child where they don't feel safe and comfortable. When I see someone watching a child, it doesn't even have to be somebody that I have access to. If I'm in the grocery store or in a TJ Maxx or Marshalls, if I see a child, because look, sometimes parents ain't paying attention to their kids in the store.
Mm-hmm.
And if I happen to see somebody just kind of looking at that child, I'm staring at them to let them know, yeah, I know, you know, I'm not their mom, you know,
Mm-hmm.
but I'm looking at you until I can see that child go to their parent.
Mm-hmm.
So I pay attention to how a person is looking. I do believe that the eyes are the window to the soul, and we will never be able to catch everything, you know, because people that are intent on doing bad, they're going to figure out ways to manipulate. But what I think that we have to do our best at as adults that care about children is to be mindful of who we give access to their person. So I would just say that, like this, people harming kids, I'm very sensitive about. So sorry if I sound like a little emotional, but I just, you know, because they're so innocent and the only protection they have is us.
Yeah.
And if we're reckless and overlooking and, you know, being lazy because we want to do something, oh, I want to go out, you know, to the club, so let me just, you know, leave my child with whoever says that they'll watch them. No,
Right.
I don't get to go out.
Right.
So that's what I would say. I would say that right now for me, like I'm praying that I have the discernment that I need. I'm very guarded, which doesn't mean that I, you know, that something could not slip by me. I will, if I would be honest right now, when I was in the 9th grade, I was a cheerleader. And at the time, because I was with my grandmother, she didn't have a way to take me to go get something I needed so that I could, you know, cheer at the next game. So she let one of my older cousins take me to go get it. So when we were coming back, We were not too far from my grandmother, so it was maybe like a mile away. And I noticed his hand. He was in the truck. His hand came on my thigh.
Whoa.
So I was uncomfortable, scared, and basically paralyzed because I wanted to move my leg. I was too scared because I felt like I'm in this space. And then he, almost a mile away from the house, turned the truck around. And as he was trying to turn the truck around, it got stuck. I got out and walked home. My grandmother saw on my face that something was not right. Wow. And what I'm thankful for, she said, I know something's wrong. And I told her. And I was never in that cousin's presence again.
Wow.
Now, if that truck did not get stuck, he would have made a U-turn and taken me, I don't know where. Right. You know, so that's something that my grandmother couldn't prevent from happening at that moment. But what she did do is make sure that I never had to be in his presence again.
Right.
You know, so thankfully, my grandmother, like I said, the adult around you at the time, we have to be more mindful of how we can best protect the children. So that's what I would say.
Right. Can I just say something to elaborate on any story? And thank you for sharing that, because it's so important for parents to pay attention to what their children is saying to them or not saying to them. When they become withdrawn, when they become quiet, not normally themselves after being around a certain family member or friend, or if they tell you, believe them. Do you know how many stories there is where the parent don't even believe the child? It has been so many stories where parents just choose to not believe their own kid, especially if it's the boyfriend of the mother or the husband of the mother or the stepfather. Like, there are so many stories where children have fell victim and prey to these pedos and sick people of family members and friends and the exes and the steps and the boyfriends. Is because the parents choose to not believe the child. And thank God, Annie, you said that your grandmother, she knew, she just looked and knew, and she never allowed that cousin to be around you again. Because it's so much of that is happening where the parent chooses not to believe.
Man, that's
wow. Yeah.
Thank you for sharing that story with us, Sister Annie. Yeah, wow, that's terrible. And you know, well, I got something to say after, because I want Vaughn to answer, because I don't want to get into another tangent, but I'll address it after Vaughn. Vaughn, what do you look for in a creepo, or to make sure somebody is not a creepo?
Well, let me tell you, and I'll be quite honest and frank, you know, with everyone in the panel and all of those who are listening. You know, I've been through this as a child. You see what I'm saying? I was touched inappropriately and dealt with inappropriately, you know, by grown-ass men as an innocent child. So I definitely could speak on this issue, you know, and it took a long time. I just want to be honest. It took a very long time for me to come to grips with what had happened, you see, and how I should move forward and how I should live my life. You know, people never know how their actions toward other people affect them throughout their lives. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, what do I look for? Especially like when my child was born, when my son was born, you know, I've already got a third eye. You see what I'm saying? Because I've been through it. And I definitely agree with what Sister Ine said. When it comes to the eyes, you got to look in the eyes of these people. Watch how they're looking at your child, you know, because some people are too touchy-feely. Now, when you see the too touchy-feely people with your children, you have to question that a little bit. Not to say that people don't love your child, but you just can't be haphazard. You just can't walk gingerly through that, haphazardly and just say, oh, well, they love Johnny so much. That's why they're always picking them up. That's why they're always tickling them. You know, folks that want to go to tickling your children. You got to watch people, man. You see what I'm saying? You have to watch people. But definitely the eyes was one thing. And the interaction with how you see an individual around your child. You see what I'm saying? You know, you just have to, and listen, there's no clear, decisive look, you see, because these people know how to camouflage. They know how to come as if, you know, they are proper and love your child. You see what I'm saying? As if they're their own. So listen, we got to really be careful in that concern. But what I wanted to add to the conversation, Brother Clarence, is it's hard to recognize these individuals because they're very covered. You know, they're covered behind their you know, what do you call that? The collars that they wear in the church, the preachers. They're covered by their religious. They're covered, you know, by whatever it is that they do. You know what I'm saying? So oftentimes you wouldn't expect it to come from that individual. Well, this is a police officer. Well, this is a clergy person. Well, this is you see what I'm saying? But these are the people that enter into this type of behavior. You see what I mean? So, you know, you just really can't trust anyone. And it's not to say, well, just walk around and be paranoid. But at the same time, you know, you really have to watch your kids. And not just so much watch the individual people, but you have to watch your kids to the point to where you notice signs in your children. And hopefully we can tap on that before this conversation. I wrote down maybe like 5 different notes that when it comes to what signs should you look at or look for in your children that possibly means that they have been dealt with incorrectly. You see?
Okay, let's do that. Let's do that after I address something that Sister Annie said, and then we'll ask that question. Okay, can we do that, Vaughn?
Yeah, man, it's your show, man. I'm here.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I'm here to.
I forgot about that. Okay. All right. So, you know, I appreciate that story that all of you guys, both of you guys told, but Sister Annie especially, because a lot of times it's a little tougher for women to deal with inappropriate conduct, and then on top of that, to have it be a member of the family.
Bro, Claire.
Yes.
I just want to say something too, because even to what Vaughn said right quick.
Okay.
This is why for me, what, you know, because I've had family members, friends that have went through this, right? Experienced this. I have a best friend. I've talked about her before. She is definitely, I'm just waiting on the phone call for them to tell me when she's no longer on this earth because of what she went through when we were little in church. But I wanted to say this is why it's so important to pay attention to children. I was getting ready to say something else and I totally lost my train of thought. And I did it because I didn't want to forget. But to say also when it comes to this type of behavior and things happening, to just reiterate on the part about when the child or anyone that have experienced this and they're an adult now and they come back later in life and they tell what happened to them and they tell their story. It infuriates me when I hear people say, why they wait so long? Why now? Why this and that? Oh, that happened 20, 30 years ago. But that person that happened to, that stays with them the rest of their life, and they don't realize the impact that it has on them as the victim. But they can sit and continue to victimize the person and persecute them as to say, well, why they waited 30 years to say something? Why they wait? You don't know a person's situation. And that person has been dealing with this or not dealing with it, not seeking help, not getting therapy for 20, 30 years. This is something that will last them until they are no longer on this earth. But they victimize those people all over again because they are mad because they're speaking out of something that happened to them a long time ago, even though they will never forget the experience. That infuriates me when I hear people say that, and you hear people say it all the time to victims. Why they wait 20, 30? You don't know what the circumstances and the situation was, and that person have to deal with that the rest of their lives. So when they come out, should not be the topic of discussion. It's the fact that they did come out, because most of the time, people that do these to children are people that have not just done it to that child, they have done it to multiple child or children over the years. So coming out is a good thing. And maybe for them, finally releasing it after 20, 30 years is a form of therapy, is a form of healing for them. So to hear people say, why they wait this long? And it just infuriates me when I hear people say that, because these are people that have to live with this, that has happened to them for the rest of their entire life. But you want to get mad at them for coming out now and speaking on something that happened to them, something that somebody did to them as a child that they had no control over. Children have no authority over no adult under no circumstances. None, because they're a child. Yeah. So I'll digress from that. But I hear a lot of that a lot. You know, people say, why they wait this long? Why they wait so long? Like, you don't know the situation.
Right.
Wow, that's crazy what Sister Patrice just brought up, because, listen, I told my mother about this twice. I told her about it during the time that it happened, but I didn't know how to express it to her. And so I shut up all the way until I was 31, until I actually spoke to her about that. And sometimes that's just how it goes, ladies and gentlemen. People deal with things differently. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I didn't speak to too many people about it. It was hard to talk about, because in my mind, there was a lot of shame that came along with it, because, that spirit comes to try to make you feel like you did something wrong.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? But it wasn't you who did something wrong. That individual was dead wrong.
Right.
So yeah.
Man, I appreciate all of y'all, man, all of this insight, and I hope there's some people out there that's getting something out of it, getting some strength out of it, and even here now or in the playback, they're getting something out of it. But as far as what you and Sister Annie was, the situation you guys are going through, it's a bad thing, and this is why I'm trying to put this program together, because a lot of the guys that do this stuff, one of the reasons why they do it is because they can't empathize with what they're doing to the other person, right? It's that's not an issue. When we heard the guy that was talking about how what he would do to groom little boys, you never heard him say, well, man, I never thought should I really be doing this? Or how's this going to affect this little boy here? He never said none of that, right? Because a lot of these guys don't empathize with what they're doing. They feel like, hey, if I want it and this person know that I want it, and that's good enough, right? And they're going to conform to what I desire, but that's not the reality of the situation. And plus, you never know how that stuff's going to affect even a grown woman, let alone a child. I know many people that have been through similar issues like that, including my wife. My wife had a grandfather that was, that would play like he was mentally unstable. And then when he would be alone with one of the girls, he would, be after them, and it was just a situation. He he was we call it wheelchair bound. He was stuck in a wheelchair, and but he would, you know, say a bunch of different stuff, and people thought he was out of his mind. But when he was alone with one of them, either my wife or one of her sisters, he would make it very clear what his intentions were. And my wife kept telling them, and the only thing that helped my wife go through that, and my wife was probably about 10, 11 years old when this stuff was going on. And only thing that helped her be believed was her dad's brother, who also had daughters. You know, because one night he just showed up in my wife's room, and my wife started screaming, and then everybody ran in there. So everybody who was in the house ran in there and was like, "What's going on?" And so my wife's father was like, "Nah, maybe you misunderstood what he was going in there to do." And then his brother, his biological brother, said, "Nah, man, my daughters went through the same thing with this guy." And they finally had to come to the realization that this is the situation. So they never put my wife and that dude in the same house again. They brought them together again. Never did that again. So, I mean, so sometimes we can recognize it. The problem is, here's the problem, ladies and gentlemen. The problem is when we don't recognize it up front. And that's what I was really trying to get to, is like, how do we, so let me give y'all an example. Y'all know I used to be a special secretary in the nation, and I used to get, tons of money out of LA and Compton. I used to get tons of money out of there because I had to pick up the phone and say, "How you doing, brother? Every family okay? Okay, well, check this out. This is the issue that we got going on right now. We need to raise 500,000, whatever it was, and we need, everybody to help. So can you help or can you not help?" Right? So I spoke with thousands of men a lot. So I knew, kind of got a feel for how men are, right? When they right, when they're not right, including my own self, right? Sometimes I would say to do stuff, and I'll say to myself, "Clarence, why are you even thinking that way? Why are you even moving that way?" But anyway, so what I look for in men is men and women. Let me tell you about men and women. I look for whether they're solid, and I try to get them a chance to show me whether they're solid or not. You know what I mean? Whether they're not perfect, the difference. I don't want to say, "Well, this person is perfect. Sophia perfect." No, Clarence perfect. Patrice perfect. No, I ain't saying nobody's perfect, because we all got stuff we dealing with. But I'm saying, as far as solid, meaning that, when it come down to it, this person's probably going to do the right thing in the situation. You're probably going to do the right thing. So that's what I mean when I say solid. So I kind of look for that. Now, what would tell me stuff like that? Watching how they move, listening to how they talk, and then I would say, okay, if what they're doing is matching what they're saying, then it's good. But sometimes you got people that say, and people don't even understand, they say little things like, "Yeah, I'll call you at Friday at 2:00. They give you a time they're gonna do it, and they don't do it. See, to me, that's a very, I look for stuff like that. Somebody say they're gonna call you, okay, they call you when they get a chance, right? They might not get a chance for a week, right? But when somebody say, "I'm gonna call you at this time," and they'll call you at that time, but they don't be here at this time, that's gonna be an issue for me. So that's the kind of stuff I look for, is the solidness of the character of the person, and then their behavior, right? First their character, then their behavior. What I mean by behavior, y'all, when I was just getting in the game, just a puppy, just getting in the game, I started dating this older lady, right? She had children. This older lady, right? And so she had gave me the key to her house. She was trying to really get me, but she had just a few things that just I couldn't deal with. But she was trying to get me to be like, settle down with her, right? But I was just getting in the game when 18, 19 years old, just getting in the game. So she gave me a key to her house, right? So I said, she would say to me, "Hey, my daughter's home. She said, "Hey, can you meet me at the house?" I said, "All right, well, okay, I'll go over there." And then so she would say, "Well, my daughter's there." Daughter's probably about 10 or 11, right? My daughter's there, so just let yourself in, and I'll be there shortly. I'm gonna stop and get some food or whatever. I said, "What?" She said, "Yeah, my daughter's there." I said, "I'm not going to your house with your daughter there by myself." I said, No. She said, "Why not?" I said, "Cause man, that ain't a good look, right?" And the nation that taught me that, man, you don't go to nobody's house with the girl there by herself, with the wife there by herself. You just don't do that, because if you do that and something jumps off, and rumors could start, and it'll be a whole bunch of problems. Just don't even do it, right? So I had to but it was the point of I had to convince her, because she looked at that was weird. And I'm like, no, it's not weird. That's good. But then when she finally understood, she said, "Oh, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense." And she realized, okay, he don't get out like that. He's not coming over here. If this girl is here by herself, or any of my children here by themselves, he's not coming over here. And that's the reality of that. When you get there, call me, I'll be there, right? But till then, no. So we as men have to move different. We got to move different. We got to recognize that such situations we can't put ourselves in.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I saw this other thing where this grown man teacher was tickling the girls in his class. He was a math teacher. He was tickling these girls, and then so it went from tickling them under their bellies to groping their breasts. We're talking about third or fourth grade girls.
Yeah, no way in the world that a grown man should be tickling these little young girls and stuff. No, that's definitely inappropriate behavior.
But
I don't care if you're a family member, Brother Clarence. No.
Me too, bro. Me
too.
Me too.
No.
Also, if I may interject, pay attention to that family member or that friend or that teacher or that coach that only want to do things more with children than they even want to do adult things.
Yeah.
If they want to do stuff that always includes children all the time, and they know that it's a way that the parent will say, "Well, dang, that'll be a little relief for me. Maybe I can have a day to myself, and let them go with Coach so and so or Uncle so and so or neighbor so and so." No, pay attention to these adults that always want to do things with children more than they want to do adult things.
Yeah. And here's another thing, Patrice. Here's another thing. When they are so interested in your child, right? They really more. Oh, I think she could be a great dancer. Yeah, you need to let me work with her. I mean, you need to let me work with her, or she's so that, right?
She's so gifted. She's so talented, and that could be true. But be careful the ones that want to take advantage of that with your child.
But because eventually the creepos are going to be like try to isolate her. You know what? Let me take her this weekend to this thing. Oh, I'll go with you. Oh, no. It's only going to be a room for me and her. That's it. See, when they try to isolate your child, that's when you know something's wrong. Because when I was coaching, I always wanted to have everybody around. Didn't want to do anything. Doing nothing wrong. Matter of fact, even with my granddaughter, right? My wife got mad at me one time, right? When my granddaughter first came, because I wouldn't change her diaper, and I wouldn't let my other son change her diapers, right? So no, we're not changing no diapers. We're not giving her a bath. We're not changing no diapers. That's it. So one day my wife's like, "Man, how come you gonna help us change these diapers?" I said, "Because I don't want her to get used to men my age fumbling around with her. That should never happen."
Say it again. Say it again, Brother Clarence.
I said, I don't want her to get comfortable with men my age fumbling around with her with no clothes on. I don't want her to get used to that. And I don't want to get used to dudes that don't have a specific, right to do that. Her father, yeah, he got a right to do that. He can do that. But I told me and my other son, I said, no, man, we're not getting involved in that because that's not our place. And she shouldn't be getting comfortable with us being around like that. Right. So my wife was, and then when I explained it to her, she understood. She said, okay, I get it. That makes sense. You know what I mean? So I never got pushback after that. But I'm just saying, see, I as a man, because my wife was like, yeah, change her. I know you ain't gonna do nothing to her, but change her. That ain't the point whether I'm not gonna do nothing to her. The look, right? Like you said, Patrice, the Bible said you should shun the very appearance of evil, right? The very appearance. So I don't even want the look to be like, oh, well, she's comfortable with me and she's jumping all on me with no clothes on, right? So let me tell y'all, let me give y'all my report card. So the other day, my report card came up, right? I was so I've been doing this since she was been a little kid, right? She's gonna turn 5 in February, right? So I didn't know she was in the bathroom. I went into the bathroom, right? This is a 5-year-old girl told me. She said, "Pop, get out of here! I don't have no clothes on." I said, "You're right, princess. Let me get on out of here." Right? But that's the appropriate response, right? Are we teaching our children appropriate responses for when grown up? See, that's the thing. Some of us ain't teaching these children. Hey, if you do it, like I was teaching my granddaughter. Hey, we was playing a game. I said, okay, this is how the bad guy's gonna try to get you. Hey, come here, look at this puppy. What you gonna do? She turned and run. She said, let's do it again. I said, okay. So I just doing it, but I'm showing her this is how you respond when a weirdo situation shows up. That's what we got to do, y'all. We got to put the time.
That's the scenarios that I would teach my nieces and nephews and grandchildren about the stranger dangers, right, of the world. You teach them, you give them certain scenarios to create around them. Say, hey, what if a perfect stranger walk up to you and you don't know them, and we in the park, and my head may be turned, or I may be on the phone, and they walk up to you and they offer you some candy. Are you gonna take it? If they tell you to help them look for their puppy, they lost their puppy, are you gonna help them? You create these and tell these stories and these scenarios, and even test them out with your children to see what they'll do. They have programs, that do that test children out with their parents. And it used to come on TV. You would be surprised. Even though some of the parents would never have thought their child would have walked away with a complete stranger to go look for a puppy. So many of those children did it, and the parent was just sitting there looking, because it used to be a program come on TV. I used to watch it, the Stranger Danger program, and they would have to create these scenarios. They would have the parents sit there and watch it, behind the scenes, and then they have a total stranger walk up to their children in a park or whatever and say, hey, I lost my puppy. I'm so upset. They will have a dog leash, make it look real and everything. And can you please come with me to help me find my puppy? And the children will walk away with them, and the parent will be crying. Oh my God, no, not my child. I told her don't do that. I told him don't do that. And it's just the candy situation, the clown. They would have all kinds of scenarios that they would create, these real life type of incidents, and they would have the parent watching in the background, and almost every time the children will fall for it. So you really have to have those conversations with your kids.
Patrice, definitely. I love that. I'm gonna tell you something.
Wow.
I'm not gonna name the name of the church in Antioch, Tennessee, when I used to stay in Middle Tennessee. When the world is conditioning, you can be right, you can be the most perfect person. The world is conditioning these babies, these, some teenagers and everybody. And if you're kind of half twisted in the mind, the world will give you a little bit of help to go ahead and elaborate and be demonic. And I'll give you a situation that during trunk or treat, I told the church, I was like, why would you have a child walk up to somebody's trunk and get some candy? Can you imagine the aftermath of a child or a teenager or even you walking up to somebody SUV or their car trunk to jump and bobble it around and get some candy. I said, stop it, or I'm gonna call you out and put you on the news.
And I want to
don't know.
I want to answer
Mhm.
Mark, because Marcus, I get what you're saying. I was just speaking in a general sense, but like the programs that I are part of, like the reading program, and even now I just became a part of a nonprofit organization where I'm going to be giving back to kids in the lower income that can be more prone to violence, but I'm gonna be helping them through music now. This is the thing that we have to do. There is a thing, just like we talking about the vetting when it comes to dating men and women. You have to vet people that are in these organizations that are community based, that are involved in your children. You better check those people out too. You better do background checks on them too, to see if they have a history of, doing something where children is concerned, or do they have a background of, okay, they legit, they worked with this program, that program, not one iota of a word about this person being, bad influence on children, done something bad to children, have a record, yada, yada, yada. It's the same thing. When you are involving your children in any type of program, you better vet those programs and vet those people in the program that's going to be working with your children to see if these people have a record. I ain't got no problem. I tell them, vet me, do my background, check my references that I give you. Parents need to do the same thing. So I just want to answer that for Marcus, for the question that's up there. Because no, not everybody that wants to give back to the community and the children are bad people. I'm not saying that. I was speaking in general. But there are some people that are just bad out here. And they are your coaches. They are counselors. They are pastors. They are police officers. They are people in the community. Those are some of the main ones, because they are in these positions that take advantage of children. So you have to vet them. You have to do background checks on the programs you're involving your children with and the people that is in those programs that's going to be working with your children.
Real quick, I'm gonna say it's not only urban, because here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, Frisco, Texas, Plano, Texas, Grapevine, I can promise you, it's a bunch of mavericks and cowboy athletes that stay in these things. But the bad physical trafficking is prevalent there. So mommies and daddies, don't think you can, you can take your child from Duncanville, from, Oak Cliff, from Deep Ellum, from the south part of Dallas, to take them into these rich areas. Walk them in, because I promise you, that's where you're going to get the best drugs and stuff like that. They know how to give you just a little bit. They get your baby a little bit and everything. Now they got a runner doing their job. It's everywhere. Now it probably was just.
You're right. It's not just urban. It's in the upper launch, in the wealthy neighborhoods.
Right now we got it real bad, and it's sad because the rich babies are telling mama and daddy, and they were like, look, go tell the maid, go look, go over your friend house then. So they shunning them, and this is what the lesser thans are doing. They watching that. It don't take much to be, I watched New Jack City and everything, and so it's something how people think, hey, this is a Sophia colored, person thing. This is just, a poor person thing or whatever. They get if you look at some of the people who, Aaron Carter, when he said that Michael Jackson hadn't done anything, but mama wanted the money so much. And so the thing is, say, I want this. And so you using the babies and stuff. And these lesser thans are hearing the baby crying when your folks won't even help you and everything, or just shoo or whatever and everything. And so, saying, you got the maids turning around and messing with the kids because you gonna be partying and everything. So they get to be with the maids and the butlers and this and that. No offense, but I'm gonna go there. You people who, saying, going out and sleeping with mama and the daughter. See if you don't get caught up. I have heard stories. I know people who have said, I'm sleeping and hitting mama and the cousin, this and that and everything. Next thing they know, they got a charge. Don't open that door. You see that door. The iron is hot. The oven is hot. Don't touch it. You know, it's nothing to brag about, just telling your boys, I hit mama and I hit both of her daughters and everything. And when you end up, and you know what I'm saying, in the lower level, the 201 Poplar, whatever the you know what I'm saying, downtown, you know, say Nashville, all of these other places and everything, that's not a good look. You know what I'm saying? Control yourself, train yourself. You know what I'm saying? It's all types of temptation. Understand that God ain't gonna tempt you.
Yeah, appreciate you, Sister Sophia. Thank you so much. I want to answer one thing, and then I want to get to Vaughn's question, because Vaughn has some things to talk about, and I want to make sure we get there. Now, Marcus, Marcus, let me see. He said, "OG Patrice, I hear what you, hear you. I guess what I'm saying is, once the background check comes back, are we just limiting it to certain convicted crimes, or all in general? Because who didn't pay?" No, Marcus. I'll let Patrice answer for herself, but this is what I'm saying. No, we just wanted to make sure you ain't messing with kids. You don't have no violent crimes, and you're not messing with kids. Everybody's made a mistake or two here and there, right? But we just want to make sure, if I'm going to put my child, think about this like you, Marcus. If you had a child, wouldn't you want to know if the person that you leaving your child with has had issues with children? You would want to know that, right? You would want to know that, hey, this person has not had no issues, and I'm willing to, and I'm going to leave my child with them, right? So that's all we're saying. I think that's what Patrice was saying to you.
Yeah. I mean, you don't want to know that you're leaving your child with a known child abuser in any shape, form, whether it's sexually or physically, you know, and verbal abuse. Like any form of abuse to a child is unacceptable. Now, there are some nonviolent crimes. Yeah, no, nobody's talking about judging people by other crimes they may have committed in the past that are nonviolent. But I don't want my child around a known pedo or someone that is a level 3 sex offender, or a molester, had a record of that, or a rapist, or have a record of a child abuser or child neglect, any form of thing like that has to do with you can't be around me and mine. I'm sorry, you can't.
Yeah, that's way out of pocket. That's way out of pocket. All right. So Vaughn, you had some pointers that you could look. Was it pointers, Vaughn, of what a child should be looking for, or what exactly did you have?
No. Basically, what it was what the parents should look for in the child to notice that, hey, something has gone wrong here.
This is good information. Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Hold that thought. I'm gonna start with you.
Yeah.
And we're gonna go around the room and see who else can add to that list. Okay. All right, y'all. So this is Vaughn is gonna give us a list of stuff that you can have. Having been a survivor, he has some information, for some good information you could look for in changes in your child's behavior and attitude that might lead you to believe that they may have been mishandled in some way. Okay, Vaughn, go ahead.
Yeah, and listen, not to say that the things that I'm going to share aren't signs and symptoms of other things. You see what I'm saying? But at the same time, you have to take note that it could be that as well. You know, so the first one I would say would be like a sudden change in behavior. You know, like when a child withdraws, they've withdrawn from family, and then they become overwhelmingly clingy. You see what I'm saying? Because they just have to be up under you. They were mistreated. They were harmed. So they need to be up under you, more than what they normally would have been, because they feel safe that way. You see what I'm saying? But
Sir.
that withdrawal, when a child starts to withdraw like that, when you know that they're outgoing and they're playful and they're this and that, you have to look at it and say, wow, what's going on? What affected them to the point to where they're so withdrawn, And then another one is unexpected physical symptoms such as pain and discomfort in the genital area. You see
Right.
what I'm saying? Now, you know how your child walks and runs around. If you see them walking like they're in some type of pain, or it's painful for them to sit down, or you see, because your child, you've been watching them.
Right.
You see, so that's a sign to say, well, what's the matter with you? If they can vocalize what it is, that would be good. But sometimes the child is not able to really vocalize, what the situation is. Maybe persistent nightmares. You know what I'm saying? Or disturbances in their sleep. This child used to sleep, very good. Now they're having all of these nightmares. These are things to look at, just to kind of to recognize. And these should be concerns anyway with any parent who has a child. You see what I'm saying? And so it's so many different things that we could look out for in a child, and even when they come to approach you to try to tell you something, we have to understand sometimes the way that they express what they want to say is different than how we could retain what they're saying. So we have to really take time to really understand when the child is trying to vocalize something to you, where they're actually coming from. I can remember when I was younger, we were going in a movie theater and I saw The Violator. I believe I had to be around maybe 7 or 8 or 9, or one of those ages. And I told my mother, I said, that's so-and-so. And she said, yeah, I know who he is, like blah, blah, blah. I said, well, he tried to play with me. Now, when I said it that way, I meant like, I didn't know how to express it other than that way. And she didn't respond to it. She didn't say anything about it. She didn't do anything about it. So I just left it alone. You see what I'm saying? And me, what do you mean they tried to play with you? You see what I'm saying? If it was my child,
Right.
But so listening to your child, watching your child's behavior is key when it comes to a child that has been through that situation. And this is the last thing. I'm not sure if my mic is too high or too low, but hopefully you can hear me. But here's another thing. You have to watch your child around other children. Okay, I'm gonna say that. I'm gonna say that. I'm gonna say that twice. I'm gonna say that one more time. You have to watch your children around other kids. They want to drop Susie and Jimmy off to your house. See what I'm saying? And they all playing in the room together. Little did you know that Jimmy and Susie had been touched and molested. You see what I'm saying? And so now they're trying to portray or to perform or do what they were groomed, they were groomed to do.
Because that's has become normal to them. Yep.
So you have to be careful in that area, ladies and gentlemen. Let me tell you, I have had that experience even with my own son because I'm looking for stuff, And there was one neighbor's kid, a little girl, and man, she had and my son, he was like, little boy, naive, he didn't know this from that. You know what I'm saying? But nevertheless, she knew. You see what I'm saying? What are you all doing under those covers, and why are you under the covers? You're supposed to be playing. Oh, she wanted to play under the covers. See?
Oh, boy.
You see what I'm saying? And then later on, now she's trying to kiss him, in the back. The other kids are telling me. See what I'm saying? You never know what another child has been through. And it's not the child, it's not that child's fault. They are just mimicking. You see what I'm saying? What they were groomed to be taught that was normal.
Right.
My God. This devil is shrewd, man.
Yeah.
And the way that he tries to attack us and offset us at times, We've got to really be aware and spiritually discern where we can, or spiritually where we have God's spirit in us, to where we could see these things when they're taking place. You
Right.
see what I'm saying? You can't take a lot of things for granted. So yeah, that would be the one other point. Watch your children around other kids, because you've never known. Now, just because you watched your child, now you know what they've been doing and how they've been trafficking and who you've allowed them to be around. You put a hedge around them. But at the same time, when they go outside and start playing with Sally and Susie and Jimmy and Willie, see what I'm saying? You never know what those kids have been through. So I just wanted to throw that out there. If anybody has it, I would love to hear if anyone has anything to add about that. But you know, the devil is trying to attack our children.
Absolutely.
You see what I'm saying? And he's trying to plant seeds. He's trying to plant seeds now, you know, in hopes that they grow and come into the fruition that he desires for your children.
Yeah.
Hey, Vaughn, may I ask you a question? I thought one time that I heard something about children, sometimes they bite their nails a lot too when they've been through some trauma.
Yeah, that's like a nerve condition they form.
I used to bite my nails. I mean, I don't do it now. Actually, I overcame that habit in my adulthood, but I bit my nails quite a bit. You know?
Oh, and another one is wetting the bed too.
That's another one.
They can start wetting the bed all of a sudden, and you out of nowhere where normally they wouldn't.
That's another one, right?
Hold on, Patrice. I'm gonna get to you. We're gonna go around the room. I'm gonna get to you.
Okay, I'm sorry, Brother Clarence. You know I got that.
Oh, sorry.
I be going on and on. So
No. It's good. It's good. It's a good question to ask, because we need to find out, because some of our children be suffering. Like Sophia was talking about earlier. Sometimes our children are suffering, man. They're suffering in silence because they like and like you even said, Vaughn, they don't know how to express it, and they just suffering, and they're waiting for some help, but the help never comes because the parent don't recognize the behaviors that would signify that something is going on or something has happened. So I want to get everybody's input on that list for things to look for in a child that may indicate that something has happened, inappropriate. Sister Annie, you want to take a swing at it?
I think Vaughn, that's a good list. The extremes of the change in behavior, I think, would be what I would pay attention to, or would kind of cause me to be concerned. Like I said, the nail biting, and it's one thing to just bite your nails, but I have seen some kids where it's almost like they're trying to take their nail down to the nail bed.
Yeah, I used to bite my nails that way, you know. But now I have normal nails, and I've learned to, I overcame that. But yeah, definitely.
Maybe if they didn't want to go a certain place, like I said, we have to trust that a child has instincts too. So if they say, or they are hesitant about something, I would just say, pay attention to that. If they're not wanting to be around somebody, if they don't want somebody to touch, so don't allow them. But what I'm saying is, I would still say if I'm still in contact with the person, I'm watching them, even though a child that I have access to may not be around them anymore. I want to pay attention to that person, because even if it's not, I don't want you doing that to any child, and something that you're doing has triggered something. So I'm paying attention to you for the safety of other people too. So that's all I would say. Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to address Brother Marcus. If you heard what I said earlier, we're just talking about signs and symptoms that this could have taken place in the life of your child. Not to say that these signs and symptoms could not be from another situation. You know, just like Marcus is mentioning about the nail biting, it could be like about some type of anxiety or towards something else that they're having. And this is true. This is true. This is true. You know, we're not going to pinpoint it down to say nail biting means that your child, you know, has been touched inappropriately. But we're saying that these are some of the symptoms that go along with that happening to a child. You see what I'm saying? So I just wanted to put that out there.
Yeah, I was watching, y'all know I watch these crime shows like crazy, right? The crime shows and, 48 Hours, stuff like that. So I was watching one where they was interrogating this brother. And so what had happened was the girl, the brother was living with this sister that had children. She had children. She had, like, I think 3 children, and none of them were his children, but he had children of his own, but he was living with this chick. And so he didn't get along with hardly anybody. So when he moved in, her sister was living there with him, and her brother was living there with him, with his children. And so they didn't get along with him so bad, they both moved out. The sister moved out with her children, and the brother moved out with his children. So now it's just the lady and the brother that moved in with him, right? And her 3 children, right? Well, she had a child that was a 5-year-old girl. And the 5-year-old girl would go live with the father for a certain time, because children had different fathers, sometimes, how they do in the hood sometimes. So but she would go spend time with her father sometimes, right? And so anyway, she was over with the father. She was telling the father, I don't want to go back because of old boy. I don't want to go back and be down there with old boy. But the father didn't really listen. He wasn't really active on that level. He didn't really pay attention to her. He thought she was just hating on the new relationship. Well, what ended up happening was this dude was abusing that sister. He was abusing that little kid, and he finally she did something to offend him so bad that he just beat this kid up. 5 years old now. This is a grown man, 27-year-old grown man, beats up a 5-year-old girl, right? The mother's right there. Let him do it. So she was on the floor, not moving. After he got done doing whatever he did to her, she was on the floor, not moving. They put her on the couch. They waited 10 hours before they called the police, they called the ambulance for her. Because they laid her on the couch and she didn't move, not one time, right? And so they waited 10 hours. Now, the thing is, she had been telling her father, I don't want to go back over there. I don't want to go back over there. I don't want to go back over there. And the father didn't listen. And unfortunately, the baby has passed away behind that. So we got to listen to these kids, man. We got to listen to them. Because they can tell you what's going on. Now the dude, I think he got convicted. He got convicted second-degree murder. And, I think he got life in prison. And the mother got like 35 years. I mean, it was an ugly situation, all because the father didn't say, oh, okay, you don't want to be over there? Okay, let me put some things in motion. Or dudes could do stuff like that because they see that you as a father ain't that involved. When they see there's a gap in communication, they can see that. Just like the man was telling us, hey, first thing I look for is the father not being involved, father not being a threat to what I'm trying to do here. So that's just encourage us as men to get more involved in our children's lives. Okay, Patrice, I got a list here. I'm going to bring it up after you guys get done. But Patrice, what are some things that you can notice in a child that may let you know that something inappropriate has taken place?
Yeah, and again, like Vaughn said earlier, these are not just only specifically mean necessarily that your child is being touched or something. These are some of the symptoms and signs to watch out for if your child normally has not shown this type of behavior. Then it's to be questioned regardless, right? It could be wetting the bed, like I said earlier. It could be also it could be start to show aggression more so than others. Start to get angry and mad, fighting at school. You know what I mean? And also, if your child is older, it could be starting to smoke cigarettes, starting to drink, starting to get high all of a sudden, hanging with the wrong crowd. It's so many signs, you know, to look for in changes of behavior in your children when you know they normally start, you know, wasn't that way. Their grades start failing all of a sudden when they were maybe a straight A or B student. They start getting D's and F's. They start skipping classes. Listen, it's so many different things to look for, you know, in your child's behavior. Definitely one, I would say the aggression part and or the withdrawal. If they were, like you said, an active, playful person and they were involved in things they love to do like sports and stuff, and now they have no interest in that stuff, all of a sudden now they don't want to go to track, you know, they don't want to play volleyball, they don't want to play basketball or football or whatever that sport is that you know they love. All of a sudden, if their interest stops in these things, pay attention. You know, as they, and one of the main ones, they start to become more promiscuous.
Yeah.
If they become more promiscuous in your child, where they, you know, becoming more sexually active with multiple people. If you talk to most children that have been molested throughout their lives, they will tell you that there's a form and time in their life, whether when they were teenagers, in their 20s, 30s, whatever, when they were very promiscuous.
Yeah.
Very promiscuous. Pay attention to that, things like that as well. Because we think because the child may be older, oh, that may be just something they're going through puberty, through their teen, or whatever. And it may be a boy or a girl.
Shout out to Daryl Long, by the way.
The promiscuous behavior is so many things to pay attention for. But I would definitely say that those are some of the ones I know that I was trained, you know, working with the youth to pay attention to. Pay attention to the signs when the kids are telling you they parent don't listen to them, they parent don't believe them. Those are signs as well. You know, if the child is reaching out to a counselor or to another adult telling them and they're saying, I told my mommy or I told my daddy and they didn't believe me when I was telling them that the next door neighbor was touching me here or there. Where's here or there? If they point to those private parts of their area that they know, yeah, and they saying that they telling you as an adult that their own parent or grandparent don't believe them. Pay attention to those things. Those are telltale signs of behaviors of children.
Definitely, for sure, Patricia. Thank you so much, all of y'all. So Sophia, you got anything that you can think of that could help us figure out if a child is getting done inappropriately?
Definitely. And this is something that I witnessed through because I volunteered a lot with schools and everything. When there is a child who is okay, play with everybody, and all of a sudden it's starting to cling on grown-ups. You know, at first, you know, since children were my interest, you know what I'm saying, doing each other hair. Hey, you know what I'm saying, can I do your barrettes? I used to hate when people mess with Coco hair and take her barrettes. Now the child want to get up under my dig old bitties. Now the child want to be, you know, to touchy feely with me. And I understand some little kids see the teacher what, you know what I'm saying, this and that, or something that's different than what they have. But you know, and I'm not going to elaborate that, you know, when there's this specific child who now wants to befriend you. That baby had the baby who at the particular school was a kindergarten baby, and this was a little girl. They don't care. They just, their thing is, I'm getting love. I don't get it at home. Brother and sister doing this and that. So the baby was, believe it or not, because she saw, you know what I'm saying, a family member, big sister up here, you know what I'm saying, taking pills and everything, stole the big sister pills and was popping the little birth control pill, but getting down and want to touch and feel and do that. So we know that the baby had, you know what I'm saying, doing this and that. You got to make sure the demon's not in your house. You know what I'm saying? And my kids are 7 years apart and everything away. But sometimes when you have it and when you too busy, go watch your sister, go clean your brother up, go do this and that and everything. And they doing this and that, then they're going to be a bit, you know what I'm saying, physically active with little brother and little sister and everything. And this is what the baby do. Turn around and they start exercising their rights to, you know, express themselves the way that they know that at least somebody touching them, at least they're getting attention. So I had to tell her, I was like, you know what I'm saying, the baby, you know what I'm saying, touching stuff. And I had to, you know what I'm saying, like, you know what I'm saying, hold their hand. I was like, I ain't gonna break your arm, but you don't touch Miss Sophia right there. You don't know. That's a no-no and everything. So, but, you know, and I didn't hurt the baby. But I'm gonna tell you right now, the principal was walking down the hallway and it was us, you know, some children lined up to go to the bathroom. And I was like, you know, Miss So-and-so, I need to holler at you. She was like, yeah, I saw. I said, It wasn't the baby's fault. The baby was just, you know what I'm saying, doing something that they came accustomed to seeing. Right. You know what I'm saying? You got these big kids or whatever. And thank God that they changing the rules to Pornhub. And you know what I'm saying, you have to have an ID and to show this and that. I'm pretty sure they're scanning IDs to make sure that you're, you know what I'm saying, of a certain age or whatever. So, you know, so I don't know if they're gonna get, you know what I'm saying, more deal them license or this and that. But you know what I'm saying, when kids see this, you have to make sure that they're not opening a doorway for the babies, because the babies will definitely do it. And it may not be Miss Sophia. If Miss Sophia got a pedo mind and everything, you can't be touching Miss Sophia like that, because she may be the one that turn around and hurt your baby. So, you know what I'm saying, we all got to be an advocate for each other. And when the baby talk, please listen. We'll listen to our girlfriend and all of her BS, or watch Love and Hip Hop and see alcohol being tossed. Or you know what I'm saying, we'll be at the barber shop and listening to, you know what I'm saying, child support, either I ran away or either I'm paying it, but we won't listen to that baby. Take time out. That baby is your investment. Take time out to, you know what I'm saying, you know, so elaborate in your investment and make sure you profit off your investment.
Yeah, definitely, for sure, y'all, for sure. You know, let me show y'all something real quick, and then we're gonna go into the closing remarks. I gotta show you something, a list of stuff real quick here. Let's see here. Okay. All right. This is a list of, you know, not limited to, but common signs that there may be something concerning a child's life, right? Number one, unexplained changes in behavior or personality, right? Like what I think you and Vaughn brought that up, Sophia, that, you know, they may become personal. Not you, Patrice. They may have changes in their personality. Even Annie, I think, brought that up. They may just have unexplained changes. All of a sudden, they used to be outgoing, and now they're real withdrawn. Number two is becoming withdrawn, right? Because the shame of the situation sometimes overtakes these little kids. They don't know how to process that shame and compartmentalize it, put it to the side, and keep moving forward, right? They seem anxious. They're anxious, you know, they can't really relax because They, you know, and then that's coming from the fear of not knowing if this is going to happen again and how to deal with it, right? Becoming uncharacteristically aggressive. That's what you said, Patrice, right there. Aggressive because they just don't, you know, they get angry and they're angry with themselves for letting it happen. They get angry and they start putting it out, projecting that anger onto other people that might not even have anything to do with the situation, right? Lack social skills and has few friends, right? They draw back so much that they don't have any friends and they don't know how to get friends, right? They're so broken. They don't know how to create relationships, positive relationships. That's a lot of us as adults anyway, right? Poor bond or relationship with a parent, right? Because they get so what's the word? Not hatred, but they develop a bad feeling for the parent because they feel like the parent let this happen.
Oh, right? Animosity.
Animosity is another word I'm looking for, Patrice. Animosity is another one, but there's another word that I'm looking for: resentment.
What, disdain? Resentment?
Huh?
I said disdain and resentment.
Yes, the resentment. They resent the parent for, and the parent may not even know what's going on, but they develop this resentment because
exactly
the parent is supposed to be the protector, and so they feel like you should know what's going on with me, and they feel like you ain't paying attention enough to all these different signs that's going on. So they develop this resentment, and the parents sitting around like, oh, what's going on? And all this stuff is going on, right? They might find out until like Vaughn's situation where the child is older, right? And they come back and break it down to you. What? I had no clue. Yeah. Well, we got to look at our children more closely now because they have so many more. Ways to absorb the wickedness that's out there. Y'all understand what I'm saying? Because y'all know what the difference between a regular cell and a cancer cell is? The difference between a regular cell and a cancer cell. A regular cell has 4 places on the cell where they intake the sugar, because the cells live off the sugar, right? It has 4 places where it intake the sugar. A cancer cell has 96 receptors. 96 receptors. And so that's how cancer works, right? They have all these receptors where they would just starve like weeds. They just starve the other cells around them. And so only they can reproduce. Only this cancer cell can reproduce because they've taken all of the resources, right, away from the other cells, right? They have, so when our children are in these situations, right, they don't have that many people around them to help them. And so we got to be looking for them. We got to be looking, because otherwise this wickedness is so, in today's world, there's so many forms of wickedness, man, through the media, through books, through internet, through other contact with other people, that if they have too many receptors open for it, they might get caught up, right? So we got to be watching that. The knowledge of adult issues and issues inappropriate for their age. Like I was watching some of this that was going over some of these signs, and they were talking about how children sometimes you see like a 5-year-old, 8-year-old child, 10-year-old child. They're talking about sexual activity, right? Like, how do you know about that? They shouldn't be talking about stuff like that, right? That should be out of their wheelhouse at least to about 13 or 14, where they start even getting curious about it, right? But if you preemptively start that curiosity, that natural curiosity they have towards sex, then they may not be able to process it properly to where they could be like, oh, okay, this is inappropriate for me to be at this age thinking about this. But that's where the shame comes in. They feel ashamed of what they've done because they know once they find out they ain't supposed to be doing that, then they feel ashamed about it. Running away or going missing, right? They run away a lot, right?
That's the running away part. That's a big one. Yeah.
Yeah, they run away. Why are they running away? They're running away because they don't know how to deal with the situation in this context, in this confinement. They don't know how to deal, so they just leave. And what happens generally when they leave, they have to trust somebody out there sooner or later, right? They end up trusting the wrong people. A lot of times, most of the time.
Oh, and bro, Clarence, just to even elaborate even more on the runaway part, most of the runaways that you find out that never come back home, some kind of way, they still end up getting trafficked or getting into prostitution or getting into some form of homelessness and crime. That's a big issue in the United States that we have because of I watched a program where most of the runaways that were teenagers was saying they were they ran away because they were getting abused at home, whether it was being sexually or physically.
Yeah, a lot of them do. I was watching this thing where this little sister was beautiful little sister, probably about 18 or 19, I think. Beautiful. And she kept robbing people. And they asked her, "Why are you robbing people?" She said, "You know what? I just never knew the difference between right and wrong. I was in all these foster homes getting abused. And, I finally ran away at 16 and I had to take care of myself. And I knew I could, get over on my looks. And so that's what I did. It was just a crazy situation. Okay, one more, y'all. Always choosing to wear clothes to cover their body, right? They get to the point where they've been violated and they feel that the violation is a product of the violator being able to see their total body and their body, something on their body has ignited this person because they can't crunch the numbers and say to themselves, this person is sick. It's not me, it's them. There's the sick one in this situation. So they can't process that at that young of an age. They feel like, man, I did something to inspire this person to do this to me, right? So they want to cover their body up because the body, they feel like, man, something on me is attracting this person. If I cover everything up, I want to attract these kind of people to me no more. But they don't understand that the person it's not so much the clothing necessarily, it's the fact that it's the conditions that surrounding the child, the father not there, the mother being so busy that they can't pay attention all the time, and just a domino effect of the different things that's out there. All right, y'all. I think we did a good job today. We covered this topic really a lot better than what I wanted to do. A lot better than what I wanted to do. I wanted to really bring out the reasons, go into why these things are happening. I think I covered that a little bit. But as far as the most important thing is us recognizing the signs of what could happen when your child might be involved in some of this stuff. You can step in there and try to make a difference, make a change. All right, y'all. So we're gonna get some closing remarks, y'all, because Sister Annie said I gotta get off. She said, "Man, that's it, man, brother. You gotta get out of here. 3 hours, right?" And I thank her because that saved me from another cursing out by Rico. So I appreciate that. All right, let's go around the room and let's start with Sister Sophia. You can give us some closing remarks, Sister Sophia, some solutions or whatever, comments or whatever to help us with this situation.
I love the fact that everybody, even in the chat, gave their seasoning. That's what I call it when you put some input in to change things up. Understand that there's some grown-ups that are still going through this. So when they say stuff and they can't, we have to talk.
Shout out to Big Rick
When
Slaps.
people when people talk, and Risa also, Risa, I've been seeing you got some, boy, you a gem. But when people
That's
talk,
my sniper right there.
all right, that pow pow. But when people talk, listen, because there's a lot of stuff. Everything that y'all do affect me. Everything that I do affect y'all, and that's how the demons work through each other and everything. Because they have a network. So saying, please talk and everything. Even with somebody who I'm dealing with now, older than me. I'm in my 50s. And this man is telling me, you all that I have, if I do something, even though he's older than me, the thing of it is that, so no, so don't do that. I'll do what you say. And I was like, see, if my daddy was here, saying, come on now, so you a man. And my thing is either, say call him a jellyback and run, or either help him. And I decided to help him out. I decided to help him out in listening, because it's a shame when you get our age and nobody has yet to listen to you. So I was like, you know what? Stand back. Let's not talk relationships. Let's not do this and everything. Let's talk about healing and growing. And I have your back. So just listen and talk. Just talk. We hear you. Everybody may not hear you. Who you want to hear may not hear you. Come here. We hear you here.
Yes, definitely. All right, Sis Sophia, I'm gonna pull you down, sis. I appreciate you. Thank you for coming today.
I love you. Y'all take care.
So much, man.
Love you too, Sister Sophia. Take care.
Love you.
That is a good sister right there. All right. Let me roll over to Sister Annie, and let me give me some final remarks, sis.
Well, first thing I want to say is I want to say again how happy I am that you're back. Happy that you got the rest you needed. And anytime you need rest for you, I want you to make sure that you do it. This was a great topic. I appreciate all the insight that everyone on the panel brought up. Just thinking about, and I'm sorry, Marcus, that I'm going to say this, but I'm just looking at some of the comments that Marcus and I were going back and forth on. And one thing that I would just say to that, as I mentioned, anything can be anything. A woman being nauseous could be because she ate something not that was not agreement to her stomach, or she could be pregnant, right? So it could be one of the other things. When it comes to children, what we need to do is make sure that we pay attention to those symptoms. If a child is biting their nail because, or I say tinkling in the bed, it could be because of, maybe they're upset about something or whatever. Whatever the issue is, it needs to be paid attention to. So I don't care the why behind the action. If I notice this behavior, then I want to pay attention to it. I want to inspect it. I want to start paying more attention to who's around these kids. So I would just say that we as adults need to make sure that we're paying attention to what kids are saying and what they're not saying. And that we need to, because some parents are lazy. Okay, they don't want to take the time. They don't want to spend the extra time to inspect. And also, I encourage all family members to be helpful in this. So even if you see your sister or brother not doing what they need to with your niece and nephew, you step in. You step in. We can't just say that we're a community, but we're a community only when everything is going okay. Only when we need to contribute to backpacks. We need to go into uncomfortable spaces where we may have to, me as a woman, I may need to approach a man. Because I will. Regardless of what the consequence may be, because I'd rather it be to me than to be to a child.
Yeah.
We have to be brave enough to step out and say, I have to stand in front of this child against whoever that is. So that's all I would say. I thank you for bringing up this topic, Brother Clarence. I love all of y'all. And that's
love you too.
Always. Definitely. Thank you, Sister Annie. Thank you, Sister Sophia and Sister Annie and Patrice for brightening up our panel today. I love it when the sisters come up here, man. That shows me scam likely. I don't know, man. If you want to come up here and debate me real quick about there's no community, I'll let you come up here, brother. But we, unless you coming up here, we're about to close the show out. But yeah, man, I'm so honored to have the sisters come up here, because I realize that I must be doing something right if the sisters feel safe from coming up here and discussing some of these difficult topics. So I appreciate that. But yes, Scam Likely, you got a few more minutes, brother. You want to come up here? You better get on up here, otherwise we're closing out. All right, we're gonna go over to Sister Patrice.
Drop the link, Brother Clarence. Drop the link.
Oh, drop it on.
Yes, sir.
All right, drop the link on. Okay. There you go, brother. All right. What you got for us, Patrice?
Yeah, just in closing, just, my main thing is pay attention to your children. Listen to your children. I know as parents, we lead busy lives, and sometimes, when that child is saying, I don't want to go over Uncle so-and-so house, or I don't want to go over Mr. and Mrs. so-and-so house. Ask your children why. Have the conversation and listen to them. If they're trying to explain to you that they treat them differently, they act differently towards them, or they're touching them inappropriately, don't just say, oh, that's just your imagination. You probably just being bad. You talk too much. You got a big mouth and your smart mouth. Like we tend to do that sometimes with our children, right?
Yeah.
We're not listening or don't want to listen when the child is trying to tell you something, and vetting. Everybody always talk about this vetting word. Are you when it comes to men and women that they're dating or whatever, or should be dating? But are you vetting these organizations? Are you vetting the people in the organizations? Do you know how many pedophiles live in your neighborhood? I bet you don't. I bet you don't. If you had children that are going to school in a community, are you looking up how many known pedophiles live within so many miles of you? See, because this is free access that we have as citizens and as parents. But do we do that homework? Do we pay attention to that? And I want to really speak to these procurers of pedophiles. These are the people that take up for, speak on the behalf of, sweep under the rug the nefariousness that these people are doing to other people. See, we got procurers that protect people that are like that. We do it in our families. We do it with friends. We do it with we do it with the pastors. We have whole organization and communities in the religious sector, and I'm talking all forms, that have for many years protected these pedophiles in these religious institutions.
Okay.
Facts. We have to stop that bull. We have to stop it. Stop protecting them. Because this is why things like this continue to happen. See, we'll be at the funeral listening at the eulogy how great they talk about Uncle so-and-so was, but he was the biggest pedophile in your family.
Yeah, definitely.
But we'll talk about how great he was, though. See, I know about that shit. I got a best friend right now. Lost her virginity at 12.
Oh, man.
In the church, and was never the same. Will never be the same. But then when she come out and as adult and want to tell a story, guess who they ridiculed? Her. That's why she don't believe in church anymore. She don't believe in pastors anymore. And thank God she just started recently believing back in a higher power, in God. Because as a child that now became an adult and said, I want to tell my story, because so many people protected these men that were doing this to her in the church, and she ended up getting pregnant a couple times. Oh, they pay for abortions and everything. Oh, baby, it's nefariousness that goes on, that gets hid. And now she's damn near, if the wind blow, it'll knock her down and she won't be breathing no more. Like I said, I'm just waiting on a phone call, because she battled addiction her whole life with drugs and alcohol. And now she's so small and so sick. So when people come out and tell their story and you continue to shame and victimize the victim, shame on you. But you're a procurer of the goddamn assailant. that committed the crime against a child that had no power of their own. So I'm just sick of this sickness within families, communities, the world, that we continue to procure and protect these people. Some of us marry these people that are known pedophiles. Hello, Nicki Minaj, her brother, Nicki Minaj's brother is in prison now for sexually molesting his stepdaughter. But this is a rap artist. This is a rap artist that y'all love. And her husband is a known level 3 sex offender. You chose that man. So whatever is coming your way, you wanted to bond out and protect your brother, who's a known. It's been proven that a court of law is doing time for this. But see, we got women, we got men that protect these people. We got clergy people, we got family members that do this shit. It's sickening. And as long as this type of stuff continue and no one speak up, and then when the victim speaks out, you want to victimize the victim even further, shame on you.
Yeah.
Shame on you. Listen to your children. And I digress.
All right, thank you, sis. Appreciate you. Do we need to talk? You want to hang out? Or are you good?
I'm good, bro. I'm good.
Okay.
All right. Everybody take care. Good seeing you back, bro. Love everybody. Salute to the chat. All right.
You know that girl will hit me back. She will just pop back up here if she got something to say. So she will pop up. But hold on, Vaughn. I want to get to Scam Likely. Scam, are you there, man?
Yeah, what's going on? Can you hear me loud and clear?
I can hear you loud and clear, brother.
Cool. I'm driving, so my audio probably ain't gonna be the best.
Okay.
It's not pushback, plus I missed a chunk of the conversation, but I just want to make a couple comments regarding the topic. And I'll just use the word pervin, because I don't know what words on YouTube you can say and can't say.
Okay.
But yes, there's some dudes pervin kids. There's some women pervin little boys, and people ain't cool. I bet those, how can I say it? The solution is called father.
Okay.
People know not to go and mess with people's sons and daughters when there's a father present, a vetted father and an active father. That's a death sentence.
Okay.
I bet it's in a 90-something percentile of those who had active fathers, knowing and aware fathers, that it happened.
Okay, kind of.
But that's just one thing. The other thing is fear mongering. Yes, we're aware that stuff happens, but we can't just keep injecting all the fear that's so deep that there's single moms running out here that possibly could go get a man. And the only thing they keep thinking in their mind, oh no, these men's out here, they're gonna perv my daughter, they're gonna pose her. So you're gonna leave your daughter unprotected. Oh, go ahead.
Let me ask you a question, brother. So, do you think that it's wrong or out of the way for these women to be concerned about their children being around strange men?
Yes, that's why they should go get married. That's why they should go date and get a man.
But that can't be the answer to everything. It can't be the answer to there's, even if you're married, there's gonna be some creeper dudes out there, right?
Okay, well, there's two options. Woman has a 6-year-old son or 6-year-old daughter. She's 33. She don't have no man.
Okay.
Those kids are uncovered and unprotected. They're not being, there's a limit to how they're being raised. She can get a man, or she can do it all herself and leave them unprotected day after day after day. Yes, there's a risk, but there's a reward. But surrendering and leaving them unprotected is not the answer.
I agree, but what if she's it's not at the point where she's found the type of man that she can grow and produce properly with? I mean,
Then Right. Then she needs to work on herself until she becomes that person and go get that. It's different. You got kids depending on you now.
Okay.
There's a 6-year-old who has no father.
Okay.
And he needs one, and somehow ain't one there. That's survival. But it needs to operate as if this is a survival mode.
Okay.
So it can be, oh, my feelings. Oh, I don't have this. Okay. How do you explain that to the 9-year-old unprotected, 6-year-old, 12-year-old, 13-year-old unprotected son or daughter?
Well, okay. Let me give you an example of what I'm talking about, because I don't want us to think that just men are just having a man around is going to be the example. You're going to have a certain type of man around, right? What I'm saying is we can't just say, okay, well, in my opinion, I would not be the one to say, oh, well, just get a man. Well, it would have to be a certain type of man you have to get to be there. For example, I got a granddaughter. So my wife would say, hey, I want my my son wants pictures of, our granddaughter with the Santa Claus in the mall. And I said, no, we're not doing that. Now, why did I say we're not doing that? Because I don't want my granddaughter comfortable sitting on an old man's lap. I don't even want her to think that that's something that she should even be doing, right? So it depends on the man. You can't just say, because then if she feel comfortable sitting on old man's lap, any old man could come and say, hey, come and sit on my lap, right? We ain't doing that. So in my opinion, brother, I hear what you're saying. And it would be nice if she had a man to support her in the raising of her children, especially the man that conceived those children with her. But if that's not possible, do you think they should just run out and just get a man, any old man? Scam, you there? Oh man, Scam was he was driving. I don't think he.
No, I'm muted myself. My bad.
Okay.
Yeah, I would never say go get any man. There's a lot of dust and crusties out there, and that's before you even get to purpose.
Okay.
A lot of dudes, they ain't talking about nothing. Let's be real. But yeah, qualified man, go try to get yourself the best thing you can. Yeah,
okay.
Avoid the dust and crusties.
Okay, so give me a practical way that should happen, brother. Give me the practicality of that, because I hear people saying, "Yeah, just go get a man. Just go get a good man." But we all know that good men are hard to find, and so how practically?
They somehow found a way to find a bad man, and they figured that out.
Easy. The road to having a good time is littered, covered with dusty dudes. You can trip over a dusty dude, right? How do you find a good man? That's the question.
It's so easy to find good men. 1, be a good person. 2, go ask 15 people, hey, do you know any good men? I just want a dude that ain't gonna cheat, beat, whatever. They'll know somebody. It's that easy with men. Finding good women is different.
I disagree with you, brother.
But good men?
I disagree.
Okay, Clarence, do you know 5 good men right now that qualify for marriage?
Huh?
Do you know 5 men right now that qualify to be married? They'll at least give their best.
Put like this, I know 5 men that look like on the surface they are, but I don't know. I really don't know. I'd have to be the one that spent time with them. That's what the whole courting process is for, because somebody could look good on the surface. Like I said, I used to be a special secretary in the Nation of Islam. Dudes came in there with beautiful suits. They look good. They were cleaned up, looking nice and everything. And next thing you know, here we are pulling them outside in the back, telling them, if you do XYZ again, we're going to do XYZ to you. I've been right there when we had to do stuff like that.
Yeah, I can't get on that page because I can give you 20 names right now. And the least I can say, that might not be the man for the woman, but I can at least say these men qualify for marriage. If they decided to take on a woman, they're not going to have these perv and unprotected problems.
Well,
I can
a
give
lot of
20.
dudes qualify for marriage. Depends on what you mean by qualifying for marriage. A lot of dudes qualify for marriage, but are they really ready and able to be in a marriage? Because marriage is tough.
Oh, but if that's the case, no men, we can't find men. It's that hard. Leave the kids unprotected. Don't even try. Just keep doing what they're doing. And maybe you get perved. Maybe you get attacked coming home from school. Because to me, I guess they're just not doing anything. All of it.
No. What I'm saying to you,
let's just let it be and let the mamas run the what's left of the community.
Well, what I'm saying to you.
Well, and I hate the community word because it's not a community.
Well, that's what the fathers are doing, right? The fathers are impregnating these women and leaving them, right? If this is your child and you impregnate this woman, you should be covering her, right? But the fathers are leaving the children with these women, and then saying, "Ain't no these women out here doing all this stuff," but the fathers are leaving them. If the father was more involved, if you have seen the show, go back and watch the replay. I played a pedophile who was describing what he looks for in a child that he was going to take advantage of. And you know what the number one thing he said? The number one thing he said was that the father was a threat. He said the first thing he looked for was the father, right? So what I'm saying to you, brother, is I'm not saying that she shouldn't get in a relationship with a good man. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it's being minimized, the difficulty of doing that after making a few mistakes here or there. That is being minimized, in my opinion, based on your representation. I think that they should get a man. You should actually, typically, it should be the father of even if the father not with the child, mother, you should be covering over your child and a portion of the mother, right? You should be. Can we agree on that?
Yeah. The men that I'm talking about, they don't do this. I don't really know too many men that are just, okay. Aside from YouTube, only YouTube where I keep hearing all these random stories about raw dog Ronnies flying up and down the interstate to go raw in some reckless baby mamas. In my real life, I don't know. I'm not on the phone talking to friends that are going out doing this. I don't know these people. Most of the men aren't doing this.
I would say most of the men.
It's a small percentage of men. It's a small percentage of men who are doing this with a high percentage of the women. That is a fact.
I would say it was a small percentage of men. I would say it's a smaller percentage of men that are trying to do good stuff, but the guys that are doing the good stuff aren't actually they're not on I would say they're not in the desirable, they're not in the zone of desirability of a lot of women at a certain point.
That's not true. That's not true.
Okay, let me ask you this question. If that's not true, why are so many women having babies with so many men that are not standing by them and protecting them?
Because the men who won't go they're not participating in the behavior making these women pregnant. A lot of them are married with children, in relationships, or they're single and they're not raw dog Ronnies.
I just said
they're not participating in the behavior. They won't do it. I'm 42 and I'm single, no kids. I won't go on wigs.com and go find one of these women and go make random babies. I won't do it. My friends don't do it.
Well, that's good. That's
so if they keep getting pregnant, who's doing it?
But see, your circle is not indicative of the grand scheme of things. Now I could hide my head and say, well, my people don't do this. Like I could say, hey, none of my sons rob and kill people, so people ain't robbing. So it's not that many people out there robbing and killing people. But it is a lot of people out there robbing and killing people, right? I could hide my head and say, well, because the people I know ain't doing it, it's not that many people doing it. But that's not the reality.
No, I'm saying that. No, I said there's a small population of men who are doing it. Most of them. Okay, here's a better number. Most single black men, most of them don't have kids. Okay. Most single black women do have kids.
Okay, now why? Why?
If most of the women do and most of the men don't, that would tell you that it's a few men and a lot of women participating in the wrong behavior. Now, I'm not advocating for the dusty man. I'm asking women, what are you doing over there? If you knew he wasn't your husband, and the men that you should be going after aren't going raw and just leaving babies in the street. How is it that you found the ones that did?
Like I said, the ones that are the dusty type of dudes that'll do stuff like that, they everywhere. They everywhere. You can't go nowhere and not find dudes that's out there. And they look good. They dress nice. They they got a nice car. They got everything. They got all the trappings of somebody that got their head on straight. But the woman a lot of times don't find out until they actually get involved with the guy to find out that the situation is not coherent. So therefore, they don't find out until after they get involved with the dude give them the seed, they had a baby, and then now she find out that most men don't want babies. Now I'll agree with you that. Most men that have out here having casual sex are not looking to be fathers. They're just looking to have casual sex. But the problem is you become a father. Now we have to do something. So should we not address the men that are out there doing that? Should we not address the dusty men that are out there doing that behavior? Or should we?
I guess from what you're saying, these poor women are such victims that they tried to get the best man that they could, and they all look alike. They all work. All the men, they work in the same job. They have the same car and the same credit score, and you knew that they're single and childless. As much time as women spend on social media, as much time researching whatever they're doing, all the men look the same all of a sudden.
What do you mean?
Where you can look up a man, ask him for his middle name or his driver's license, tell what he owns, find out his salary, find out his whole family history in less than 10 minutes. But somehow they can't tell a difference in the men.
You think an 18 or 19-year-old girl is going to be looking around to try to find out what his dude's salary is? She's going to probably take him at his word, right? Especially if he has the trappings, like the car and the clothes and everything. She's going to just take him at his word. Most of the time, these guys, all I'm saying is this, Dusty.
Women go out, so what you're saying is cool. Women go out here and roll the dice. Sometimes you get one, sometimes you don't. It's okay to go unprotected.
That is not what I said, bro.
And trust me, I'm not advocating for the dusty dudes that's doing this. If you see me on dust panels, I give them absolute hell.
Okay, so
beyond hell.
Why can't we?
What I'm saying is we can't group the dusty men in with the men who are actually doing the right thing.
No, but
that's not
we're
cool.
not. We're not. We today we were talking about how you're protecting your children from different situations that may arise where they may be taken advantage of sexually. That's what we was talking about. And the father came up is because we had a video that we were watching where a known predator was talking about the things that he looked for when he was perusing a child to see whether he was going to take advantage of the child or not. And one of the number one thing he said was whether the father was around or whether the father was a threat to him, right? So I'm saying that the father, based on his definition of what he, as the enemy, was looking for, because he's the enemy of our children, right? Based on what he was saying, then we should say, okay, how can we fight this enemy? Well, let's go where this enemy don't want us to be. The enemy just told us he's looking for places where the father's not there. Well, let's tell all the fathers to go get there. Go get on your post. Would you agree with that?
Okay, here's the deal. Women who go and have children, and no one's in the chat, I don't attack women. I'm not one of them dudes. I dust off men 3 times as bad. Dust is dust.
Right.
But here's the problem. A regular dude who has a child, there are some of those. A lot of those want to participate in the child's life. Drop them off to live with the father when they get to be about 7, 8 years old. Fathers are more important, I'm going to say it. Let's just be real. Fathers are more important from about age 8 all the way up to 18. And that's for their daughters too.
Okay. Let me say this, and I'm gonna let you go back and finish. I would say they're more important, but they have a lot of weight and a lot that they can add bring to the table to help the child turn out as best as possible. I will put that out there. I would give you that.
Yeah. My own mother will tell you who's the more important parent. My dad. She'll tell you that. My sister will tell you that. She's married, 3 children. She didn't know that until the children got older. She realized, hey, I thought I was somebody, but the reason they are who they are is because of their father. My cousin is married, 4 children. She'll tell you that. 7, 9, 11, and 13. Father's the more important parent. It just is what it is. And it's not a man versus woman competition, but just solution-wise.
That's what I'm saying. It's not about that. It's about
right.
The
it's
child,
not about that.
Right?
What I'm saying is being about the child. Everything. You talk community. You talk every category across the board. What's lacking is fatherhood.
Correct.
It'll knock 80-90% of the dust that's going on. And not just a random man. I'm talking about real fathers.
Okay, but I'm saying, who's stopping these fathers from being involved in their children's lives? For the most part. No.
Hold on. Let me back it up. The dusty fathers is their damn selves. I can't defend dust.
Okay.
Raw Dog Ronnie and them, they're.
But
if they get hit by a truck, it is.
You're the one that said. Wait a minute, Scam. You're the one that said that they are sleeping with most of the women. You said that. You said
no. They're impregnating most of.
So.
What I'm saying is this.
Semantics on that, but okay.
Hold on. I'll give you numbers. 80% of the children born, 78 to 80% of the children born are born, and it's no marriage.
Okay.
There's no husband, no wife.
I'll accept that.
Men should not be doing this. Ain't no way I'm gonna defend it.
Okay, I agree.
Especially when they complain about the system. Yeah. How the system out there ragdolling your homeboy, your cousin, and your uncle, and you went and go on babymamas.com and stuck your meat in there. Unacceptable.
Okay, but let me finish.
Meaning they're held accountable and they still won't stop doing it. Those dudes are pretty dusty.
Let me finish my point, though, brother. Let me finish my point.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Okay, so my point in this is, if those guys are the majority of men that are out there sleeping with women and not taking care of their children, then should not we address those men? Because they are the ones that's actually creating the issue. They're the ones that they are creating the vacuum by not being involved in the children's lives and not giving the mother support to create the issue where we have the high crime and the high violence in the Black community. Would you agree with that?
Yeah. No, here's the deal. I had this argument with a friend of mine about a year ago. Like, why are you keeping blaming the women? Why are you keeping? Like, oh, here's the deal. There are men who are married that have children. They're responsible. There are men who are in relationships having children. There are men who don't have any children. Then there are men who are fighting to get their children, or at least doing 50-50 and working something out arrangement.
Right.
Those men are okay. Then there's a small percentage of men just sliding their meat in anything. The problem with it is you're trying to get those men to do something or become something that they are absolutely not. You can't put a suit on a Pookie and Ray Ray. They're allergic to them. Meaning, if there was an average guy, cool. If there was a dude, I don't know, somewhere in the 40, 50 percentile, yeah. But some of these dudes, the fact that they knew and went and did it anyway tells you what kind of dude they are.
But
so the only thing you can tell, meaning, just like the chicks, the women who are on the bottom, Tyquisha Jenkins and them. Now I get the single parent nurse, the one with a job or whatever. You can talk to them. There's something to work with. But the ones at the bottom, they're too far gone. I'm saying there's a lot of these dudes who are putting random 4-5 kids in the street are too far gone.
Let me take you at that level. So you're saying that the women are too far gone. Okay.
I'm saying the bottom women are too far gone.
Right.
But
right.
a lot of the
So-
middle
so-
ground women are having children with bottom level men.
Okay.
So the women, there's something to work with. The man, there's not.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, you're saying that this issue is stemming from the women, and what I'm saying to you is this issue is stemming from the men, because even if the woman don't want to be with them, they can be they can be a covering for their child, their children, and then we won't have to have the stuff that we were talking about earlier, which is the sexual violations that's going on in our community and outside of our community, because we all know that most of the people, not all, but most, or let me say it like this, a portion of people that are abused go on to further abuse other people, right? We all
That's
understand
true.
that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. If we can stop the abuse by bringing the fathers back into the children's lives, whether they want to be with the mother or not, if we can bring them back, then, because you yourself said they are the most important person after a certain age, right? But where are they? We just run around blaming the women, saying the women was with this too. Well, where is the father? The father
Okay,
needs
here's
to be
what I'm
brought
saying.
back.
If these are dudes in the middle ground that want to be present, that are worth something, yes, possibly you can solve a percentage by bringing fathers back, by incentivizing it, or some kind of way, counseling, whatever. But if it's raw dog running and the dude's from the street, ain't nothing you can do with that, because you don't want that father in the house. If it's
Well, I'm
Ike
not
Turner
saying
or
you
Joe
go in the
Jackson,
house, but what I'm saying is,
you don't want that.
No. You don't know, brother. You don't know what somebody's going to do faced with the responsibility of fatherhood unless it gets in their lap, right?
They
And
showed
so
you,
sometimes
go
some
ahead.
of us, listen, sometimes some of us got to have something that heavy fall on our lap before we say, hey, I got to change my life. I got to change what I'm doing, right? And I don't think we should take the responsibility away from the men when the men are the ones that are out here sleeping with all of these different women and impregnating them. These women ain't out here impregnating themselves unless you know something I don't know. They ain't out here impregnating themselves. There's men out
So
here
that's
that
not
get
what-
impregnated.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is this. When you're talking about people at the bottom, a percentage of men that are at the bottom, you can't make them into something that they're not. Women at the bottom, you can't make them into something that they're not.
But brother, I'm not saying you
I'm
can't.
saying you
make
can only
somebody-
work with somebody who has something to work with.
But what I'm saying is, brother, it doesn't matter where they're at, the bottom, the top, the middle, it doesn't matter. They should be taking care of their children. And we should not allow them to be able to walk the streets and say, well, you ain't gonna take care of your children, so we good with that. No, we not good with that. That's your children. That's your child. Go over there and take care of your child. And we're not blaming these women for it. Yeah, they play a part in it too, because they selected you. But other than that, if she's got some children, she take care of them, then she doing as best as she can, right? But you should be there to be the covering so that they don't get violated, right? That was our topic for today, being violated. We heard the dude say, the first thing you look for is the father in the house. First thing you look for is the father being around, right?
Yeah.
Whether you're a good father or not, but he's looking for the father just to have a certain kind of level of communication with the child, right? Now, what I'm saying is, why are we letting the men get away? Why are we letting them escape saying, well, you a bottom dude, so, therefore it's just the women. No, it's you too.
I don't think you get it. Here's the deal.
Okay, help me get it, brother.
Okay, this is what I'm talking about, the lowest level. Loke Jenkins goes and gets multiple women pregnant, has multiple babies in different streets.
Okay.
A lot of the women don't even bother going after them for child support. They don't even bother.
Okay.
A lot of these dudes are required to pay $26 or something, and they won't even do that.
Okay.
But they have multiple children, which means there's more women looking for these dudes and getting pregnant.
Okay.
Now, I'm not defending this. I'm not defending the dust. Or let's take Future, for example. Let's just say Future was not Future the Entertainer, but I'm just using the name because he got like 12 kids. There's one of him. And if he got 10, 11, 12 kids, that means there's multiple women waiting in line to go and have babies with him. Meaning the behavior is a norm in the culture. Oh, you got 6 kids? Okay, let me be baby mama number 7. Then it's number 8. Then it's number 9. Then it's number 10. Which means they're volunteering, signing up and being in line to go and be baby mama. Which means the dudes that are so far gone that they're going to keep doing this are pretty far gone. Now, if someone wants to go get them, like I've told somebody on the panel the other day, he needs to have quarter-pointed meat. And the government should confiscate his meat since he can't handle it anymore. He had to go to the court. And he was talking about women being held accountable for having children. And he was the one who was making the children. Okay, so you don't want to be a leader. If you want the women to be accountable, you don't want to be a leader. Fine. Court above you, woman above you, kids above you, and you at the bottom. He didn't like that too much, but it was what it was.
Okay, let me say this. What should be the option? Okay, if we're trying to protect children in this situation, our option should be what? To send the mother out to here's a Bumble account, here's this account. You go out and find you a man, and that will protect your child, as opposed to going to the men that created that child and saying to that man, we're not going to just overlook that. If we can talk bad about women that are selecting guys like you, we really should be coming down on the men that's walking away from their responsibility. I don't care if you want to be with the woman or not. You got a responsibility. We made this child. Now you have a responsibility. You got to tend to it. You got to make sure, right? You got to make sure it's working right.
Cool. Woman dropped the kid off at his house. He now has 100% custody.
Okay.
Child now to be raised by the guy that you chose.
Maybe so. That's something they need to work out. I'm just
he now has right. I agree.
The man should get in there. But we as men, we are creating a climate where guys can go out and do this stuff, and all we say is, well, he's just a bottom tier guy, so we're not going to go after. We're not going to put him up. No, we should blast them. We should blast them to the moon. We should blast them to the moon. If they got enough, if they can go out here and create somebody like Future, how the hell are you going to take care of 12 children that's in different places all over the country?
When you go to try to hold him
money,
when you go to try to hold this man accountable and go and try to change him, how are you going to get through the 16 women who are fighting to come be his next baby mama? How are you going to get through that?
That's my point.
Meaning the behavior is jacked up on both sides.
But that's my point.
And most of these men who are doing this were raised by women.
But that's what I'm saying. Are you a woman? No, I'm not a woman. Vaughn's not a woman. We're not women. So we can only talk to a little portion of what women are going through that we can visually see. They got other stuff that they're going through that we can't see. We can't understand that. So, so we're not going to be as effective with them as we will be with men. You follow? That's like you got a YouTuber out here now that tells men, I don't care what, if she's a woman, most men ain't going to listen to her. I can't hear you, Scam. You kind of Scam, kind of breaking up. Well, Vaughn, I mean.
Well, wow. Hey, listen, I listen. Hopefully the brother can come back up so he can finish his point.
Okay. Yeah, I would like him to. I would like him to.
I just wanted to remain silent because I knew you were dealing with him at that point. And I didn't really want to have too much to say about the conversation.
I was like,
because I wanted you to just, do your thing.
I was like, Treats, let me do this.
Yeah.
But yeah, he brought up a great question. He brought up a great question. His and I'm glad he was able to articulated in a way where we could kind of understand it. I didn't agree with him, but I definitely understood where his position was.
Oh, he's
where
back.
he's,
He looks like he's back in the chat. Can you let him back up so he can finish?
Oh yeah. All you gotta do is click on. I don't know if he. Oh,
Yeah.
he's in.
I know everybody wants you to get off
all
and
you
go
gotta
get
click
some
on,
rest.
man.
But
Click on. Come on up here.
if you feel well,
Oh, there he is.
you know.
There he is. All right, he's at home now. He ain't got no excuse to jump off and click off and everything now, right?
No, I
all
lost
right.
connection. Let me turn the light up. No, first of all, first thing I want to say, salute to you, because at the end of the day, you're trying to find a solution. So it's not like a beef type of argument. It's just a disagreement on how the solution.
Man. All love.
My thing is, how to say it.
Greetings, my brother. By the way, I didn't get to address.
Hey, what's
you.
good, Vaughn? What's good?
Yes, sir.
My thing
How
is
you
that
doing?
the culture has become this. Raw dog Ronnies and dudes is doing this stuff. I'm not for it at all.
Okay.
But the culture has become where more women, 60-something% of the population of women have kids. And it's only like 20-something% of the men that are 60-something% of the women are single with children. 20-something% of the men, which means it's 2 to 3 times more likely that a woman is going to become a baby mama than a dude to be a baby daddy.
Okay.
Women are followers. So when the dudes keep talking about, and it's pretty disgusting, they need to get rid of Section 8 and get rid of the system. Dudes, when she gets pregnant, he should be able to say, I don't want the kid, and walk away. That's unacceptable. And I went 1-on-5 and 1-on-6 on panels with dudes who say that. Because that just means dudes who consider themselves leaders can just go raw dog and just tell a woman anything she wants to hear, let loose, then sign a paper. I didn't want the baby, no way. So, I mean, that's her problem. That's unacceptable. But the behavior is so bad that there are men wishing that they could do that right now.
But how are we going to correct this behavior in men? That's the thing. If we don't create a culture where that is frowned upon, then how are we going to create? How are we going to reverse that behavior? You know what I mean? If we put the blame on the person that it actually is not the blame, this person is just the person that's left with the ashes of what actually happened. This other person could just walk away and go get another woman pregnant. For example, we were talking about.
Hold on. That woman did say, yes, you can go wrong. She did say that. And she did go through with the pregnancy. Let's be real. And she knew that it wasn't her husband.
So now wait, let me interject here if I could, Brother Clarence. You know, I wanted you to handle the conversation because I know it's between you and Brother Scam, likely, you know, but I'm just trying to figure out, you know, hey, you're trying to, it sounds in a way as to where you're trying to put it as if the individual who skeets does have no responsibility.
No, I never said that.
Because he put his seed somewhere. You see what I'm saying? So I don't want to mistake what you're saying, brother. I fully want to understand what you're saying. But the way you just said it led me to that opinion. So maybe you can explain that better to me.
Okay.
Of what you just said.
Okay.
Concerning that, she allowed him to do this. You know?
Okay. Here's a better way to explain it.
Okay. Go ahead.
There's tiers of men. Married men, married successful men. And I'm single, but I already know married successful men are at the top. I aspire to be one of those men. Single successful men. Then there's married men in general. Then there's single men. A lot of these men, most of them, like they could talk about black men, no, most of them are middle-class regular dudes. There is a class of dust crust men.
I would agree. I would definitely
Dust crust men. I'm not talking about average dudes. Majority of the average, even the average, is a small class of men and decent that have a good income and look like something or whatever. Very small population of them that are willing to just leave kids in the street. There's actually a lot of them trying to get their kids. Or if they're not trying to get their kids, it's because of the woman and not the kids. Which he is still responsible.
Okay.
Because he picked that woman. What were you doing?
Agreed.
I have a friend right now. He did something he wasn't supposed to do, and here comes a daughter. Woman ain't about nothing. but he's doing everything he can. He's fighting for a second time to increase custody.
Okay.
This is what I've known men to do. The random dudes is doing that I don't know these dudes, but they're so far gone that woman, what were you doing with this dude? They're that far gone. And these dudes are producing multiple kids.
Yeah, and I
So
would
far
agree.
gone
I would
that these
listen.
aren't dudes that you can go get and say, we're going to hold you. They're that far gone.
Well, listen, I would definitely agree with you on that line of terms of what you're talking, you know. But here's where I'm coming from. You know, we always have a tendency to sway the conversation to where it is so totally off topic, and we always get back to where the woman is wrong. And see, this is where I have a problem with when conversations are, you know, convoluted and swayed this way. You know, we started out one way, and we should end off with the topic that we spoke about. Now, I know you came in a little bit late, and I get it, but the conversation is starting to it's deterred, because now we're talking about a whole different type of topic, which we could have we could have this conversation on a different day, but it would be nice, you know, to continue with the conversation that we had. When I give closing remarks, I need to give closing remarks on the topic. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
So, but not to negate the fact that what you're saying is not important. Not to negate the fact that maybe, you know, some concerns that you have are not valid. I'm not saying that, brother. What I am saying is I notice in these spaces that we have a great tendency with these conversations that we have to always bring it back to where it is the woman's fault. There is no accountability on the men because it is the woman's fault.
No,
wait, let me finish, and then I'm going to let you go, because I'm going to go back to studying to be quiet until I can give closing remarks.
Okay.
But it saddens me to a certain degree that this is where every conversation, every road leads to this type of conversation in these spaces. And I believe that it could be more beneficial for us to try to concentrate on the topic at hand, instead of starting a topic and then letting it, you know, just sway into something totally opposite of what we're talking about. Absolutely, what does this have to do with a child being touched inappropriately? Absolutely, what does this conversation have to do, see what I'm saying, with those who choose to be pedophiles? You see what I'm saying? That's what we're talking about. And we're talking about the red flags and what parents should be aware of. So, you know, a lot of times it's like we get on these panels and everything leans toward it's the woman's fault. And see, that's what kind of burns my wick a bit, because I don't feel like it should be that way. So with that being said, and I don't want to discredit what you're saying, brother Scam Likely. I don't want to discredit that. But what I'm saying is, you know, I feel a little way about it. That's all. So I'll put that out there, and we can go from there if you like. But
yeah, I can clean it up. Here's the deal.
All right.
I dust off men. I dust off women. I'm a dust captain. I dust off my own self. Let's be real.
All right.
When a child is born, two adults make a decision. 80% of the time, those two are making a bad decision in the Black population. I won't say community. That means most of the kids are born into this, and that's become a norm. It's under discussed. There's a small population of men that are doing overdust. Their track records, and it's pretty obvious. It's a very small population that is unidentifiable to do this. Me as a single man have been approached by women wanting me to go and do whatever. Don't care if a kid is born. And I say no. Trust me, I see this stuff. I got friends. There are women volunteering to participate in this behavior. More women are volunteering, and it's become the norm of the culture. There are few men willing to participate. There are also a few men who don't even qualify to participate because they can't get any women. I can't shame and say women go get those dudes. Hey, I get it. They don't want them. But I'm saying the culture norm needs to be changed, and the people said no. Now, back to the topic here. The thing I was talking about fear was this. Woman made choice, there's a child. I'm not talking about the man or the father because he's not there. Single woman, you got the kid, you're the one saying, hey, I have the child. If the father has the child, then we'll be talking about the man. But the kid is with the mom. So that's why we're talking about women and the children and getting protection. Okay? Go to the father. Hey, when he gets 8 years old, I want you to take 100% custody. That is a solution. Try to work it out with the father. Try to remarry and get the best man that you absolutely can. What we can't do is all the fear. I had this argument on another panel. All these fears to all these men out here. He could be this perv. He could be. And a lot of these men are innocent men who just want a family. That's what I don't like. If I meet a woman and they come with all that and I hear it across the table, you could be one of these people. Oh, I'm getting up and I'm leaving. You go deal with that.
But you should, women, you don't want the woman to be concerned whether she's putting her children around somebody who could have irregular proclivities towards their children sexually.
No, this
you
is
don't want her
my
to even have the concern of that.
No, this
Yeah,
is what I'm
because
saying.
that's what the conversation is really about.
What I'm saying
Actually,
is this.
am I
If you
wrong
come-
or right, Brother Clarence?
I'm
I'm
talking
trying to
about-
figure out.
Absolutely.
I'm talking about bringing a problem, asking for a solution. Woman, you made this child. You made it whatever decision. There's a new man who deserves the grace of actually having a regular conversation. Not, I gotta look out for my kid. You might be one of those people. Let me see it. Let me see this. Let me see. I'm talking about all this fear that's pumped into the people to where he won't even go date. Just like a man.
We're not talking about pumping fear, though, Scam. We're just talking about her just having. I mean, wouldn't you think that was odd that a woman would say, "I just met you. I want you to bring you over to my house to see my son, my children. Here. Oh, by the way, we need some cough medicine from the store. I'm gonna go to the store. You stay here with my daughter, my 7-year-old daughter by
But brother-
yourself.
okay,
I'm
so
gonna go
brother-
over here and do this. You wouldn't.
But
You
brother-
wouldn't be. That wouldn't concern you. I mean,
Okay, if it's the second date, nah, you shouldn't be doing that.
Shout out to Two Arts.
No.
So,
But-
so bro-
Oh, go ahead, Vaughn.
I'm just trying to figure out how much longer we're going to have this particular conversation when it is totally off track of the topic. You know, and listen,
This is
I'm
on
here
topic.
for it. I'm here for it because, you know, brother, I haven't seen you in a while and I wanted to be up here with you. And but hey, listen, I do digress into the closing remarks. And I would like to
Yeah,
finish
don't go
or to
nowhere.
continue to hear the conversation between you and Brother Scam likely.
No, what I'm saying is the fear point where you already brought it to where she's just leaving the kid, a 7-year-old, with some random dude. That's the fear stuff. Who's doing that? Okay.
Well,
Women
some
is
women
leaving-
are doing that. That's what we was talking about. Some women are doing that. So I was talking.
They
If you
should
go
not
back in
be
the
doing
replay,
that.
if you go back in the replay, I was talking about a brother that moved in with this sister. He had his own children from these other women, but he moved in with this sister that had 3 children. One of her children ends up dead behind him disciplining this child, right? But did you think that she should have been looking toward, well, maybe why don't he have his children? Or
Yeah.
what's going on in the situation? Shouldn't she be concerned? I mean, I would think it would be a natural concern of a woman that has a child to be concerned about the people that she's bringing around that child.
But
I would think that's normal.
Clarence, you're proving what I was saying earlier.
Which is?
There's an
Shut up.
ugly dude at the post office, has no kids. There's the welder up the street. There's a dude over there. How does she end up with a dude who already has 3 kids he's not taking care of? How did you end up with that dude? All the men out there.
See, that's what I'm saying. I can only speak to certain things about women that I can see. Now, there's women that can explain, oh, this is how we get caught up, brother, on this and this and this situation. I can only talk about things I can see because I'm not a woman. But what I can talk about is getting in there, being a father, being the best father you can be. That mean you're going to be the same father I'm going to be? No. excuse me, because you might be in a different situation than me. So your parenting skills might have to be heightened, or you may not have to have them as strong as mine, right? So it depends on the situation. But the whole point is, as a father, I should be there. If I conceive a child with a woman, because what I hear you saying is, or the woman decides to have a baby. No, the decision to have a baby comes when, I'm in trouble, y'all. When the decision coming to have the baby comes when the man decides to distribute his semen. When he distributes the semen, because the man has the live germ. The semen is alive. The egg is not alive. The semen is alive. Mm-hmm. Once he distributes that semen and gives a transfer ownership of that semen, she can then use it for its intended purpose. Its intended purpose. Its intended purpose is to impregnate the female. So he has made that decision. The one who controls this conception is the man, because he's the one that has to deliver the live germ before anything can happen. Can we agree on that?
But Clarence, we agreed that the child is with the woman. If the child was with the dad, then we'd be talking about dusting off the dad who didn't do something he wasn't supposed to do. But if the child is with the woman, there's nothing to talk about the father unless she drops the kid off with the dad or marries the dad. He's not there.
No, brother, that's incorrect. Because if the child was with the father, we'd be saying the same thing about the mother. The mother has some obligation to give to that child as well. We'd be saying the same conversation.
No, we're talking about protection. Okay, we're talking about putting children in a safe environment from pervert, abuse. That safest environment is probably going to be a man. Agreed. Would you agree? Okay. Agreed. Now, option one is one. Dude, don't stick your meat in there. It doesn't go there.
Agreed.
That's your wife. The answer is no. Woman, don't bend over to the dude who ain't your husband. Or agree to plan the child.
Agreed.
Okay, they didn't do that. Somehow there's a kid. Okay, now the question.
You said they, right? You said they.
Yeah, I said they.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Right. Yeah. Here's the deal. What type of man is this? Is the dude all right? If he's all right, you need to stop thinking about other there. Let's see, can you do whatever you can to fight to keep a family together? If not, what kind of co-parenting or whatever? What kind of can we do to make sure this child has as much of the best man possible? Now, if you choose all the way at the bottom, a man with 3 kids he ain't taken care of already, you chose at the bottom. We can't save that.
Wait. But
you chose at the bottom.
Like I keep telling you, that is independent of what the man's supposed to be doing. That's independent of that. He has a responsibility. That is independent of whether he was a bottom man, a top man, or whatever man. That's independent. His responsibility. Once he conceived with that woman, he has an inherent responsibility. God made this earth. God made this world, this universe, right? He didn't say, well, hey, see y'all later. See y'all, hey, have a nice time on this, on earth. I won't be involved with you no more. No.
Okay, Brother Clarence.
He got that responsibility. Whether we do what we're supposed to do or not, it doesn't absolve him of his responsibility to us.
I'm gonna bring it home for you. Hear me out.
Okay.
You got $10,000.
Okay.
You go to the bank, and the owner, CEO of the bank is there, and you're in a rush. He says, "Hey, I'm the owner, CEO of this bank." Shows you his whole picture and everything, resume, everything. That's him.
Okay.
You're on camera. Hey, give me the $10,000. I'll put it in your account. Or you go to the bank, and it's just some dude, drunk, name tag hanging off the side, ain't even spelled right. Look like he peed on himself. He said, "Hey, man, dog. Yeah, man. I work here, you know what I'm talking about. Go on, slide me them 10 G's, I got you." And you find out he didn't even work at the bank. Why did you give 10? You had $10,000. If it's the CEO, there's a level of accountability. There's something to say, look, I made the best choice I could. But if you gave your money to a freaking drunk name tag hanging Pete on himself. And you're saying, well, let's go find that dude and hold him accountable. That's what I'm saying. He's so far gone. You know that money gone. You can do that, but I mean, what are we working with?
But
That's
why are
that's
we
my
having an
point.
environment? Why don't we have an environment for people that if they stand out in front of the bank impersonating the bank teller, then we have an environment that shuns that behavior. That person can't go back to the barbershop saying, yeah, man, you know, I did this, man. You know, I hit this one, I hit that one. You know what I'm saying? I got it going on, man. I'm doing everything, man. I got 12 baby mamas. Why are we making an environment where that is open, that makes sense? If we want to hold women accountable for their decisions, I'm good with that.
Okay.
I just don't want to put the whole,
Yeah, and I'm good with that.
Bag on
I'm
their
good with
back.
that too. Hold them accountable
You
for
can't
their
put the whole bag
decisions
on their
that they
back.
make.
It's got to be some type of, equality, or got to be some type of, if both parties were necessary to create this situation, we got to be able to hold the other person accountable too. And not only that, like you said yourself, with the numbers so lopsided, we have to create an environment and a culture that discourages men from doing that type of situation. Because no matter, oh, well, the woman picked this guy, maybe she did. We've all made mistakes. Maybe she did. But the point is, does that, just because he's not a good guy, does that absolve him of his responsibility? No, it doesn't. In my opinion, it doesn't.
You're still thinking there's a community. That might be the issue.
No. I'm thinking of every man individually. Every man individually. I don't expect you to be good as me. I don't expect me to be good as you, us to be good as Vaughn. No, I'm talking about every man individually. If you create a responsibility, it's just like you, brother. If you go to buy it, you say, man, I want to get me a new Phantom. And you go in there and you sign your name on the paperwork. You sign your name on the paperwork. You drive off with that Phantom, guess what? That bill is coming in your name.
Mm-hmm.
You can't go to them and say, well, I don't have a job no more. The bill's still coming in your name. Yeah, regardless of your ability or whatever you feel is going to stop you from doing that, doesn't absolve you from the responsibility because you're the one that signed your name on that list. Well, in conception, you transferring ownership of your sperm is the contract you signed with this person. Now you signed the contract. I'm going to be responsible. You're going to be responsible. We're bringing this life into this world. That's the inherent contract that we're signing. But
okay,
we are giving them, we loading the women up with all this. These women they choose wrong. Maybe so, brother. I'm not saying that's a whole nother conversation for another day. But the point is, whether she chose a good man or not does not absolve the man of his responsibility. So why are we creating an environment where these men could just say it's all these women?
Okay.
Why are we creating that environment? Why don't we create an environment where men don't feel good coming out saying, yeah, I'm on my 12th child with my 10th baby mama? Why don't we create an environment where that's sorry, that's weak, that's blusterism?
The environment is gone. It's been replaced with it. But let me go back to something. You were saying that these women, the men are impersonating the character. That's not true. I'm talking, it's 2023 now. If I can even go back to college at HBCU,
okay,
I could show you where there were women voluntarily going. There's college dudes, there's college grads, there's enough professionals, there's a military base, 7 of them in the city. And they were still going and getting pregnant by the dude over there on the block somewhere. They were voluntarily going and picking a lot of the worst dudes and getting pregnant.
Okay.
This dude did not have a suit on. This dude did not own a car. This dude was not impersonating. He wasn't carrying books. He wasn't on the way to the board meeting. This was 20 years ago. Okay. I don't even want to know what they're doing now. Meaning, and I'm not just trying to beat up on women, but I saw this. This was college.
Okay, but brother,
when there were dudes on college,
what has that got to do? What has that got to do with the position that I'm presenting to you, which is that the men are not able to, the men are not absolved from their responsibility?
Okay, no, I'll tell you. Just like the drunk dude working at the bank who's homeless and you gave him $10,000. Okay, now you got pregnant by Quan, who got 2 strikes already on the block, 20 years old, and he already got 3 kids. What does that hold responsible? Are you going to wave a magic wand and put a suit on him and turn him into a father?
No.
What are you going to make this man do?
Wait a second.
Are you going to make him become somebody that he's not? Meaning when you pick at the bottom, when you go that low, it's that bad that you don't even want to drop the kids off.
Most women don't pick that low, but I'll let you finish. Let Sister Annie get in this conversation. Sister Annie.
I'm sorry. First of all, hi, Scam Likely.
How you doing?
What I wanted to come up to say, one, Brother Clarence, the clock, okay? All right.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm not saying that the conversation that you are speaking on, Scam, is not one that needs to be spoken on. I feel that it's one that doesn't need to be spoken on today because it was about children and the protection of children. What I would say also is that, and I'm not going to use the words that you've been using, like bottom. I don't see people in that way. I'm not saying that you're wrong in doing it. I'm saying I just don't do that.
That's fair.
But what I would say that children that have been molested, abused, they go through turmoil that sometimes goes into their adulthood, which could cause them to make really poor decisions as adults. So these women and men that you are saying are bottom could be that child that we're today trying to say, how do we protect? How do we make sure that they're out of harm's way? So this woman that may have, where you say in your college, not chosen this man that was on paper a better fit for her. Maybe she didn't feel worthy enough that she deserved him. So she went after, or she allowed herself to be pursued by who would, who she felt she deserved. And when somebody has a low self-esteem and does not think highly of themselves, this is what their actions could be. So for me, instead of wanting to just place judgment on why they're making these decisions, I would say that we may want to just slow down and say, okay, now that this decision has been made, there's a child here. How do we protect this child? Would it be nice? I don't know statistics. I'm not looking at statistics, and you probably look at it a little bit more than I do, and you and Brother Clarence. But what I can say is, I'm an aunt. I'm a cousin. I'm a sister. Any child that I'm around, I feel it's my responsibility and obligation to look after them. And I would hope parents would do the same for their child, whether they live in the house or not. It is your responsibility. We all took science, biology in school. We know how a child is made. So regardless of the type of woman that you chose to sleep with, that you went unprotected with, the woman that did not use protection when she had sex, if there's a child that's been created, let's protect the child. Let's not, could it be that, hey, being in the father's home may be the better situation? Maybe. But then this father that may not be the best father at the time, and he's still growing in his manhood and being a father figure, maybe that child doesn't need to be in that house. Every man that's produced a child may not be ready just yet, but you can still be present. You can have men and I think that I've seen you on different panels. I think that you would be a great mentor for men. So maybe men like y'all just help those men to grow to be better, make better decisions going forward. So that's all I wanted to say. I think that your points are very valid. I just didn't want the topic to be watered down towards the end because this was really about, or I think it's really about protecting children and what signs we can look for in people around our children and in signs that our child may show. So I hope you received that well.
No, we're good.
And if I could just add something very quickly, I would really appreciate it, brother Scam Likely, if you could just make maybe 1 or 2 comments addressing the actual topic that we were talking about today.
Well,
I would really appreciate that, because I would like to hear your perspective on that, my brother.
Well, my perspective is this: there are children out here. They're already here, and they're with the women. That's one reason I don't talk about, it wasn't mentioned in the dads, because the kids aren't there. If they were with the dads, it'd be a conversation about children with the fathers. Children with the women are more unprotected than ones with fathers. They need a male presence in the house, and they need it tonight. It's a need. It's not a want. The women need to move as if it's a need and make the best decision that they can for the child first. It might be an ugly man. It might be, you might not get everything that you want, but you might can go and get everything that you need. And to be honest, men still want relationships. That's a, that's
you know, I just
that
philosophy, man, it's hitting me upside the head, because if I want my child to rush into a relationship.
I never said rush into a relationship.
Okay,
never said that.
Well,
But wait a minute.
I
never said that.
Oh, sorry.
But I was definitely asking specifically about this situation where our children are being molested. Now, how do we deal with that? And what do we do about it? Now, is it the woman's fault? If that's what you're bringing into the conversation, then it's very off kilter. So
that's not
I'm
what I said.
asking you, okay, so but what I'm asking you, brother, is to address what the topic is. Now, I don't know if you read the thumbnail, and sometimes in the conversation, you can just scroll back and listen to it while everybody else is talking. I'm just saying, you know, what do you have to say? What is a solution for these children being touched in a way that they haven't been touched? What are the solution, and how should what's your advice for the parents of these children that has suffered the consequence of a pedophile? You know, and we're talking about pedophiles. If I could say that on YouTube, maybe I should say pedos. I don't know. But we're talking about the dilemma that our children are facing from these individuals. Now, you could say, well, it's the woman's fault, or you could say it's the man's fault. But it is the fault of the individual that is doing it, because you have women and men who partake in this particular type of behavior. So my thing is, and I've listened to what you've said, and listen, we can have a whole nother conversation about that. But I would really appreciate it. And if you've listened to any of the conversation prior to what we're talking about now, you would probably understand the sentiments of where everyone on the panel was coming from. You know, it's because these children have suffered behind something.
Okay.
What do you say to those children? How would you address that? How would you address this whole situation of a child being improperly dealt with?
Okay. I'm coming from the preventative. I'm coming from the solution. I gave a solution. The solution is called a man. It could be the child's father. It could be the stepfather. But somehow 90-something% would be probably eliminated if there were a man in the house. That was the solution.
I agree with that. I agree with that aspect of it. I agree with that.
So if I'm looking at a woman, she has a child, something happened, didn't happen, could happen. Get a man in your house. You need one. It's a need, not for you, which yes, it's a need for you too, but it's for the child.
Hey, Scam, may I just ask you
There's
this?
two options. There's yes and there's no. Those are the two options.
But what you have to understand too, brother, is this. You know, you have dual family homes where there is a father and a mother in that child's life. And these situations do occur. You see what I'm saying? Because father's working and mother's working and blah, 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 and all kind of scenarios. You see what I'm saying? And see, the child could be left in the balance somewhere where they could be touched inappropriately. And now mother and father has to deal with that situation.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? Now the answer is yes. If the father was in the home, it would be a little better, but it doesn't negate the fact that these circumstances happen on a continual basis, whether you have a single family home or whether you have a dual family home with a husband and a wife. So what we're talking about in this segment of topic is, how do we deal with this? And what are the red flags? What should we look for in these individuals? What should we look for in our children to indicate that they have been violated? This is what the conversation is about. So I don't know. It seems like we're getting very off track of it, but I wish we could pull it back in and get back on track.
My solution is trying to solve 90% of it. I'm not a genie and I can't tell you how to solve 100% of a problem that is not mine. I can't help you there.
Hey,
but
Scan,
I gave a solution and it will eliminate 90%.
Scan, may I ask you? Okay, I'm gonna ask you a quick question. So I'm believing in your goal to be married before you have children, which is awesome. Let me ask you, once you do have a child, and I believe you're going to be an awesome father, what are some things that would be like certain people or certain actions of people that you would not want your child around? Or what things would make you feel a bit uncomfortable if your child was doing that you would say, hey, wait, something doesn't seem right here? Are there certain behaviors in your child that you may notice that would maybe trigger you to say, maybe ask some questions or monitor who's around your child? Are there certain type of people you wouldn't want to have around your child? As a married man, being a good father, what would you say to that?
Okay. I'm going to say it. The more that you do what you're supposed to do, you don't have to worry about what is not supposed to happen. I'm only talking 90%. If more time is spent controlling what needs to be controlled, you don't have to worry about such thing. Meaning, if we're moving in a certain way, the people who ain't supposed to be there won't be there anyway. Or those people will already know what not to do. Meaning, when you create the environment, it solves 90% of the problem out the gate, and there's conversations that don't need to be had. If it comes to the point where it gets to having those conversations, I believe in working preventive measures.
Do you know that there's that in a lot of cases that family members are doing the molestations? Do you know anything about those statistics, or have you heard that? So like, even if you don't, it would be nice to say that, once you get married, everything's going to be perfect. Nothing can ever go wrong. Life happens even to married people.
Okay. I have a family. There's 52 first cousins in my family. There's 12, and I'm not going to say numbers or names or anything. There are some people who have been victim, or at least from what I've heard. There's some who weren't. There's a common thing that happened to ones who were, and a common thing that didn't happen to certain ones. I didn't have that problem. If I would have had that problem, and some of these people I know and have been around certain people, my father would have killed them, and it's known. If he didn't kill a person, my mom would have went to him and said, hey, go kill him, or I'm going to kill you for not doing it. Because if you won't, what do we need you here for? There's certain things about male presence, real male presence, that things don't even have to, stuff just doesn't happen. And I'm only talking about 90%. But if we're getting to the point to where we got to bring the one scenario way out in Oklahoma, or this could happen, then we need to hide and lock ourselves in basements.
I disagree with you, brother, because I don't.
Yeah, and I do too. I'm trying to figure out, what do you mean by one scenario?
What I'm saying is, if I
There's
gave a
more than one
solution,
scenario, brother.
if I were to give you a solution, you'd say,
But there would have to be more than one scenario.
this.
Why are you putting it to just one scenario? I don't get that.
No, what I'm saying is I feel like no matter what I say, well, this could happen too. Well, this one can happen too. I'm like, well, damn.
Okay, well, listen, I'm not trying to argue with you, brother. I'm just trying to understand where you're coming from. So
I'm coming from you asked a question. I gave a solution. The solution's not good enough.
Your solution to the problem. Your solution to the problem is
100.
Okay, so your solution to the problem is the man needs to be more present in the home. Is that your solution?
Man leading his household, actively present. Certain conversations, family conversations, not leaving the house at night. Certain conversations with the kids, conversations with the woman, being in certain places. If your kids are going to be with somebody, that's Johnny, they're going over Johnny's house. You might want to know who Johnny is. Might want to know, like,
same thing, brother. You saying the same thing we saying.
Well, I don't disagree with that.
We're saying.
I don't disagree with that.
This is activity. But this, I'm saying is, this is common. This is just basic. This is basic that's right in the 90%. That's just a man being a father. That's just what you do.
But you're making this. I don't have a problem with that.
But also, I missed a lot of the conversation, so I don't know if I missed something.
Okay. Let me
quite a bit.
We're talking about. Okay. We're actually talking about how to secure children so they don't, because the initial thing was that these SCX assaults and ARPs and stuff, that's on the rise based on the study but done by the University of Michigan.
Right, because single parenthood is on the rise. That's probably
agreed. So, but my point is, but fathers not being there makes a single parent typically. Sometimes the father's a single parent, sometimes, but typically we're talking about mostly the women, right? But it's the fathers not participating further that's causing that vacuum where the father's not there, and the information that the father could be putting out is also not there, right? So what I'm saying is, I don't agree with the fact that just getting a man in the house, and I believe that a man being in the house would be helpful, but you're not giving us a practical way of how. See, we talking about practicality here, right? Okay, yes, a woman should have a man, okay, and a man should have a woman. Okay, that's practical. That makes sense. Now, the practical thing is, how do you get a man in that house when this woman has children from another man? Because that's a challenge in itself. You have to have be a certain type of man to walk into that situation, want to stay and want to help. You got to be a certain type of guy to do that, right? So my thing is, because we're saying, oh, we'll just get a man in the house. But that's not really a practical way. How do you practically
you're missing where I'm coming from. You're missing where I'm coming from.
Okay.
Coming from is this. I'm not Mr. Save the Community. I'm not.
I see
Most of the majority of it, people are out of control and the dust is outrageous. Okay. Get the people who want to do something and let the other ones do. Y'all got it. Because they don't listen anyway. They're out of control. Okay. And I don't want them living next to me. Okay. It's got to be like that at this point.
Okay. I understand that. Believe me, that makes sense.
But they're taking over to the majority now. It's 78%.
We're not going to address this single parenthood situation without hitting the men hard. And we don't hit the men hard. We hit the men soft and we hit the women hard. And to me, that's why we're in the situation we're in. If we hit the men hard.
The reason I'm talking about the women is because the women is the one with the kids.
But why are the women the one with the kids? Why ain't the man there to make sure, even if he ain't in the house, he's there on a regular basis. He's hovering around to make sure that's his option.
No, Clarence,
he got time. Wait a minute. Let me say this. These dudes got time to get on Tinder, Bumble, and Facebook and whatever else on Instagram or whatever else and chase these Instagram models around. They got time to do that. Where they got a child over here with a woman they don't want. But that's irrelevant to whether you want this woman or not. You have a responsibility to this child. But you are going to be responsible for this child, and you have a duty to this child. Okay, so the woman don't want you, or you don't want the woman, or whatever. That's something that two grown-ups have to work out. But that doesn't absolve either one of you from your responsibility to these children. It just doesn't. And to me, there's nothing you're going to be able to say that's going to make me say, okay, well, it's cool that dudes, I understand what you're saying about, well, there's just some dudes that just going to that's their sort of mentality. They're going to be running through anything they can find, right? I get that. But why are we making it comfortable for them to do that and come back to us and tell us about it? We should make it so they look like a damn fool telling us how many children and baby mamas they got. That should be what we should be stomping them out. Because once we get the men right, the women will have to fall in line, period. They will have to even get to even participate in the sexual selection process. They're going to have to step their game up, but they don't have to step their game up because why? The bar for the men is so low. The bar for acceptance to be a part of the sexual selection process is so low for men. The women don't have to be better. But if we raise that bar in men by cleaning up the men, the bar will be raised. And so for them to participate in the sexual selection process, they're going to have to be better people. They're going to have to, because they won't be able to, the ones that's I'm going to say down here, but I would say the ones that are not willing to improve on themselves and their character, not only just their beauty appearance, but their character and what they can bring and help foster the children as well as the man, as well as themselves, they're not going to get picked. They're not going to get selected. And that's where we need to be, in my opinion.
Yeah, Brother Clarence, you're bringing a 1975 solution to a 2023 problem. In 75, there was a community. There was a standard. There was a code of conduct, and there were fathers. That was just how people moved.
Right.
2023, that is not the case. They're out of control, and they do what they want to do.
I understand that.
Now, if you bring 75 solution over there, when people argue with me that there's a community, I'm like, really? What street is it on? They can't answer that. The hood. No, the hood.
Some things don't change. Some things don't change.
Oh, they're changing. It's getting worse.
No, listen to what I'm saying. There's some practical things that don't change. In the world of finance, in the world of finance, there's only one hedge against inflation, and that's income. I don't care what you do, what you say, how many tax breaks you get. There's only one hedge against inflation, and that is income. You have to continuously make more money. That is the only hedge you have against it, where you can beat inflation, right? But that has been throughout time, right? Throughout the time where we've been using paper money. Same thing goes for families. There isn't when you have bad men, you're gonna have bad women, because the women are looking. A lot of these women are growing up with no man in the house, and sometimes they will meet up with men that are no good, looking for the good in that man. I think that this man has good in him. They don't know that he's a killer, a robber, or all this stuff. He just got money in a nice car, right? Some of our sisters will make that mistake, right? So what I'm saying is, if we can get the men and we create a community, a culture where you can't just run around getting women pregnant. We're gonna slam you for that. We're gonna slam you for it. If you got all these different baby mamas and you telling me I take care of all my kids, how you take care of all your kids, like Future and Nick Cannon? How you taking care of 10, 11, 12 kids? The only thing you can do is send money. That's the only thing you can do. That ain't taking care of a kid, right? You can buy grain for a cow. You can buy corn for pigs. That don't mean you out there taking care of them every day. So what I'm saying is, we got to fix the men. The men have to be fixed. The men can raise the bar on everything if we get the men thinking a certain way.
Clarence,
so that would create the. Let me say this last thing, and I'm gonna let you rock, Scam.
Go ahead.
The protection for the kids, because that's what we are. I think, and I don't think I think you are just like us. You want these kids to be protected. So I don't think that you don't think that way. I just think that the methodology that we all have is different, right? Your methodology is get them, and we understand that, or at least I do understand that. That would be number one if the father of the children was in the house. That would be the best solution, and he was of a sound mind. That would be the best solution, right? But that's not, like you said, you're the one with the 75 solution, because now we're in a situation where just getting a man in there that might not be practical, right? But what we can do is be the best men we can be and show these other men how to be, and so that they can say, hey man, I want to be a solid dude like Scam. I want to be a solid dude like Vaughn, because they solid, instead of being out here impregnating everybody, and because the internet don't say nothing to black men that do that.
Hey, what's your name at the bottom, female?
And sister
Ethnenia.
It again?
Ethnenia. You can just say it like our brother Clarence said.
I thought to the
end. And Nay, you seen me on dust panels quite often, haven't you? That's all you say that.
You say that again?
You seen me on the dust panels before, trolling probably, right?
I'm not sure which channels. I think I've seen you on Security Boss channel. And I'm not sure of the other ones, but I've heard your wisdom.
Oh, okay.
Not just today. Yeah. I don't even know what the trolling thing means, so I probably wouldn't even use that.
I thought you said you saw me on Fight Club or some other places. Security
I've
Boss?
seen you on other panels. It could have been Black Man Unfiltered, maybe.
Oh, okay. Somebody said they saw me.
Oh, Sir Hale. Maybe it's Sir Hale. Have you been on Sir Hale?
Yeah. Oh, it's Risa
Okay, yes.
on there. I thought it was you. Somebody else in the chat said they see me on other. I thought it was you that had said that earlier. Now, hey, how can I say it? Risa can probably attest to it. Go talk to these dudes. Go talk to them. Go 1-on-6 on one. Matter of fact, this is on YouTube. Go 1-on-6 with them on the panel about marriage and dating women. And I even still tried to beat this one point into their heads. When you're talking about talk to the men and fix the men. You ask them about marriage. Oh no, the court's gonna get me child support, alimony. Oh, no. Oh, okay. So you don't want marriage? No. Okay, do you like women now? Yeah, but I hate these modern women. So if you don't want marriage, that means you're gonna be out here in the streets. Let's be real. The best women are wives, or they want to be wives. So you don't want those because you don't want to marry them, and you're not going to get them anyway by your attitude and all that. You're not getting these women. So the very women you keep complaining about, the modern whatever, that's what you're going to spend 90% of your time going out there and chasing, because you don't want marriage and you don't want wives. Only thing left is the out of control women. 5 or 6 people all against me, and they knew I was right. Go ahead, go change. Let me see. I want to see this change in the men. I want to see that.
It's not going to happen on its own. It's going to happen with a culture. We have to create a culture. Right now, we have a culture that says everything that's wrong in the black community, especially with the children, is the black women's fault solely.
That's because there's no woman whatever. Well, go ahead. My bad. Go ahead.
We have a culture that said that forgives black women, that it forgives black men, and let black men skate. And I say, hey, how can we attack all these women and let the men skate? If you make I guess I'm just old school. If you create a responsibility, it's your job to tend to that responsibility. If you create it, you tend to it. But she's stopping me. Okay, so you're going to have to fight with this woman to get where you want to go. I mean, you're going to have to fight. But that's your fight because you created this responsibility. You can't just put it all on the woman saying, well, you're the one. I hear this one. I hear this other one. Well, you have 5 or 10 different ways. You got 37 different birth control, right?
I went 1-on-5 on them on that very topic.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Once you create that responsibility, now you got a responsibility that's tied to that life. You created that life, now you got a responsibility. Oh, but one of the birth controls didn't work. What you gonna do? You gonna sue the birth control company? I mean, they're not gonna pay for that child. You gonna have to pay for that child. That's just the bottom line to that. But y'all, we can go through this, man, Scam. You know, you more than welcome to come over here, brother. And if you want to set up just a one-on-one with me, let's do it, man. Let's talk about it. Let's go through all these different things. I have no problem with that. You know, and I saw y'all clown this a couple of times. That's cool. I was actually laughing at it. But yeah, man. So I want to put this out there. I know Scam is not saying that, oh well, forget the kids and all that. He's just kind of approaching it from a different direction. But y'all, we got 10 minutes. I want to just shut down everything. I want to get some closing remarks again from Sister Annie, and then from Scam, and then from Vaughn, and then we're gonna be out of here, y'all.
Oh no, I'm not gonna be a part of this being longer. My closing remarks is get off soon. Hey, it was nice talking to you, Scam Likely, and love you, Von Eric. Von Brian.
Hey, thank you for coming. Thank you for coming. Pleasure to meet you.
Much love, my sister.
Always a pleasure. Uh-oh. Now I'm in trouble again. Thought I was gonna get out of here without getting in trouble. Yes, ma'am. We're doing closing remarks. I'm about to roll out of here. Yes.
Hey, I just want to say something right quick. I get Scam's point of view, but I think Scam came in on the middle part of the conversation, and I think the narrative got spent here, and the focus ended up being on predominantly the women, because they are predominantly the first caretakers of the children. There's statistics that can be misconstrued too as well. So let's be aware of the fact that 70-80% you're talking about of single mothers are necessarily single parents. Just because you're a single woman does not mean you're a single parent, because there's a thing called co-parenting that is predominant in single women, that the fathers are there co-parenting with the mother. Does not make her a single mother. It makes her a single woman, but it does not make her a single parent. So we need to make sure that when we bring in these statistics, we're not murking the waters with these type of things, right? And 90% is a large number to say if the men were in the household, these things wouldn't happen, because that's not true. Statistically known, a lot of abuse of children are happening in two-parent households too, with the mama and daddy there. So we just need to not have that murky water when we are talking about specifically statistics, because they are misconstrued too. They're only including a certain percentage of the population that does not include those said people that I just said. So I just wanted to be clear on that. I do think it is very important and permanent that if the father are in the lives of the children, or in the homes if the parent are married, that they are paying attention to the behavior of their children. I just gave a prime example. My girlfriend that I grew up with, went to church with when I was little. Both of her parents were there. They were in the church. They were married. They were the first, the motherboard and the deacon in the church, but that still happened to their daughter with other men in the church. So again, we have to be very careful when we say these things. It comes down to both responsibilities of both parent and what they are paying attention to with their children, the signs in their children, and the thing, and the vetting process again that we need to do, that we do on each other when we're dating and vetting each other, we need to do on people we are allowing in our children's life, in their space, right? Like if your children are going to after school programs, we need to look into these programs. Who are the people on these programs? Any type of activities that your children are doing, you need to know the people, these adults that your children are around. Are they sex offenders? I told you, most of this conversation and most of the people that talk and that have kids can't even tell you who the pedophiles are within a mile radius of where they live. These are not things that parents just say, oh, let me look into this. They're not doing it. And they got kids that go to school that could be within 100-foot radius of a child predator. And it's a thing of being more mindful of when you have small children of these things and doing our homework. So the onus at the end of the day lies on every adult, especially adult that have children, because children have no authority over an adult. Whether you have a child or not, you still an authority over a child. If you in a space or a conversation or a room with a child, and it may not be yours, but you as an adult have an authority over that child, because that child looked to you as an authoritative figure. So if your influence, your words, your actions is going to be prevalent to that child. So the onus and responsibility is of all adults that's in with vicinity of children, period. Whether you a parent or not. Are you going to sit and watch a child be abused and not say nothing just because you're not a parent and the child is not yours? So the onus is on all of us as adults. And I just want to say that in closing. I digress.
You're muted, Clarence.
So is that your last word, sis?
That's my final answer. Alec.
I told y'all. This girl will just come up. Patrice, is that it? Yeah, she'll come right back. So, okay, Patrice, I'm gonna put you down. Thank you, sis. Appreciate you. Look, that girl ain't gonna let us get away, man. Ain't gonna let us get away. All right, Scam Likely, brother. Appreciate you coming by, man. Give us some last words to wrap up. By the way, Bolo, I see Bolo should be coming on in a few minutes, man. So when y'all get done here, man, y'all can go over to Bolo TV and check him out over there, man. He might got some. He might make some sense out of all this for y'all. All right, brother Scam, what you got, man? What's your closing remarks?
Closing remarks. Fathers are protected. Well, not all of them. Good fathers are protectors. That very presence eliminates a lot.
Agreed.
Also, some stuff just isn't going to get solved because people are going to do what they want to do. I can't tell you how to make men appear for all these women who have children. I don't have a solution for that, especially when most of the men are already single. The men are single, the women are single and have children, and you can't come together. What you want me to do? You're on your own. I can't make you go and put that together and be a better communicator and whatever. A lot of men don't like women and the women don't like the men. That's your new community. Well, population, I mean. There will be a separation amongst people. There's going to be the have and the have-nots. People over there who got something and the people over there doing what they want to do. Going to the married men and single men with no children, ask them to go fix the men. The answer is no. So whatever decisions people made, they're responsible for their households. Man, woman, whatever. Fix it. As far as children, I don't have any. I can't give you all the solutions how to protect and whatever. But you can't, I don't believe in operating in fear and putting so false narratives to where there's just a regular man over there. And all you can think of is he can perv, he can do that, he can do that. He's a man first. Let him be a human first before you go all with 78 false narratives of coulda, shoulda, wouldas. Because of that one thing that happened in Minnesota. That's all I'm saying. Allow people to be people first. For just the men are all wrong. I'm not with the men versus women battling. There are a lot of wrong people and evil doesn't have a color, race, or a gender. That's all I got.
All right, Brother Ken, I challenge you to discuss some of these topics that we're talking about, because we could really get into it, just me and you. Can I challenge you to do that?
Not a problem. You know where to find me.
Yeah, man. I'll go over there on Black Man Unfiltered somewhere over there, man. But yeah, we'll catch up to each other, man. And maybe this week we can have that conversation, man, because you raised a lot of good points. My only thing is the methodology of achieving what you were talking about. That's my thing right there. Yeah. So I don't
Put
really
me and
disagree.
Blackman, we didn't agree on that very thing. I pushed back on him on it. We didn't even agree on it.
Right. A shout out to Truth, by the way. Okay. All right, brother. So I'm gonna look for you. We'll try to set that up this week, man, so we can have a conversation maybe Thursday about that situation. And
Thursday's Dustosphere Day.
oh yeah, y'all might be clowning me. I might be on there again, huh? All right. Maybe Tuesday then.
All in good fun.
Yeah. Oh yeah, man. It's all. I look at it as all love. Okay, so maybe Tuesday. What you got going on Tuesday?
Actually, I'm gonna hit up Black Man and see what's going on. I might host on Tuesday, and if so, I'll invite you over. Let me see what's going on too. Let's put my IG in the back.
All right, cool, man. Thanks, bro. All right, man. Thank you, bro. Dusto, appreciate you, brother. I'm gonna put you down. All right, that was my brother Dusto. Man. Okay, I got his IG right here. Okay, cool. All right, all right, Vaughn. And then there was two.
Yeah, then there was two.
There was two.
Yeah. Wow. Well,
Vaughn, what are you doing? Vaughn, do y'all wait. Do y'all know that I've been trying to close the show out for 2 hours and Vaughn Bryant will not be quiet?
Oh, no, you got to go back and look at that footage. I was very quiet. I didn't have too much to say, Did a lot of listening, though. Did a lot of listening.
Definitely, man. Okay, well, what do you got to say, Vaughn? Because I got to get out of here, man. Sister Annie is going to.
Yeah, well, I don't want to hold you too long.
OG Patrice is going to come get. So
yeah,
I got to get out of here.
Right. Yeah, well, the conversation was what it was. I would suggest that, and not to take anything away from what Brother Scam likely was talking about. There were some issues and points that he did make that I did agree with.
Right.
I think that a heavy presence of the father in the home, would be a guard to some of these pedos. Do you see what I'm saying? Because when they know that there's a man there, they're more likely not to try to strike. So I do get that point that he was making, but nevertheless, we have to understand that this is a spirit that knows how to get around different things, whether you have a mother or a father in the home. You see what I'm saying? This spirit knows how to go up under stuff and around stuff and, and climb and then hop over stuff just to get to do what it wants to do. And so we have to be aware of our children's surroundings and who we are allowing them to be around. Now, I know that that's the particular topic. That was the definite topic that we were speaking about.
Right.
But what kind of gets me a little bit, anxious a little bit is when we get so off topic to where we're not addressing the point at hand. And sometimes I feel like we do that in these spaces, we could be talking about the big toenail on your right foot, and it always ends up to being it's the woman's fault, or somehow we put her in there and we try to, you see what I'm saying, glorify her imperfections or her shortcomings. Why do we do that? And I'm not understanding that because, see, we all have a responsibility as individuals. You see what I'm saying? The man should be just as responsible as the woman should be responsible. And so, the conversation, sometimes it gets a little awry, but great conversation, great content today. We did hit on some points that hopefully, those that were listening could kind of understand, because we even spoke on different signs and symptoms that you should look for in your children to whether or not they've been touched or, you see what I'm saying? Treated inappropriately. You know what I'm saying? And we touched on some of those definite signs and symptoms. Not that means that that's the only thing, or that's the only reason why they're displaying these signs and symptoms. But definitely, yes, look out for those things. You see what I'm saying? And even the video you showed of the man earlier who was explaining, and he was a child predator. Yeah, I'll say that. And he was explaining his tactics. See, he was even opening it up for people to understand. I know Brother Scam likely didn't see that part of the show. You know,
I'm sure
but-
he'll go
but-
back and check it out.
Yeah, I would challenge him to go back and look at the beginning of the process, and then maybe you can understand where we were coming from a little bit better. But great show today, man. You know, like I'm just like Sister N.A. You know, we missed you, brother. We're glad that you're in
Missed
good
y'all
health.
too, man.
You know,
Missed
we're
y'all
glad that you're in good health. We're glad that you're feeling better. You know, and that,
God.
and I know you would not have done it, you know, if you weren't able to, you know.
Yes.
And I commend you so for you know, the backpack, your dedication to you know, passing those backpacks out even during the process of you being ill.
Oh man.
You know what I'm saying? And I wanted to somehow end the program, you know, get you to talk about that, but I know it's kind of lengthy now. But maybe next week you'll be able to share with everybody about you know how that went, and you know, and all of that. But man, we appreciate your efforts, brother.
Appreciate you.
Definitely appreciate your efforts. And yeah, man, you know, like I said, me being a person, and I'm almost done, but you know, I have gone through these things. You see what I'm saying? So that's why I believe that I could speak on, you know, as far as a child growing up and being touched inappropriately.
Yeah.
I can definitely speak on those things.
Yeah.
And I could speak on them all the way from a child to a teenager, all the way to adult, the process. See what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. When we enter these conversations, I think we should, you know, be very mindful as to how we approach it. You know what I'm saying? Because there's a lot of people listening, and even this conversation is a trigger to many. Thank God that He's gotten me to a place where I am able to, you know, accept what happened. Not so much accept what happened to me, but you know, I'm able to process it properly. You see what I'm saying? Because there was a time when I was not able to do that.
Yeah.
And it led me to have many problems. You know. So I'm very grateful that you opened up the floor for this conversation, brother. And you know, that's pretty much it. What I have to say, man. You know, I look forward to seeing you. Are you going to be streaming on Tuesday, or
probably so?
Or you want to take it
so.
easy? Maybe you just want to do Thursday.
I might. You know what? I'm thinking about it. I was going to, you know, but if I can hook up with Scam, maybe I might. So if he pulls me over there, we could get him over here. Maybe we might. Maybe I might. If not for that, it might. I might not. I might just take it off. Try to come back slow instead of try to come back all hard.
Take your time, man. You know, take your time. Listen, those people that follow you and that are faithful to your process and your channel, we're not going nowhere. Whether you're missing for a month, you know, when you come back again, we're going to be right here.
Right
you
on.
know, because we got your back. So
I hear you, man. I appreciate y'all.
Those now I'm talking about those faithful people.
I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. Is that your last word, man?
Yeah, that's my last word. You know.
Okay, brother. All right.
Stay well, brother. Take care of yourself. Get some rest.
You too, brother. Thank you. Appreciate you, man. All right, I'm gonna pull Vaughn down. That is Vaughn Bryant, and y'all know how Vaughn gets down, man. I just got a few words. Yeah. All right, y'all. Woo! 5 hours and 12 minutes. Rico is going to skin me. Well, no. Sister Annie's gonna skin me. Rico's gonna take the rest of what's left, and then he's gonna skin that, and then he's gonna give the what's left to OG Patrice. So, man. All right, all right, y'all. Let me do the rundown real quick, and we will be out of here, y'all. We will be out of here. What y'all think about today's show? Did we hit it? Did we hit it? All right, let's see. Let me see the rundown. Here we go. All right, first of all, what about who did what? What about the chat? The chat is where it's at. No bots today. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Appreciate y'all, man. Appreciate y'all for making sure everybody, you know, we have a civil discourse. Appreciate you. Shout out to my my chat sniper. You got to have a chat sniper out there, because you never know when things get ugly and you need somebody to just get them, pick them right off. Shout out to Risa Neal. Every chat needs a sniper out there. Every chat needs a sniper. So shout out to Risa. Shout out to all the rest of you guys, man. Appreciate y'all, man. You know, I know a lot of times people can see scam and they be like, oh man, they want to flex up on them. Y'all treated them with real hospitality. I appreciate y'all, man. Appreciate y'all. By the way, y'all, remember, Bolo is on now, not Patrice. Bolo is on now. You guys want to, after you get done here, you can run on over there to check out Bolo. Okay. Oh yeah, man. Risa, love you too, girl. Cause we ain't got to worry about too much, man. Cause somebody getting acting faulty in that chat, man. They gone. They gone, man. I still gotta answer that email, man. I have, man, that email, man. But woo, they described our sniper, y'all. I don't know why I was just thrown out of here. I had a disagreement with somebody in the chat, and now I was gone. Shout out to the chat, man. Shout out to the chat. All right, who was on the panel today, y'all? Who was on the panel today? Let's see. Let's start from who was last up. Last up was Scam Likely. What do y'all think about Scam Likely? How did he do today? Very strong performance. Very strong. Very, very strong, man. You know, one of the things I like about that brother, baby, intelligent brother, but he laid his case out. Now, I don't agree with him. I got to figure out a way to get around that. But other than that, man, yeah, he laid out his case pretty good. That's why I want to come back and talk about it. Maybe we can meet in the middle somewhere, right? Because I'm on this end, he's on that end. But maybe we can meet in the middle somewhere, man. But Scam Likely, very solid performance today. Very strong. Very solid performance. What about Von Bryant? Very solid. Very solid. Von sat back there and waited, right? Von sat back there and waited until he couldn't wait no more, and then he jumped in the conversation with me and Scam. Shout out to Von Bryant, man. You know, you guys know we wouldn't have had those backpacks if it wasn't for Von, man. Right? Clarence, what? I got a great idea, Clarence. Let's ask a bunch of people we never met before for money. And let's do it all day Saturday. What? Vaughn, they ain't gonna give us no money, Vaughn. What are you talking about? Clarence ain't gonna do it. Come on, man. We can do this. We'll get the money. Vaughn, what are you talking about? Ain't nobody gonna give us nothing, Vaughn. They don't know us. Clarence, come on, let's ask them anyway. He was right? But it was good to see them kids get those backpacks, man. They was like they was giving them new toys, man. You know what I mean? And the mothers was very appreciative, man. Everybody did it. Man, I'm telling y'all, man, y'all don't even realize the little bit of money that we put together to do that, man. They just, man, I mean, telling you, man, people was embracing that situation. They was going down the street. One lady went home, told her daughter came up there, right? Daughter brought her kids up there, man. I mean, it was a good situation, man. It was a good situation. I thank everybody who donated to the backpacks for that, man. Appreciate y'all, man. We still got to give away the computer, but we at least we got time to do that, man. I had to get myself together so that we could do that because I don't want to get anybody sick. I didn't really want to get. If y'all notice, if y'all see the backpack video, I don't touch anybody because I didn't want to get nobody sick. All right, but anyway, oh no, Vaughn, I was going to, but you kept talking, man. So I was, but no, we way over, bro. We way over, about 2 hours over. So I'm not gonna do it today. I'll do it later. I'll do it maybe Tuesday if I come up Tuesday. But shout out to Von Bryant, man. Very strong performance as always. Very solid, very strong. What about Sister N.A.? What? Sister N.A. came up on the stage. Sister N.A. came up on the stage twice. I knew I was in trouble the second time. But shout out to Sister N.A., man. See, I like having people like Von Bryant and Sister N.A. around because remember when I got the assorted color backpacks, right? Von was going for it a little bit. Sister N.A. like, nope. Them backpacks going back, Clarence. I was like, what? She's like, them backpacks going back. We're going to get the ones you wanted to get originally. They going back. She like, don't even try it. I was like, oh, okay. But Sister Annie came up here and blessed us today twice. What do you think about that? What do you think about Sister Indy, man? Shout out to that sister, man. Very solid performance as always. As always, somebody's going to get this sister, man, her own show, man, because she speaks so eloquent, got such a beautiful voice, and a beautiful, even more beautiful spirit, man. I mean, sister just a 100% 24 karat gold, man. Gold carat sister, man. But how did she do today? How did she do today? Very solid, very strong performance, Sister Indy. As always, very solid and very strong performance. Shout out to Sister Indy. Who else was up here? Oh, Patrice was up here. What about Patrice? How did Patrice do today? Very solid as always. Very solid as always, right? And you know what I'm saying? Patrice always got, one thing I like about Patrice, man, Patrice can still, push the topic, but she don't get all emotional about it, right? She just can come in and hit the topic, man, right? So shout out to Patrice. Shout out to Patrice. Okay, yeah, no problem, Scam. Shout out to Patrice, man. She came up here, did her thing, right? And like I always tell y'all, man, if Patrice could say, "Oh, I'm leaving, I'll be gone, I'll be right." If I talk for 5 more minutes, she'll pop back up. "Excuse me, I got something else to say real quick," right? Patrice blessed us twice, right? Shout out to Patrice, man. She blessed us twice. Right, came up here and broke it down, man. Made it, kind of put the bridge in there, right, from what I was saying and to what Scam was saying. Made a little bridge there. So shout out to Patrice. But how'd she do today? Very solid. Very strong. Very, very strong performance from Patrice. As always. As always. We got to look out for her shows coming back next month. So we're going to have to get ready for that, man. But Patrice, if you're out there, man, your girl needs your help bad. You need to go over there and check her out, really, and help her, because she needs your help bad. That's what they say. My show is supporting yours. I appreciate you too, and I don't ever want you to go nowhere. But I know when you got that much talent and that much good spirit and that much goodness in you, opportunities gonna come your way. I already see that. Tomorrow says assault, art, and violent crimes are increasingly even higher against men and boys. Yeah, they're crazy. But you know who's committing them, Tim? It's the men. So that's what we got to do. We got to find a way to educate men. How you gonna do that, Clarence? Just so happens I have a program, a presentation called No Means No. We educate men on what is appropriate, what is inappropriate, how to stay away from situations where you could be it could be misconstrued as violence, or violence could occur, right? Creating them and trying to show them how to have empathy for people so that you won't victimize them. That's a whole nother thing. That's a whole nother conversation, Tim. Glad to have you in the house, brother. That was Patrice. Very solid, very strong performance from Patrice. What about last but not least, Sister Sophia? Sister Sophia, man. That sister, man, very inspirational sister, man, because I saw how she was just struggling, man. And we've all been there, right? I'm going to bring that up soon, Sister Indy. Soon. I'm gonna bring it up real soon. Right now I'm putting all the pieces together. Because see, what I want to do, Sister Indy, is I want to have it so that it's free. So I can go into the juvenile halls, I can go into the probation department, I can go all these places where a lot of this stuff is going on, and present this presentation to a lot of these men that are typically could be more apt to be involved in that type of behavior. So that's what I'm trying to do now. So I'm putting all the pieces together, Sister, and I will let you know, because I probably will need your help at some point. But anyway, yeah, man, we working on it. What was I saying? Oh, we're talking about Sister Sophia. Holy smokes. Sister Sophia. I already know, Sister Indy. Sister Sophia came on, man. Blessed us, right? And you know what I like? I listen to her voice, and y'all, I got y'all to thank for this. I got you guys to thank for this. I listened to her voice, and she seemed calm. She seemed at home. You know what I'm saying? She still got love for knowledge and relationships. She still got love for knowledge and relationships, but that's cool. That's cool. Knowledge and relationships is good people, man. So, you know what I'm saying? She got love for them, man, because they're the ones that actually picked up off her back. But we got love for her, too. We got love for her, too. We're going to give her a computer away in her name, right? That's a good sister. Celie says, so control the bone. Control the bone. Yeah. Well, I'm trying to figure out how to see, one of the myths about men that do this type of behavior, one of the myths is that men don't, only a certain type of man is doing this behavior. When in actuality, it's men from all different walks of life, all different types of men that are doing it. And why are they doing it? And another myth is that men know better. We just saw the video. This man, this cop in Kentucky, Louisville, Kentucky, he sent over 100 pictures of his genitals to these women, to this one woman. See, people think men know better. They don't know better. Men do what they think they can get away with most of the time. So we got to teach these men what's appropriate and inappropriate in dealing with women. How do you approach them? How do you deal with them at work, right? You got some biological issues to deal with at work when you're working around women. There's some biological issues, right? I'm not going to get into all that today. It's part of the presentation, but there's some biological issues that you have to deal with, man. Women give off pheromones. Pheromones attack the man's mental ability, because the men, once a woman give off the pheromones to you, it's going to take you out of your conscious mind and put you in your subdued mind, where you're going to be in a fixed mentality it's going to put your mind on the road to reproduction. So if you're around a woman too long, you're going to be figuring out how you can reproduce with her. That's just because of the pheromones coming off the female, especially if the female's comfortable around you. Those pheromones may come off on you. She may not even understand consciously that she's attracted to you, but she's releasing these pheromones. She might be married, right? But she unconsciously releasing these pheromones off. And what the pheromone is designed, what is the pheromone designed to do for you, to you as a man? It's designed to open up your nostrils first, open you up and take you out of your logical mind and put you in a fixed position mentally towards reproduction. That's what it's supposed to do. I'm going off the reservation again, y'all. I'm going off the reservation again, man. Shout out to Sister Sophia, man. What a beautiful sister, man. She came over, blessed us, man. Dropped some doses on us, man. How do y'all think she did today? Very solid. Sister Sophia, very, very, very solid and very strong as always. I think she got a little more love for relationships. She got love for them too. But, man, but she definitely got love for us. That's for sure, man. Because I recognize the sister who I'm looking at, man. Shout out to that sister. Shout out to our beloved. Celie says something, sick shame. Yeah, it's sick. But see, that's all we doing. That's all we doing is saying it's sick. We ain't getting in there trying to figure out how we can shut that down, how we can slow down the numbers. There's nothing you're gonna do. There's always gonna be sick people. But there's some things that some people are just making bad decisions. The difference between a sick person and a person just making a bad decision, because they don't understand the severity of that situation. They don't understand the severity of the decision that they made. As opposed to somebody who's sick, they don't care what the penalty is. They don't care that they're tearing through these people. They don't care. That's a difference. There's a difference. Sick people need doctors. I'm not a doctor, but I can definitely talk to some people that just made some bad decisions and how they can avoid putting themselves in a situation where they make bad decisions by learning. There's another myth that men know this stuff already. They don't. Most of us don't know this stuff. We have to get in trouble and hurt people to find out, oh, that's not cool? Sending 100 pics of your penis to some woman that you don't even know, that's not cool? What's the problem with that? See, we gotta do stupid stuff like that and get caught up to figure out, oh, that's not cool. Now I see why, because we don't look at it from the woman's perspective. We look at it from our perspective. And we so dumb, many of us as men, sometimes we go, you know what? I got a great idea. I'm going to send this woman that I don't even know pictures of my penis. That's a great idea. That's great. That's what I should do. You know what I'm saying? That's a good idea, right? No, it's not a good idea. But see, you don't have nobody to tell you that. As a man, you don't have nobody to tell you stuff like that. Because you're not bouncing stupid ideas off of guys like that. You just keep it to yourself and then just doing it. And then say, I know she's going to be like, wow, this is so great. Next thing you know, you got cops knocking on your door. All right, y'all, I'm going to get out of here. Okay, y'all, I'm going to get on out of here. We're going to meet back here, y'all. Let's hopefully we meet back here on Tuesday. If not, we'll jump back in here on Thursday. Thank you, everybody. I missed you guys so much, man. I missed you guys, all of you guys, for coming in and the well wishers. Everybody, I know all of you guys wish well, but you don't have a number or all that. But I know a lot of you guys was wishing us well. I appreciate y'all, man. Appreciate y'all so much. Thank y'all so much, man. And I had a cousin. This is the last thing I'm gonna say. I had a cousin that I hadn't spoken to about 4 or 5 years call me last week, man. He called me right out the blue. Hey, man, I haven't heard from you. I haven't talked to you in a long time. Because I thought he was mad at me the last time I talked to him. You know what I'm saying? He wanted a certain amount of money from me, but I said, this is all I got on me, man. He said, he was like, okay. So he thought I was mad at him. I thought he was mad at me. So we just didn't talk for a while, right? Our dads are brothers. So, but he called me, man. He said, brother, I'm just reaching out to you. I said, oh, okay, no problem. Then he said, in the middle of the conversation, he just broke down. He just broke down, started crying. He's like, man, I don't have anybody. I don't have any family. I said, well, you got me, brother. You got my number. That's more than a lot of people could say. He said, thank you, man, because, I'm dealing with a lot. He's dealing with a lot, right? Wife, had the big C. He diabetic himself. And so he was just going through a lot, man. And he having a hard time holding on to jobs at the time. But he was like, man, I'm just trying to figure it out. What am I saying to y'all? All I'm saying is, you never know, man. You never know who you going to be able to inspire, pull up. You never know. This is a young man, right? But you never know who you could pull up, man. I could have hung on to him. Hey, you never paid me this money back. But for what? That was years ago, right? I ain't worried about that. I just was hoping him and his family was doing better. And that's what he told me. So I take his word for it. But he said, man, we need to talk because I need to talk to you, just to bounce some stuff off of you. So what am I saying, family? I'm saying somebody want to reach out to you and you see that they have sincerity, because the man was very sincere. He was like, bro, I just need some help. This is my father's brother's son. He got a whole bunch of family, but he wants to talk to me. I'm not going to deny him because he made a mistake. He did. He was moving funny. Yeah, I got my eye on him still. Don't trip. I'm like Risa. I got my eye on him still. But I heard the sincerity in his voice. So we got to be open, y'all. Our people are looking for help. And if we can help them, let's try and help them. Don't let them con you. Don't let our people con you, because they so used to getting over on people sometimes. They just in con. They always in con mode. And you know what I'm saying? Before they know it, they unconsciously will try to con you out of something. So don't let them do that. But just if you see the sincerity in their heart and they extend a hand out to you, man, at least try, at least attempt to try to help them get their spirit back in alignment. If you can. If you can't, you can't. There's some people, like Mr. Farrakhan said, there's some people you can't do nothing for. You can't do nothing for them. They just gonna be wicked. That's it. But there's some people that's out there, man, they're just confused. They think they're getting something out of being wicked, and they're not, really. In the long run, they're looking at it, they're not. They're just spinning their wheels. And they need one of us to hold the mirror up to them. That's why I'm sending you on a mission, Patrice. Gotta go get your girl, man. Girl is having a real bad time right now. She needs some solid people. She needs a solid person in her life, man. Somebody that cares about her enough to tell her, this is, not telling you to butt in, just make yourself available. That's all. That's all, Patrice. I ain't trying to tell you, go in between her marriage and this and that. I ain't telling you to do that. I'm just saying, you need to be say, hey, sis, if you want to talk, I'm available. Because she know you solid. I know you solid. Everybody know you solid. Anyway, that's my thing. Yeah. But yeah, when you accepting people back that made mistakes, don't be blind. Just, have your eyes open. But if you see them trying to walk in sincerity, give them a chance. Give them a chance. When you see them make a faulty move, that's when you say, okay, I tried to give you a chance. So, you thank you, Patrice. Because I felt bad for that sister, man. But knowing that you would be right there and she at least got you as a resource, I feel better for her. I feel like she at least got a chance. That's how I feel anyway. Yeah, but we got to just extend ourselves out. Sometimes it's gonna be uncomfortable, y'all, but we gotta do what we gotta do. All right, y'all. Let's meet back here. Y'all will get the notification on Tuesday. Not Tuesday, definitely Thursday, and then of course on Sunday. And we'll do a regular show next Sunday for sure. All right, y'all. See y'all in the wind. Thank y'all for hanging out. Appreciate y'all. Miss y'all. And I'll talk about the backpacks next week. All right, peace.